Lagway looks awful. They're talking about maybe redshirting. Like people are saying he should redshirt. I get it. I think there is going to be some interest in Florida at 7.5 just because it's an SEC team, but not for me. I mean, I can't do it. I don't believe in Napier. I no longer believe in Lagway under Napier. I just don't. I don't really see a path for Florida in this one. So it's pretty square, to lay 7.5 with Miami, and I fully understand that. But I mean, what should it be? Like, what do you make the number? Like, do you make it Miami minus 4.5? Do you make it? I mean, I don't know what you can make it. So I would just lay the 7.5.
I struggle with this one. Florida's garbage. Okay, they're Lagway. He's got his backup quarterback liking photos of him superimposed as a McDonald's worker. You had 9 players stay for the alma mater at the LSU game. They've quit on Napier. He's got guys spitting in faces. But I'm not as high on Miami as everybody else. They beat Notre Dame. I think Notre Dame stinks. I think Notre Dame's kind of trash. So, you beat Notre Dame. Good for you. Right? Cool. I don't like the number. I'm scared of the number. It seems too low for how good Miami has been and how bad Florida's been. It just seems too low. It's just scaring me. I didn't understand. I didn't understand the Cowboys Giants line last week when it was 4.5. Didn't make any sense. It's I'm going to take the 4.5 with the Cowboys. Well, it didn't work, right? It didn't work. So something doesn't smell right about this number.
Yeah, a little bit off. I think Miami takes care of business. We'll take a look at some parlays we like, maybe take a trip on the coaching carousel as well, and get ready to wrap things up here on BetMGMU next.
You've been listening to BetMGMU on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to BetMGM-U on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly.
Our favorite plays, including a few parlays, coming up before we wrap up the show here on BetMGM-U. Alongside John Martin and RJ Choppy, I'm Chris Mack. Live coast to coast on the BetMGM Network. Don't forget to take us with you in podcast form, whether you get that inside your Odyssey app, AUDACY, or wherever you get your shows. Just search for BetMGM-U. Before we get to those, gentlemen, let's talk about the coaching carousel that may start to spin a little more quickly here. Now, we've already had a couple coaches dismissed just 3 weeks in. Brett Pry at Virginia Tech, Deshaun Foster at UCLA. We were talking about UCLA before we got the show started, and it's just a dumpster fire out there. All kinds of names are being brought up already, even though this coach hiring cycle hasn't even really gotten started in earnest yet. You're going to hear the name Gruden a whole lot. You're going to hear other names kicked around for spots in bigger power conferences like the SEC and Big Ten. If you count UCLA as Big Ten right now, which I guess technically they are. Choppy, I'll start with you. Who do you think can be some of the coaches who are on the hot seat now, and who could end up getting the axe next?
Well, I mean, obviously Billy Napier is one. I mean, if this game gets out of hand this weekend in state, Miami is going to have an obscene amount of top 20 wide receivers on campus for this game. They've got like a dozen of the top 20 wide receivers going to this game. I've never seen anything like it. So Napier is obviously one. Mike Gundy is one. He's another one that's going to be looking at the hot seat. Obviously, I don't think Dabo is in any trouble. I don't really think there's another SEC coach that comes to mind. Big Ten, same thing. But the UCLA job is interesting because I don't know, honestly, how good of a job it is. That's the problem I run into with it. Because, look, Dan Mullen at UNLV, why would he leave UNLV for UCLA? I don't even know if UCLA is actually a better job. I don't. I really don't. It's that bad of a job. You know, you can't win there.
It's not a better job, by the way, because you have to play in the Big Ten. So, and you have to travel.
Yeah.
Right.
It's actually for him, it's not a better job. It might be a small raise, if that. I'm not even sure how much of a raise it would be after you adjust for cost of living. So it is definitely not a better job than where he's at currently.
I mean, I couldn't name 4 programs that would be less attractive to be hired by in the Big Ten right now. Like, Rutgers is always Rutgers, right? Northwestern's in a weird spot, and Purdue is Purdue right now.
Maryland.
If any of those open, maybe Maryland, but I mean, maybe you could throw a Michigan State in there, although when Michigan State is riding the highs, they're not one of those bottom 5 programs in the Big Ten. I think the important part that John brought up there is the travel. Like, you're one of those 4 Western teams having to go east all the time to play in conference. It's brutal. And I just don't know how you recruit to UCLA by telling your kids, hey, yeah, you're going to get to play USC every year and Oregon and Washington, but hey, you know, it's going to be awesome. Early November when we go out to Purdue. You're going to love that. Oh, yeah, we're going to Rutgers next year. That's going to be fun. Your parents will like getting up at 9 a.m. to watch that one. That'll be good. It's to watch us get thumped and lose by 35. Don't worry. We're finally going to get a practice facility that's longer than 35 yards. Maybe we'll play some games that are closer than 45-minute drive from campus. Like, there's a million things that go into UCLA where I'm like, no wonder this is failing.
I don't know how serious they are about winning. Like, do they care? Like, do they care enough to spend the money? They obviously don't care enough to spend the money on an indoor practice facility or a stadium. You know, like, do they care? Like, do they really genuinely? I don't. As much of a dumpster fire as certain programs are, I don't question where their priorities are. I question where it is with UCLA.
John, Choppy earlier mentioned Mike Gundy, Oklahoma State. That's one that everybody has an eye on. Sam Pittman at Arkansas. A couple of teams that are down there in that old Big 12 vortex. even though Arkansas is an SEC program right now, not too far from Dallas, not too far from the money. If Arkansas opens up, if Pittman gets bounced soon, who makes sense there?
I mean, it's kind of like, whoever doesn't go to Florida, right? Like you have your sort of your Alex Golishes, your John Sumralls. If like whoever doesn't take the Florida job, it feels like would get a prime look there. The James Madison coach. I mean, they may not. They may want to go, maybe an SEC assistant route over a Power 5 coach. But I think any of those guys would be really, really good. Golish is going to be mentioned for the Florida job if it opens. Summerall, I think, would be great. He's got ties there, sort of in the South and in the Texas region. And he's obviously already at Tulane. So I think Summerall would make a lot of sense. And look, it's a mixed bag, right? When you go from the AAC to the Power 5, some have been great, some have been, kind of disasters. So, but that's probably true of, any job. When you leave a worse conference for a better one. So I would say a guy like Summerall would be where I'd look if I was Arkansas.
Yeah, look, I mean, that's a good name. He'd be a good hire. Golish would be a good hire. I think they would really – I think their first guy they would go to is Rhett Lashley at SMU. He's an Arkansas guy. He went there. He's done a fantastic job at SMU. I don't know that he wants to leave, though. They're rebranded. They're getting rid of the term pony up. They've gotten rid of that. They're not saying pony up anymore. Why would he go through a rebrand if he's going to bolt? And plus, SMU, and so does Arkansas, but SMU has got seemingly unlimited dollars. And they're going to pay him whatever I think it takes to keep him because they found gold. They struck gold. Or struck oil, I guess as it would be at SMU. I think that'd be the guy they would Arkansas would ideally like to have. I just don't know that he's interested in leaving.
Yeah, black gold, right?
Black gold, Texas T.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's where we're going with that. All right. Let's talk parlays. You want to place your parlay, no matter where the college football action is, you're always going to find it right there in your BetMGM app, and level up your next parlay by using a parlay boost token to jack up that potential payout with a winning parlay. If you tail these picks, even if you just tailed them individually, our picks last week for our parlays, I think you would have gone like 7-2. If you tailed mine individually, you actually would have hit. Excuse me while I pull a muscle, pat myself on the back. Yeah, baby.
Very nice.
Thank you very much.
Very nice.
6-1.
Please tell me at least Choppy and I have split losers.
Yeah, you did. You each. Choppy got burned by Duke money line against Tulane. John, you got burned by that Miami, South Florida under. But we're going to hit all three this week. It's going to happen.
Yeah, we are.
Let's do it. Give me a parlay, John, that you like for week 4 around college football.
Give me Arkansas money line against Memphis. Give me Texas, Sam Houston State over 51.5. And then give me Tennessee minus 38.5.
Oh, look at that. He did that just for you, RJ.
Tennessee this week. I'm at 38, 39.5, whatever you can get. I'm fine. I don't really think the numbers doesn't matter. This is going to be like 77-6 or something.
Yeah, it's UAB is awful. They just couldn't get out of their own way. All right, so I also have the Tennessee 38.5, 39, whatever you want to get at. OU minus 6.5. And I like Ole Miss minus 13 against Tulane.
Ooh.
The Ole Miss there. Second week in a row. Tulane burned me last week. They're not going to burn me this time.
They are, because I'm going Tulane. I'm going Tulane and the points, baby. Give me the green wave. What Ole Miss give up to Kentucky, 23? They gave up 35 to Arkansas. The excuse with Kentucky was, we're on the road and the SEC and weird things happen in Lexington. No, this one's at home. Okay. But I'm not saying I'm taking Tulane money line, but I think Tulane keeps it uncomfortably close Saturday afternoon in Oxford. I'm also in on Oklahoma laying the points against Auburn. I'll even lay the 7, although Choppy moved the line for me and got the 6.5. And I'm I'm going to go USC, Michigan State, under 55.5. You got Michigan State going west. Not very good. USC has a defense this year. I played their under last week against Purdue. It's come down 3 points from that game. Maybe I get burned by that, but I'm going to take Tulane getting points at Ole Miss, Oklahoma laying points at home against Auburn, and I'm going to take the under between USC and Michigan State at 55.5 right now. Choppy, you and me, mano a mano, Tulane, Ole Miss on Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, I hope it goes better for me than John's last week when he took Georgia money line.
He did that.
Still hurts my soul.
He did that just to burn you, and it worked.
And it worked.
Yeah,
it really worked.
So, by all means, go get your parlay boost right now inside the BetMGM app. It's waiting for you. Whether you want to tail any of these parlays, heck, you could just absolutely fade them from rail to rail and take all 9 picks against us individually if you want. We're not going to have our feelings hurt. We're going to play them. We'll see how they go going into week 5. Week 4, I don't know if there's any way it compares to week 3, Choppy, but we got a couple of possible good ones out there with Auburn, Oklahoma, even if we don't like the number, with Illinois, Indiana, and Texas Tech, Utah.
There's some good ones, man. There are, Florida, Miami, and even South Carolina, Missouri. Those are some decent games. I don't think this is a dud of a weekend. I think we might have. I don't think anything's going to be like last week until you get to 2 weeks from now, 3 weeks from now, when we get to that OU Texas weekend, and get some more games. That's a really solid one. November 1st is a really solid one. So you've got a handful of them. As long as it's not as bad as week 2. Week 2 was a disaster. Let's just get better than that.
Yeah, we can do better than that, definitely, this week. Make sure you download us and take us with you wherever you're going inside the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Just search for BetMGMU wherever you get your podcast, and you can always watch the show on YouTube. Just search for the BetMGM Network. For our producer, Zach Krull, for John Martin, RJ Choppy, I'm Chris Mack. Thanks for joining us. This has been BetMGMU.
You've been listening to BetMGMU on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. and the coffee is hot.
So I like that 10-1 national championship price, and I don't hate betting them to win the Big Ten.
Grab your foam fingers, put on your team colors, and fire up the grills.
Want to pass that or smash it?
This is BetMGM Network's Tailgate Kickoff with Ryan Horvat on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Last night, the week gets underway. I'm Ryan Horvat. We're live anywhere with the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. What I was going to say is I look up and I see the date. Happy Saturday, September 20th, everybody. I just realized it's my brother Dan's happy birthday, so I'm going to have to send him a happy birthday text here in a second. Happy birthday, Dan. I know damn well he's not listening to the show. He's got better things to do right now, but you don't, and that's why I thank you for tuning in. We are going to try to go 11-0 today because I got 11 bets in college football. Last week, an up and down week. We started off 8-2. So last week we go barely over 500, I believe 5-4 on the week. Not my best week. We did a little bit better in the NFL with the Indianapolis Colts. Last night, though, we start off with a winner, the Iowa Hawkeyes, who closes 2-point favorites over Rutgers. It wasn't looking good early, and I don't think a lot of people expected a Friday night shootout between Iowa and Rutgers, but Rutgers has been really efficient on the offensive side of the ball, and they started off hot. Iowa pulls away late in that game, 38-28 the final score, so the Hawkeyes cover the 2. Total goes over 46.5. Also, last night, Oklahoma State, that program has fell apart, man. It might be over for Mike Gundy. They lose last night as 10-point favorites to Tulsa outright. Tulsa on the money line last night was plus 295. Total goes under 54.5. Out in Stillwater, Oklahoma State at home, they lose outright 19-12. Week got kicked off on Thursday. Rice beat Charlotte 28-17. Rice was a 1.5-point favorite. Total in the game was 42.5, so we did have an over on Thursday night. Early college football playoff bracket. Right now, Ohio State, the number 1 team in the country. Miami, number 2. LSU, number 3. Georgia, number 4. And then what the matchups would look like, now you'd have Oregon in there. You would have Penn State right now taking on Iowa State. Texas taking on Illinois. That could change today. And then Florida State taking on Texas A&M. So a lot of season to be played. I don't really pay attention until a little bit later on, but that popped up on my screen this morning. I thought that was interesting. Let's get into the bets. Like I said, we have, carry the 1. All right, we got 11 for today, so let's see how we do. Let's start off with the noon slate, the big noon slate, and let's go to Clemson taking on Syracuse. This number's moved a little bit. If you like Clemson, you could get them right now. There were 16.5s available. Those are all gone. We're up to 17.5. They're at home today. And Syracuse catching 17.5. That price is minus 112. Total in the game is 54.5. I bet Clemson pretty big in this one at 16.5. I still like it at 17.5. They should win this game by 3 scores. They go back home. Last week, they lose outright to Georgia Tech. They were plus 110 coming into the season, the favorites to win the ACC. I don't know if you guys saw it earlier in the week. Dabo had one of the weirder pressers you'll ever hear. He was talking about how if you want to buy him out, you could buy him out, but he's a winner. He's going to go win. He was talking about living on a beach or something like that. I have no idea, but I do think that practice has probably been hell for Clemson this week. And the pressure is on now to win out. If they want to get back to the college football playoff or have any shot at reaching the ACC championship game, they most likely have to win out. And this isn't the same Syracuse team this year. I really like what they did last year, year 1 for Fran Brown. They won 9 games, but Kyle McCord's gone. They bring in Steve Angeli. He's been fine. The issue has really been the offensive line. They have really struggled to protect Angeli. He's faced 46 pressures through 3 games, which is the 3rd most in the nation among quarterbacks with at least 50 dropbacks. Clemson still has a ton of talent. I think their defense, their pass rush shows up. Their issue on the offensive side of the ball, they're a little bit beat up right now, but it's really been the offensive line. Finally, last week against Georgia Tech, they got the ground game going, but the offensive line has been getting no push, and they've been struggling in pass protection to protect Cade Klubnik, who has also been a big disappointment. I thought there was a chance he could be the number 1 overall quarterback taken or a top 10 pick. He's costing himself some money right now, but I think they bounce back. Like I said, last week, they lose on a game-winning fire drill field goal, kind of fluky from 60 plus or 50 plus. They've been beat up though. Their starting tackle, Tristan Lee, he was out. Their top wide receiver, Antonio Williams, he's been hurt. But we will roll with Clemson right now again at 17.5. I'm going to bet this again. I do like them quite a bit today. One, me and Double D are going Oppos on today. David Dykstra, who's producing the show, executive producer. He likes UNLV, and I get why. Miami, Ohio is an 0-2 football team. The Fighting Ben Roethlisbergers. UNLV is 3-0. For me, I bet this game, Miami, Ohio at 3.5, and I still like it at 2.5. In fact, I think they win this game outright. For me, this comes down to strength of schedule. I know UNLV is 3-0, and I know on paper they beat UCLA, but if you've watched that UCLA team, they're brutal. Like, what the hell was Nico Imaliava thinking transferring over there? I get what he was thinking, the bag, but that's a terrible football team. Nobody cares, and now they're looking for a new head coach already, and we haven't even got to week 5 of the season. UNLV also beat Idaho State by 7. They were a 30-point favorite in that game, and they only win by a touchdown, and they beat Sam Houston State. If you're looking at strength of schedule, Miami, Ohio, in the top 10 nationally, UNLV right now outside the top 175, including FCS teams. Miami, Ohio has lost to Wisconsin on the road and Rutgers on the road. So also the reason that I like them is this is a weird spot here for UNLV. This game's going to kick off noon, and we'll talk about that with this Utah-Texas Tech game as well. That's 9 a.m. That's 9 a.m. body clock for UNLV. Also, Miami, Ohio head coach Chuck Martin, pretty good as a dog historically. I'm not the biggest trends guy, but 42, 29, and 1 against the spread as a dog. So he's covering it at a 59% clip. I think Miami, Ohio pulls off the slight upset today. You can get them right now as 2.5-point dogs. I like them on the money line as well. I think they win that game outright against the Running Rebels. Possibly the game of the day, and I hate that it's going to kick off at noon. I get it's the big noon kickoff game on Fox. Texas Tech and Utah, these could be the best two teams in the Big 12. This could be the Big 12 championship game. And for whatever reason, we're kicking it off at noon today. And that would mean for Texas Tech and Utah, this is a 10 a.m. local game. So I'm going to go under here. This has come down a little bit. Let's see what the best price we could get on this is right now. I bet 57.5. Right now, the total is back to 57.5. I'm going to go under Texas Tech and Utah. I lean Tech if you could get a 3.5. I just do not like betting against Utah at Rice Heckles. Real home field advantage. I'm a big Kyle Whittingham fan. I did bet Devin Dampier to win the Heisman. I think they have one of the better defenses in the country. And Texas Tech, their defense is really underrated. The reason this total is in the 50s, the high 50s, is Texas Tech on the offensive side of the ball has looked great. Right now, they're averaging over 550 yards of total offense. They're scoring 53 points per game by themselves. So, there's a good chance this total flies over in the third quarter. But with the early start time in these two defenses, I will go under. Now, Morton has been awesome. He's fully healthy. The offensive line has actually protected him this season, which helps. They have 5 players already with more than 130 yards receiving. And their tight end, Terrence Carter Jr., is an absolute stud. They're going to line him up all over the field. In the slot, on the outside, he's probably going to have a huge game. But they haven't seen a defense, especially on the road yet, like Utah. Utah right now, shutting down the run, holding opponents to 2.6 yards per carry. They have 9 sacks through 3 weeks. They have 4 interceptions. They got a pick 6. So they're getting after the quarterback. They're holding the opposing running backs to under 3 yards per game, 2.6 yards per carry, one of the better run defenses in the country. And like I said, they're taking away the football. So, I think they're going to get after Morton today. Defensively, though, Texas Tech, I talked about them on the offensive side of the ball. Nobody has racked up more than 300 yards against them this season. Their run defense has also been really good, only giving up 2.3 yards per carry, third best grade if you're looking at PFF. They have 73 total pressures through 3 games. So that's the thing about their defense. The sack numbers don't jump off the page, but they have 73 total pressures. And you're going to have a strong pass rush if you're going to want to contain Devin Dampier, who right now has almost 200 rushing yards. He could get it done with his arm, but also 200 rushing yards. Really good dual threat quarterback. So with both teams, both defenses being good against the run, the way that Utah, their offensive identity, they want to ground and pound you. They're going to use play action, but they want to ground and pound you. And they have one of the better offensive lines in the country. They're averaging 290 yards per game on the ground. So we're going to go under here. Anything 57.5, 57.5, 56.5. If it's 46.5, stay away. I do like the under. If you're going money line, I like Utah. Utah is 21-5 at home at Rice Eccles since 2021. And that's with last year's team being only 3-4 at home with a ton of injuries because last year they were all in on Cam Rising. he gets hurt right away. They still had a top 25 defense, even though they won, 5 games last season. So if I got to bet money line, I like Utah. Again, 21-5 at home since 2021. I love this team. I did bet them to win the Big 12. But if you're taking the points, I do think that Tech could keep this game close. They pumped a lot of money into this program, not only into the stadium, but in this roster, NIL, transfer portal. They're a good team. This is going to be a great game. Again, I just hate that it kicks off 10 a.m. local time for these two teams. Let's see. What else do we got this morning? We got North Texas and Army. I stayed away from this game. Last year, this was kind of a letdown spot for North Texas because they came into the game on a 5-game streak of scoring 37-plus points. I remember last year, everybody loved North Texas. I bet Army. Army beat them 14-3. I know there's the revenge angle for North Texas. The offense looks good. They're coming off a 59-10 win. I'm going to stay away, though. With them having to travel to West Point, Army coming off a bye, I want no piece of this game. So I'm going to stay away. No play for me there. Going over to BetMGM, we got Arkansas taking on Memphis. Arkansas on the road today, laying 7. Total in the game, 60.5. Probably one of the more public bet totals to the over. But, I don't trust Arkansas's defense to get consistent stops. And I think they're going to do whatever they want on the offensive side of the ball, especially coming off that loss and non-cover last week against Ole Miss. I know this game's on the road. I expect them to put up numbers. So if I have to play this game, I'll go over 60.5, and I lean Arkansas even at 7 right now, -115, which is where BetMGM has this one priced. I liked Wisconsin on the open. We talked about that on my weekly show, BetMGM Tonight, myself and Brad Evans on Monday night. This open, though, is 7.5. Got hit all the way to 10. This game at Camp Randall. Wisconsin is projected to win 5 to 6 games this season. They play one of the tougher schedules in the country, as we saw in the non-con. They just got smoked by Alabama. Now they come home. They're 10-point favorites against Maryland. I liked it at 7.5. Still kind of like it. If I had to play it, it would be Wisconsin or pass. Total's only 44.5. That's usually where I lean dog if it's going to be a lower scoring game. And it's tough to trust this Wisconsin team to win by margin. They're back to their old ways, ground and pound. They tried to do the air raid the last couple of years. The Phil Longo offense didn't work out. I do like them to take care of business today, but again, the number has kind of gotten out of hand, 7.5 to 10. SMU TCU. I got a text message this morning, actually. How is TCU laying 6.5 at home? Well, they were laying 7.5. We're back down to 6.5. I'm not all that impressed with SMU this year. I know last year they made the college football playoff. I like them on the offensive side of the ball. This team's not as good as last year's team. And also last year's team, when they had to step up in class, as we saw in the ACC championship game, they lose to Clemson, and then they get smoked in the college football playoff. I like TCU. I like Hoover. I'm a Sonny Dykes guy. He could coach. A couple years ago, they went to the Natty. I will lay it with TCU, 6.5, -115. Now that we're down from the 7s, I do like TCU to take care of business at home. Total 64.5 is a stay away for me. Louisville laying 26.5 at home today against Bowling Green. Total in the game, 50.5. As gross as it is, I would probably lay it with Louisville at 26.5. No chance I'm taking the points there with Bowling Green. UNLV, Miami, Ohio. We already talked about the game. I like Miami, Ohio, but we just had a little bit of line movement again. Miami, Ohio down to 1.5 right now. On the money line, just +110. I do think they win this game outright. Total 50.5. A little bit of movement in Army and North Texas that we just talked about as well. Army catching 2 at home. Total in the game is 50.5. Coming up 12:45 today, Tennessee at home laying 39.5. Total in the game is 69.5. Last game in this early slate, I was really impressed with Tennessee last week. I bet Georgia. Unfortunately, I didn't end up going money line. I laid the 3.5, so I lose the bet. Tennessee really impressed me on the offensive side of the ball in that game. I had to see it to believe it. It was a weird offseason. They lose Nico Imaliava, but I knew the defense in the pass rush was going to be solid. They take Georgia to overtime. Heupel still hasn't beat Kirby Smart, but that's a good Georgia team. I was really impressed with Gunnar Stockton in the second half of the game. I think Georgia ultimately wins the SEC. So it's really hard to downgrade Tennessee. They're still 15th in the country. It's a big number, but if I had to bet that game, I would actually lay the 39.5 with Tennessee. Total in the game, 69.5. That's a stay away. Couple early afternoon games that I'm staying away from. Oregon at home is laying 34.5. Rivalry game here against Oregon State. Total in the game, 56.5. So I'm actually going to, as gross as this is, if we could get to 35 again, 35.5, I'll take the points here with the Beavers, who are a nightmare this season. But Oregon next week, look ahead spot. They got bigger fish to fry. They got Penn State on deck. So I can see them wanting to get in and out. Problem with betting against this Oregon team, that offense is legit good. Top 10 good. Top 5 good. And Dante Moore looks like a Heisman candidate. But if I had to bet that game, it would be dog or pass. And if we get to 35, the key number there, I will bet the Beavers, as gross as it is. When we come back, we're going to talk Auburn, Oklahoma, some of the bigger primetime matchups, Ole Miss, Tulane. It's the tailgate kickoff here on the BetMGM Network with myself, Ryan Horvath.
If you missed any of BetMGM Network's Tailgate Kickoff, listen back anywhere on the go with the Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app.
Oh, my bad. I didn't see that.
Let's get back to Tailgate Kickoff with Ryan Horvath on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to the BetMGM Network, Tailgate Kickoff. Ryan Horvath getting you set for today's games. We're about 2.5 hours away from kickoff. No matter where the college football action is, there's nothing like getting in the game and leveling up your next parlay. Use this parlay boost token to boost your potential payout from a winning college football parlay over at BetMGM. Maybe you want to bet all dogs today. Maybe you want to go with some money line favorites. Whatever you want to do, BetMGM has you covered. All right, Ryan Horvath, Tailgate Kickoff. So Trinidad Chambliss is going to make the start, his second straight start for Ole Miss. Austin Simmons continues to deal with this injured ankle going against Tulane. Going to talk about that here. We wrapped up the early afternoon games, and we got a couple bets here in the noon slate. Going over some of those. Clemson laying 17.5. I do like them finally to take care of business today against Syracuse. Going under 57.5 on Texas Tech and Utah. Miami, Ohio. They were catching 2.5, now down to 1.5. I actually like them just to win the game outright today against UNLV. And now let's get to the afternoon slate. Some of these other games. Let me pull up BetMGM and let's see where we're left off here. Let's go over to Auburn and Oklahoma. At 7 or 7.5, I would bet Auburn. At 6.5, I'm going to stay away. I just have to cheer for Oklahoma, though, personally, every single week, because coming into the year, we bet John Mateer 25-1 to win the Heisman. Now he's down to 8-1 plus 850 in some shops, the favorite dual threat quarterback. I like Oklahoma at home in this game to win, but to win by margin, not sure. I could see this being a field goal game. So if I had to bet it, gun to my head, taking the dog, but I would want the 7.5. I do kind of like the under here at 46.5. I think this is going to be a low-scoring game. I think both teams are going to want to establish the run. That's the thing about Auburn. They're going to be able to run the rock. I just don't really trust them throwing the football. Kent State catching 45.5 against Florida State. That's a big number. No play for me. Florida State has some big games coming up. Total 55.5, and Florida State is a 45.5 point favorite. Nothing there for me. I did bet Tulane. I took 12.5. It's down to 11.5 right now. No Simmons for Ole Miss. I don't know how big the drop-off is, to be honest with you. I was really impressed with Trinidad last week running the offense against Arkansas. Total in the game is 61.5, so the total goes up. I like the over here at 60. We're up to 61.5, but I'm going to go with the dog here in this one. I think that they're going to be able to keep this game close. I'm really impressed with Tulane. You know, I was worried because they lose Darian Mensah. There really hasn't been a drop-off on the offensive side of the ball with Jake Retzlaff, who came over from BYU. Rushed for 111 yards, threw 4 touchdowns, threw for 245 yards on just 15 completions last week. He looks really good. Third among all quarterbacks in rushing. He had a pair of 110 games already. He's got 6 rushing touchdowns, which is second overall in college football. He only trails Washington's running back, Jonah Coleman. So I think Tulane, I know this is a big step up in class, obviously, playing an SEC opponent, but I think they're going to keep this game close. I really like Summerall, man. I think that he is going to be a head coach at a bigger school very, very soon. So we'll roll with that one. Other bets for me as we scroll down the board here. We got Michigan taking on Nebraska. This could be the game of the day in this window. Michigan, they were catching 2.5, a 3 pop for a minute. Now we're down to 1.5 with Michigan. They're laying 1.5. They're 1.5 point favorites. Minus 115 on the money line. Nebraska is a 1.5 point dog. Minus 105 right now on the money line. Total in the game is 47.5. So in this one, I like the over. I actually think this is going to be a higher scoring game. I've been really impressed with both quarterbacks. And I bet Nebraska. I think for Matt Rule, this is going to be his first signature win in Lincoln. I really like this Nebraska team. I went over on the win total. I took a stab on them to make the college football playoff. Dylan Raiola was a mixed bag last year as a freshman, but the last 3 games of the season completed over 70% of his passes, no interceptions, didn't take a bunch of bad sacks. The reason being they moved on from their play caller and they brought in Dana Holgerson. He started calling plays the last 3 games of last season, and he's been really good this year. He's got a low average ADOT, only 6.8 yards, a lot of dinking and dunking, but he's taking care of the football, and they got some studs on the offensive side of the ball. Dane Key, Ja'Cory Barney Jr., they've been really good. They're both averaging right now at least 2.3 yards per route run, so they're getting open. And I think Michigan's going to score some points, like I said in this game as well. So I do like the over, But for Michigan, kind of down on them this year. They lost to Oklahoma on the road. Then they pound Central Michigan last week, 63-3, but that's Central Michigan. They have an interim head coach. Sharon Moore continues his suspension, so you're on an interim head coach. Bryce Underwood's a stud, man, former 5-star prospect. But, he's a little sloppy with the football. Last week against Central Michigan, 2 turnover-worthy plays. And now you're going against a much better defense in Nebraska. Usually, with Michigan, you have a top 10 defense, but the defense has even taken a step back with Wink Martindale the last couple of years here. You saw that against Oklahoma. John Mateer in that game had 7 explosive pass plays against them. Got it done with his legs as well. In fact, Michigan's defense has not been really good in the red zone. They're allowing more than half of their opponents to score when they get in the red zone. They've allowed, I should say, 11 opponent offensive possessions to cross the 40-yard line. So teams are moving the football against this Michigan defense. I think with Underwood going against Raiola, we get a sneaky shootout today, and I'm going to take Nebraska to win this game outright. You can get them right now. Best price I'm seeing is 1.5, no more 2.5. Was hoping to get back to 3, but not the case. Money coming in on Nebraska, and I think that that's the right move. I like Purdue today, as gross as it is. Anything 25.5, 24.5 against Notre Dame. I know after 2 straight losses to start the year against ranked opponents, everybody expects Notre Dame now to run the table, finish 10-2, and make the college football playoff. I don't know, as crazy as it sounds, if 10-2 Notre Dame gets into the college football playoff with these 2 losses to Miami and to A&M. So who would be the signature win down the stretch? USC, Arkansas coming up. And also, I'm not the biggest trends guy, like I said earlier in the show, but you got top 25 teams on a losing streak of 2+ games, 29, 66, and 1 against the spread in their last game or in their next game since 2005. They're only covering at a 31% clip. Notre Dame looks fine on the offensive side of the ball. I've been really impressed with CJ Carr. Jeremiah Love's one of the better backs in the country, but they can't get stops on the defensive side of the ball. This is the worst Notre Dame defense that I've seen in years, man. Major downgrade going from Al Golden, who's now the defensive coordinator for the Cincinnati Bengals, to Chris Ash. So I bet Purdue here. I just don't trust Notre Dame to win by margin. One of my favorite games of the day, and I know I bet them 3 straight weeks. They've let me down 2 of those weeks. They lose to Illinois because they were -5 in the turnover category. Last week, they really got smoked by Tulane. I know they came back and made the scoreboard look a little bit more respectable, but we're going back to Duke. Anything under 3.5, 3, 2.5. It's our last ride with the Blue Devils. If they lose this game outright, never betting them again, at least not this season. But I'm just not high on NC State. I know they're 3-0, but they have looked shaky in all 3 games. They have beat Virginia, which sucked because we bet Virginia in that game. They beat Wake Forest, and they beat East Carolina. All close games. I've liked some things that I've saw on the offensive side of the ball, but I'm not in love with the defense, who did lose their coordinator, Tony Gibson. He's over at Marshall. He's the head coach over there. Duke, like I said, in that Illinois game, they outgained them. If you look at the box score, they should have won the game, but they finished with a -5 turnover margin. You're not going to win many games doing that. I still do like Darian Mensah, their quarterback. I do like their ground game as well. And NC State right now, 9th in the ACC in rushing defense. They're giving up 115 yards per game. And they're 16th in pass defense, giving up 297 yards per game. So I like all the Darian Mensah props. I think he gets it going today. Right now, Duke is averaging 352 passing yards per game. They're averaging 126 yards per game on the ground. Their freshman running back, Nate Shepard, has 127 yards on 15 carries, so I think they get him going today. It's my last ride today with Duke, although they need to fix up that pass defense. Right now, through 3 games, they are ranked 11 out of 17 ACC teams. They're giving up 226 yards per game, and they're going against C.J. Bailey, NC State's quarterback, who's completing 70% of his passes. He's also rushed 21 times for 84 yards and 3 touchdowns, so dual threat quarterback. 5 touchdowns. Has done a pretty good job protecting the football, only 1 pick. Hoping today, though, Duke could at least force a couple turnovers, win this game. I do like the Blue Devils to take care of business. I bet this at 2.5. Looking over at BetMGM right now, I believe that is still the price on this one. And actually, we got 3. So Duke is a 3-point favorite, 4 p.m. kickoff. 57.5 is the total. If you just like the money line, -150. I know our guy, Double D, David Dykstra, likes NC State. They are +125 on the money line to pull off the slight upset. But Duke is at home. It's been a letdown. If they don't win this game, it's an even bigger letdown. They paid $4 million for Mensa to transfer over from Tulane. So they need to at least win 7-8 games this season for Manny Diaz. Some other games, North Carolina catching 7 on the road now, taking on Central Florida. Total in the game is 46.5. Look, I actually kind of like Carolina in this game, catching 7. Ball State, 21.5-point dogs against UConn. No play for me there. 53.5 is the total. I like this UConn team, though. Liberty, back home, catching 8.5 against James Madison. James Madison laying a pretty big number on the road. They're minus 325 on the money line. No play for me in that one. Total in the game is 46.5. Eastern Michigan today at home, catching 2.5 against the Ragin' Cajuns. Total 50.5. If you want to bet Eastern Michigan on the money line, there's a plus 110 price right now over at BetMGM. Louisiana to win that game outright, minus 135. Troy, who looked really good a couple weeks ago against Clemson, they had a double-digit lead going into the half. I faded them last week, and I'm going to do the same again this week. If I bet this game, it's going to be Buffalo or pass. They're 5.5-point favorites right now. Total in the game, 44.5. I do kind of like Buffalo to win that game by a touchdown. Toledo, laying 14 on the road against Western Michigan. I like this Toledo team a lot in the MAC. I don't want to lay 14, though, on the road. Total in the game, 48.5. Again, if I had to bet the game, it would be Toledo or pass, but maybe I wait, try to get a live better number. Northern Illinois, catching 23.5, taking on Mississippi State. Total in the game is 48.5. Again, low total. You got a big dog in Northern Illinois. Last year, they beat Notre Dame outright. This is not the same team. But if I got to bet the game, it's Huskies or pass. Temple, catching 24.5 against Georgia Tech. We have bet this game. We are going to go with Temple at 24.5. The total in the game is 52.5. Georgia Tech, they're ground and pound with Haynes King. They're going to want to run the ball here. They're coming off a big win against Clemson at home last week. They've probably been celebrating all week long. I think this could be a little bit of a letdown spot. Last week, you beat Clemson, signature win for Brent Key and that team. And I love Clemson as underdogs. I don't necessarily love Key and Haynes King as big favorites, though, because they're going to want to run the rock today. Total 52.5. Give me Temple catching 24.5. I like this one quite a bit. So big bet on that game. Early games in the primetime slate. Kansas laying 12.5 against West Virginia. That was 11.5. So Kansas is actually taking a little bit of money. Total in the game, 54.5. Kansas on the money line, minus 500. If you think West Virginia could pull off another upset this week, they beat Pitt in the backyard brawl last week. They're plus 375. I like Kansas. Again, I think this could be a letdown spot for West Virginia. That said, I was also on Pitt last week. West Virginia wins that game in overtime. I think Kansas, though, goes back home this week. You worry about the defense getting consistent stops for them to win this game by margin, but I've been really impressed with Jalen Daniels so far this season now that he's fully healthy. It's a big number, but I'll lay it here with the Jayhawks, minus 12.5. Florida Internationals laying 4.5 today against Delaware. No play for me in that one. Total 54.5. Arkansas State laying 4.5 against Kennesaw State. No play for me there. The total is 57.5. South Carolina catching 10 against Missouri. Now, this has been the big story all week. Lenoris Sellers, who was concussed last week, is he going to play? Is he not going to play? He's been practicing all week. He got upgraded to probable. Looks like he's going to go. I was kind of hoping. I love Lenoris Sellers. Legit Heisman candidate coming into the year. He's been a little bit of a letdown. Do love him as a pro prospect. I kind of wanted him not to play in this game because I wanted a 13.5, maybe a 14 with South Carolina. I think they keep this game close. Missouri's offensive numbers are great, but they haven't really played anybody yet. South Carolina has a top 25 defense still. So I think that defense could keep them in this game. Catching 10 with a total at 48.5, especially, and even if Sellers does play and you're getting double digits, I would bet this game now. I like South Carolina to cover today against Missouri. I know a lot of people like Missouri and laid the 11.5. You're getting a better number now with Missouri if you do want to bet them, obviously, going from 11.5 to 10. But I think the Gamecocks keep this game close. I do think they're going to be a little bit of a disappointment in the SEC, though. Tougher schedule this year. I know last year they won 8 straight, and everybody loved them coming into the year. But I worry that they make a bowl game, to be honest with you. But I do like them to cover today against Missouri. Boise State laying 10.5 against Air Force tonight at 7. Total in the game, 51.5. If I had to bet the game, it would be Boise State. They had a clunker to start the year against a good South Florida team, but now they got to win out if they have any shot at getting back to the college football playoff, which I don't think is going to be the case this year regardless. But if I had to bet the game, it would be Boise State, even at a big number at 10.5. Marshall, the Fighting Chad Penningtons, Randy Mosses laying 2.5 on the road against Middle Tennessee State. Total of the game, 46.5. No play for me, but we got to get through every single game on the board. That's what we do here. And then Western Kentucky laying 8.5 against Nevada. The total just got hit to the under 54.5. That would be my look on that game, the under, but no play for me. When we come back, primetime bets, our best bets for the day, for the night. It's the tailgate kickoff here on the BetMGM network. Ryan Horvath coming back here in about 5.
Works Tailgate Kickoff. Listen back anywhere on the go with the Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. This is BetMGM Network's Tailgate Kickoff. Open up the BetMGM app and get ready for Ryan's college football best bets. Make it legendary.
Tailgate kickoff here on the BetMGM Network. We're going to go through all of the best bets for the day. We will also go through the primetime slate, anything that we didn't get through from earlier today. We got David Dykstra, executive producer of the show. We'll get his best bets for the day as well. But a reminder with BetMGM, it's time to zero in on every snap. Activate your odds boost token on any college football bet, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins with, again, the king of sports books, BetMGM. So, if you put together, we did this last night on the show. I'm not the biggest parlay guy, but every once in a while I'll dabble. I'll mess around a little bit with some dogs. If I had to go with the ugly dog parlay today, I'm going to go with Miami, Ohio, catching what was 2.5, now 1.5. An 0-2 football team looking for their first victory of the season, taking on UNLV, who's played 3 nobodies. Really 2 nobodies in UCLA, who's looking for a new head coach. So we are going to roll with Miami, Ohio. We will throw in Purdue catching 24.5 against Notre Dame. I got to see it to believe it with this Notre Dame team, right? I mean, that defense can't get consistent stops. And there's just something off about that team. I love Marcus Freeman. I love the job that he's done. Obviously, last year they're in the Natty. They lose to Ohio State. They were in that game till Jeremiah Smith torched him on that final, in the final drive. But I will go Miami, Ohio. I don't want to talk about it as a Notre Dame fan. Catching 2.5. Purdue catching 24.5. And then give me Temple against Georgia Tech at 24.5. I think there could be a letdown spot for Georgia Tech after their big win last week against Clemson. All right, let's see where we left off. We got some more games to break down and some more bets here on BetMGM tonight, which is not my show. That is my weekly show. That's what happens, David, when you're doing multiple shows here on the network. Sometimes confuse the name. But, hey, that's a good promo. Check out BetMGM tonight, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday with myself and Brad Evans, getting you set for the NFL slate. A lot of good NFL action. All right, so let's scroll down here. We already talked about Temple and Georgia Tech. So Lenore Sellers looks like he's going to be a go tonight against Missouri, which is why you're seeing the live movement in that game. Probably the game of the night in the Big Ten. I know my co-host, speaking of Brad Evans, really excited about this one, is a Illinois guy. Illinois taking on Indiana. And this one the spread opened at 3.5. A lot of love for Illinois. A lot of people thinking that they could be a dark horse college football playoff contender. They bring back 18 returning starters from a team that overperformed last year. Luke Altmaier has looked damn good. Killed me against Duke. He can make all the throws. I wasn't fully sold on their wide receivers after the loss of Pat Bryant. But man, against Duke, they torched me. Defense usually pretty solid, but if I have to bet the game, I'm going to pass at 6.5. I understand why people liked Indiana on the open, but at 6.5, I feel like it's gotten a little out of hand. Indiana on the offensive side of the ball looks great. They got 2 200-yard rushers. Surratt's a stud. Fernando Mendoza might be a first-round pick. I feel like he's really flown under the radar. He did it California. And that was behind that offensive line, one of the worst in the country. Now he has a legit offensive line. Cignetti's a good coach, which is why Indiana was in the college football playoff last year. I know they got stomped when they got there, and people didn't want to see them make the college football playoff, but that's a good program that Cignetti's running, and that's why you got number 19 Indiana laying 6.5 against a top 10 team in Illinois. Usually I would just lay the points with Indiana, but I don't want to lay 6.5 when I could have had 3.5 or 4 or 4.5. Money line for Indiana is too pricey for me, minus 245. If you like the dog, Illinois, you 3-0, Illinois 3-0. I can't wait to see who's for real this season. Because the signature win so far for Illinois is Duke, and they've been a little bit of a letdown. Going through the primetime games, wow, Illinois actually just moved to 7 at BetMGM. If you want the 7, you could get it. It is minus 115, total 52.5. Florida, Miami. So I get why at 8, 8.5, or 9 you would like Florida. I don't know that I could do it. I know this is a desperate team. They need this win. A couple weeks ago, they lose outright to South Florida. They lose to LSU. They don't cover the number against LSU. If I have to bet the game and I haven't, I would bet Miami right now. I was considering Florida because of the desperation spot. And everybody loved Florida coming into the year and DJ Lagway, but he's been too sloppy with the football. The offensive line has really struggled to protect him. I know he's a dual threat, but this Miami defense is for real. I think they have one of the better defensive lines in the country. They have one of the better offensive lines in the country. And if you're going to beat Miami this year, you got to get pressure on Carson Beck. We bet Carson Beck to win the Heisman at better than 20-1. Now he's down to 11-1, 10-1 in some shops. A couple weeks ago, he had 15 straight completions to start the game. That offense for Miami is the real deal. The defense is the real deal. I like the coordinators. The only reason I couldn't fully buy in preseason at better than 3-1 to win the ACC is Mario Cristobal. But I like the Corey Heatherman hire, the defensive coordinator from Minnesota. And like I said, that defense, we saw that week 1 against Notre Dame when they held Notre Dame's run game in check. Jeremiah Love couldn't get anything going on the ground. Jadarian Price couldn't get anything going on the ground. Ruben Bain's been a stud for Miami. I think they're legit contenders to win it all this year and to win the ACC. You're still getting plus money on that, by the way. Not 3-1 anymore, but I believe plus 150. So it's 7.5. It's a stay away for me. I like this Miami team, and Florida's desperate, but they are catching 7.5 right now at BetMGM minus 115. Total in the game is 50.5. Even though I really like this Miami defense, kind of lean over in this one. Coastal Carolina is catching 15.5 on the road against South Alabama. Total in the game 51.5. Also tonight we get Vandy laying 27.5 against Georgia State. Total in the game 53.5. I think this could be a little bit of a letdown spot for Vandy. So if we get to 28.5, I could see some love coming in for Georgia State. Nothing there for me. Washington laying 20.5 against Washington State. Rivalry game coming up 7:30 p.m. Apple Cup, CBS. Total in the game 52. Usually in a rivalry game, I would take the points with the dog, but I like this Washington team. They got some big games coming up themselves. They got Illinois. I'm going to stay away from this one. Stanford catching 16.5 on the road against Virginia. I like Virginia. They let me down a couple weeks ago against NC State, but if I had to bet the game, it would be Virginia or pass. 49.5 is the total. Nothing there for me. Coming up 7:30 p.m. tonight on Fox. Can't wait to watch this one. Arizona State, I went under on their win total, so I'll be cheering for Baylor. At 2.5, I have nothing in this game. I like Sawyer Robertson a lot, Baylor's quarterback, but I don't trust their defense. Arizona State, I love Kenny Dillingham, but I think we overhyped Arizona State coming into the year. You know, I know like in the NFL, losing a running back isn't like a huge deal unless it's Saquon Barkley or Derrick Henry, but losing Cam Skattebo is obviously huge for Arizona State. Right now, looks really good for the New York Giants, and they won a lot of games last year, one possession fluky games that they shouldn't have, including against Texas State, who they beat by a field goal. If I had to bet the game, I'd probably take Baylor at home, but that's a pass. I do like the over at 60.5. It's probably a public bet, but I just don't see many stops in that game, so I'll actually lock that in. I'll go over 60.5 Arizona State Baylor. BYU on the road tonight, laying 6.5 against East Carolina. Total in the game 49.5. Nothing there for me. Southern Miss catching 3 on the road against Louisiana Tech. Total 50.5. Nothing there for me. And Texas tonight, I couldn't do it. Laying 38.5 against a really bad Sam Houston State team. Total in the game 51.5. Arch Manning, it looks like a little overrated coming into the year. Looks like the hype was a little bit too much for Arch. The mechanics look bad. Some people think he might be hurt. If he's got any other, like if his name is Arch Williams, I think he's probably the starting quarterback at Minnesota or Rice. But because he's Arch Manning, he's at Texas. I'm not sold on Texas, so I couldn't lay 39.5. Only other games that we didn't get to tonight, Colorado laying 12.5 against Wyoming. Total in the game 45.5. And Cal laying 14 against San Diego State. Total 47.5. Late night game, USC is now up to 19.5 against Michigan State. I like this Michigan State team, but they got a ton of injuries. USC is the real deal this year. I would lay it, even though you could have had 17.5 last night. Now we're at 19.5. My play would be USC or pass. So again, today we got 11. We got Clemson 17.5. We got the under 56.5 in Tech and Utah. We got Miami, Ohio catching 2.5 against UNLV. We bet Purdue 24.5 against Notre Dame. Nebraska and the over against Michigan. Tulane catching 12.5, now 11.5 against Ole Miss. Duke is 3-point favorites against NC State. Temple catching 24.5 against Georgia Tech. And you know what? I need something on the. I'll go. I will bet Indiana. Small pizza money bet for me. All right, we got David Dykstra producing the show. Now, you said, David, we're going head to head on a couple of these. Give us your best bets for the day. If I had to give a best bet, just because they've torched me 2 weeks in a row and I can't see them doing it for a third consecutive week, give me Duke and give me Clemson laying the 17.5 against Syracuse. I guess I'll go with those as my best bets. Duke and Clemson. If Clemson doesn't win that game by margin today, man, they got big, big problems.
I'm with you on the Clemson one. I think they have a bounce back here. The Duke one, we are on opposite sides. I actually took NC State on the money line. I think that's a true pick 'em. One of my favorite bets this week is Missouri. It is now up to -10 on the books. I got it at -9.5. I really like Missouri's offense with Bo Prabula. He's looked amazing. Once again, Penn State, let's go. Let's a guy transfer out who is now producing for another university. And I'm with you on Tulane. I love Tulane. I might even sprinkle a little on the money line as well. I think Tulane's better than everybody thinks they are, and I think Ole Miss is not as good as everybody thinks they are.
All right, so I like those plays, even though you're going against me on a couple of them. And so Lenora Sellers is officially going to play today, so he is in. So that's why that number is going where it's going. I like South Carolina's defense, but you're right, man. Missouri's offense has been humming, and Bo Prabula has looked damn good. Damn good. In fact, you know what? I'm not going to lie. At times, he's looked better than Drew Aller, who's been a little bit of a letdown, but I don't care until we get to that Oregon game, and then that's where I'm going to need Penn State. Pete Thamel just had this. Obviously, we're doing our show, but he's on College Game Day. So he just said a poll of 25 NFL executives and scouts have ranked college football QB1. Lenora Sellers got the most votes at 8. That's what I'm saying. I know he's not going to win the Heisman, and South Carolina might be a little bit of a letdown. But if I got the number 1 overall pick and I need a quarterback, it's probably Lenora Sellers, man. I like Beck. I like Nussmeier, but I think Lenora Sellers is going to be a stud. By the way, Arch Manning got 1 vote. Here's a quote. The NFL sentiment right now is that Arch isn't going to be able to go to the draft until 2027. Well, yeah, no doubt, man. Who is drafting Arch Manning even next year, number 1 overall? We're back next Saturday, tailgate kickoff. Go Clemson, win that game by 21, and we're all happy here on the BetMGM Network.
If you missed any of BetMGM Network's tailgate kickoff, listen back anywhere on the go with the Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Games are live, the lines are moving, and the action is non-stop.
Parker Livingston, look at him go! Just like that.
From the biggest plays to the sharpest bets, we've got your Saturday covered.
I'm not one of those people. Roll Tide.
They got to 10, they got to 15, they got to 20, and then I don't think they ever led ever again.
They don't care how much they win by. They just want to get out of those games healthy.
I got a little nuts. I did a fade the SEC round robin.
Georgia never covers against an FCS team, and they always roll in Knoxville.
Score updates, live betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines with PJ Glasser and Paul Aspen on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Moments away from kickoff to the Saturday slate, Week 4 college football. PJ Glasser, Paul Aspen here with you. Inside the Betting Lines, presented by BetMGM, right here on the BetMGM Network. We're with you for the next 4 hours up until 4 p.m. Eastern Time, keeping you updated, giving you live lines on all the games going on in college football. Paul and I will give out all of our favorite bets for the day. We'll also dive into the NFL games that we have tomorrow and Monday night between the Ravens and the Lions as we look at Week 3 in the NFL. So a lot of great stuff coming up here on Inside the Betting Lines presented by BetMGM. We're also going to have 3 great guests join us on the show today. Zach Walchuk going to stop by. We'll talk some Dallas Cowboys with Zach as they head to Chicago tomorrow to take on the Bears. Barrett Brooks will join us to talk about the Rams and the Eagles. A lot of people feel like those might be the two best teams in the NFC. So we'll talk that game, dive into some more NFL with Barrett Brooks, and then Manny Navarro will join us to talk Miami and Florida, one of the games of the day in college football. College Game Day is there right now as they are giving out their picks in the Miami and Florida game. Paul, great to be with you again, sir. How you doing on this Saturday, week 4 college football?
PJ, I've seen them unveil the iron skillet on the sideline. So that means we are ready for these noon Eastern kickoffs. That one in particular, excited to talk about SMU and TCU. I'm ready, man. Last week was great. Like, we had some nice looks on ODU and West Virginia, but like the slate is just so much better this week. It was like a little bit of a lull last week, and now we've got so many games excited to talk about, especially like right off the top, Texas Tech, Utah, SMU, TCU, and a number throughout the day.
I mean, what's great, Paul, is that, a lot of these teams, we really haven't seen them play anybody, and it feels like today we're going to see like some of these top teams finally play some good competition. Utah, Texas Tech getting ready to start. Those two schools really haven't played anybody. Illinois and Indiana, certainly Indiana hasn't played anybody, so excited to watch them against one another. Nebraska and Michigan should be a good one today in Lincoln, so bunch of good matchups. And like you said, good slate. Next week is an unbelievable slate. So maybe we'll look ahead a little bit, some of those games. We have some look-ahead lines out as well. But, Paul, what were some of your favorite bets for some of the early games that you had today?
So I'm not going to tell people to bet Utah as they're about to kick off at -3.5. But I did, in a contest that took Utah -2.5, I did bet -3. This one's intriguing to me. And, look, Texas Tech spent all this money on players in the offseason. They have a dynamic offense. Again, they haven't really played anyone, but you could see similar things for Utah with UCLA being in shambles. For me, this one comes down to, look, Texas Tech's got, the mercenaries they brought in, the flashy offense, the fancy offense. It looks like highlight reel offense. What are they going to do when they get punched in the mouth? Because I can guarantee you Utah is going to punch them in the mouth. On the offensive line with the NFL caliber talent, and on the defense as well. I am very intrigued. That's why I go towards the Utes at home as well. See how Texas Tech responds to some adversity there. So I like Utah to win the game. I laid 3. I understand the case if you're going to get the hook and take Texas Tech. I certainly understand that. I think it'll be a really good game. I don't know that it'll be the highest scoring game. The total kind of tells us that. And then can Texas Tech win when their offense, that dynamic offense, is not clicking on all cylinders? So where are you at on that game?
I didn't bet anything on the game, Paul. I was maybe considering a first half under just because it is such an early start. It's 10 a.m. local for the Utah kids, and then it's 11 a.m. local for the Texas Tech kids. It's the first trip that they've ever had to Salt Lake City, so getting used to Bryce Eccles and that environment, even though it is a day game. And look, we're in week 4 college football. We've already seen through the first 3 weeks a lot of these big matchups, super low scoring games, especially in the first half. And we know Utah, their DNA, Kyle Whittingham, their defensive team. So I would expect their defense to show up. And then Texas Tech, all the money that they spent in the offseason, all the guys they brought in from the portal to help their defense. They have a terrific defensive line. Even though you have 2 experienced quarterbacks that are playing very well, I kind of like the first half under a little bit, which was at 27.5. It still is, and it's plus 105 to the under. So if you want to shop around and find a flat 28, you certainly could do that as well. I think this is one of those games, Paul, I just want to sit back and maybe just bet live. I'm honestly hoping that Texas Tech gets up early. Then maybe I can get a nice plus money on Utah on the money line to win the game. It's just the line's been going back and forth all week between 3 and 3.5. It just feels too easy to take Utah like money line and a parlay. Just don't know enough about these teams, especially Texas Tech. I stayed away, but my thought in the game or my lean would probably be that first half under.
I like that. I mean, I wrote down as far as the total goes, I was like, would only consider the under, never the over. I will say, and this is something we use on Bet Sweats, but to maybe avoid certain sides, and I'm on the wrong sides if we go by that, but the 5 most bet teams for week 4, top 25 teams bet for week 4 in college football as of today, because there were some on Friday, but the updated ones for today. Number 1 most bet side, Oklahoma -6.5. Number 2 most bet side at BetMGM, Utah minus 3.5. Worst of the number. Miami minus 7.5. Game we'll certainly talk about.
Yep.
Michigan minus 1.5. That has just come down, I think, in the last 24 hours, hanging at 2.5 most of the week. And then the trendiest of trendy dogs all week, Illinois plus 7, the 5th most bet team at BetMGM for college football today.
And yet that line just keeps on moving towards Indiana, which is super interesting. So, yeah, we'll get into all those games for sure. Utah, Texas Tech get ready to kick off in 3 minutes. Once again, the Utes 3.5-point favorite. Total in the game, 58.5. You mentioned the Iron Skillet, Paul. There, we got a matchup in Dallas today between TCU and SMU. TCU closed as a 7.5-point favorite. We've seen these teams in some high-profile games, right? Obviously, TCU opened the season at North Carolina, took care of business, steamrolled Belichick and the Tar Heels, and then we got to see SMU a couple weeks ago in a thriller against Baylor. So each of these teams have played a Power 4 opponent. TCU looked really impressive against North Carolina. They were a team that not a lot of people talked about in the offseason, but a ton of returning production on that roster. This isn't a conference game because you got ACC versus Big 12, but did you have any plays in TCU SMU?
I played SMU, and TCU is driving the ball right now over midfield, but I took 6.5 in a contest. I bet the 7. I just think this is, frankly, disrespectful to SMU. And look, there's some interesting angles to this, right? Because like Sonny Dykes and TCU are the ones that they're deciding they're done with this series. They're done with the Iron Skillet. So take that for what it is. That could show up on the field. It might not. SMU has a strong offensive line. I like their quarterback. You know, if you look at TCU's offense, I mean, John Hoover and that TCU offense, look, they're going to miss their leading rusher, Gavarian Barnes. Or I believe he's questionable with a lower leg injury. I don't see if he officially played, if he's in right now. But the SMU defense has allowed over 300 yards passing per game. I mean, they did go up and down the field with Baylor a couple weeks ago in a shootout that they ended up losing in overtime. So the defense is a little bit of a concern. Higher total at 62.5. I just think if this game's going to go back and forth, I think 7's a lot. And it's up to the live line is already up to, I guess it's touched 9.5. I see 8.5 right now with TCU driving down the field in field goal range. Just tick down to 7.5. 7.5 is a bet for SMU for me. 7 was a bet for me on SMU. So I'm on the Mustangs.
I think that's a key theme for a lot of the games today, right? We've already talked about it for the first 2. Utah and Texas Tech feels like a numbers play. You can get 3.5, take the dog. 3, you probably lay it. Same thought with TCU, SMU. I mean, that's just kind of how betting goes, especially in the NFL with those key numbers. And certainly those 2 games, I would tend to agree with you. It's really all about the numbers play for me. Game we were talking about, Paul, before we hopped on the air was this Maryland-Wisconsin game, which was a game that kept getting bet the entire week one way. Badgers opened up about 6.5-point favorites, got all the way up to 10.5. There was a question of whether or not the quarterback, Billy Edwards Jr., was going to play, and he's been with Maryland the last couple years, so a revenge game for him, a chance to go up against his former team. Badgers closed at 10.5 on BetMGM. Total in the game was 44.5, and Wisconsin had a nice first couple plays, got into Maryland territory. Looks like they're going to have to settle for a field goal to try to take a 3-0 lead. You know, I looked at that 6.5, 7.5. I thought about putting Wisconsin in a money line parlay, thought about laying it. Once it got to 10.5, though, I couldn't bet Wisconsin at that number. I could never bet Maryland in a game like this, just knowing the Terps, knowing Loxley. This is the kind of game, these defensive teams like Wisconsin just always give them trouble, especially on the road. So no play for me, but you were talking about this one. What was maybe the angle that you had?
PJ, who's the quarterback for Wisconsin?
Billy Edwards Jr.
Okay, because I thought it was Tom Brady the way everyone was talking this week, or Vinny Testaverde. Like, yeah. I get he went to Maryland, but this guy is all of a sudden like he's this quarterback that's making them a 10-point favorite. Like, look, I like what I've seen from Malik Washington, the true freshman at Maryland, and look, this Wisconsin defense has been leaky as hell. Like, Alabama ran all over them. Middle Tennessee State had multiple explosive against them. So my play on this game. I got 10.5 in a contest, and like I was looking at it as a bet early in the week, and I was like, I'm not going to bet that. But my bet in this game, I did take it in the contest, Maryland plus 10.5. But my bet in this game, there were a couple different numbers hanging out there. You could do Maryland team total over 17.5 at plus 125 earlier in the week. We'll call it yesterday's bet over 16.5 at minus 118. They're not going to be able to move the ball in this Wisconsin defense that has looked very susceptible. Like, it does not look strong at all. Like, I know that's Luke Fickell's bread and butter, his defense, but I'll take Maryland at least putting up 17 points against a Wisconsin defense that has been unimpressive, whether it's Alabama they're playing or Middle Tennessee State.
Paul, good news for you. The Terps did just block that field goal, so it's a scoreless game. We're going to see Malik Washington and that Terps offense on the field first. Real quick, let's play a hypothetical game because I think Luke Fickell is certainly on the hot seat, and Mike Gundy at Oklahoma State, they had a horrible performance last night. He's definitely on the hot seat. Fickell loses this game to Maryland today outright. Which coach do you think is out of a job first, Gundy or Fickell?
I mean, just because Gundy's like an institution down there, I guess I'd say Fickell. Like, okay. I think you could put anyone else up against Gundy, and maybe they'll finally pull the trigger there. But I think, I'd say Fickell, I guess.
I would tend to agree. This is a game he has to win today. Not off to a good start. Maryland has the ball in that live line, now down to 8.5 against the Badgers. Another game, Paul, today, Syracuse and Clemson. Interesting spread. Obviously, Clemson has played two good teams up to this point. Georgia Tech, LSU, lost both of those games. The offense with Cade Klubnik has not looked good. They were 17.5-point favorites today against Syracuse. Total was 55.5. Did you lay it with Clemson thinking they were going to bounce back? Did you take your Cuse plus the points, or did you stay away?
I had Clemson minus 17.5 penciled into a contest. I ended up getting away from it. I did not bet the game. It was Clemson or nothing. It was never Syracuse here, as TCU scores a touchdown, gets in the end zone against SMU.
Yeah, 3rd and 17.
Oof. There's that SMU defense.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, look, I am now, after this week, after seeing some clips of Fran Brown, PJ, I am back in on Syracuse football for the first time in 20 years. Like, I am back in. I love the attitude saying, I'm not going to say exactly what he said, but he's like, he's going to come after people if they start poaching his players. He's like, don't let me see you, that sort of thing. Don't let me run into you. So I'm in on that swag, that attitude, but they just don't have much talent this year, PJ. And so I think, again, as I said last week, and Dabo again this week, well, if Clemson gets sick of me and they're sick of winning, they can get rid of me, blah, 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 blah. Like, I'm sick of Dabo too. But it says Clemson smash spot written all over it, I think, for me. How about you?
Yeah, it would be the only play, would be to lay it with Clemson. I kind of consider their team total over, too. Their offense has been so bad, but against the leaky Syracuse defense, I think this is a perfect get-right game for Clemson. So I think they could score in the 40s today against Syracuse. Another game I bet in this early window, Paul, I took Miami of Ohio plus 2.5 against UNLV. You have 3-0 UNLV against 0-2 Miami of Ohio. It's a huge schedule disparity, though. Miami of Ohio's played two Big Ten opponents on the road. And UNLV, looking at who they've played, UCLA, that didn't age well. FCS school, they played Sam Houston State as well. So I just don't think they're very good. Going on the road against a well-coached Miami of Ohio team, I took the Red Hawks today. So I'll be rooting for them against Dan Mullen's boys from Las Vegas. We're going to take a quick timeout here on Inside the Betting Lines presented by BetMGM. PJ Glasser, Paul Aspen will continue looking at Week 4 college football.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. The lines are shifting, the scores are changing, and we've got you covered. This is Inside the Betting Lines with PJ Glasser and Paul Aspen, live on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back Inside the Betting Lines, presented by BetMGM. PJ and Paul here with you. Week 4 college football, and we are off and running with some of the underdogs off to a good start. Texas Tech with an opening drive touchdown. They lead 7-0. They go from a 3.5-point dog to a 3.5-point favorite, just like that, as they take a 7-0 lead on the Utes. Live total up to 60.5. Arkansas up 7-3 on Memphis. Wisconsin and Maryland still scoreless in Madison. Syracuse off to a 7-0 start on Clemson. You have TCU up 7-0 on SMU. Louisville Bowling Green still scoreless. UNLV and Miami, Ohio scoreless. North Texas up 7-0 on Army. And then Virginia Tech, who fired their coach earlier this week, Brent Pry, they are scoreless with Wofford right now. With 8 minutes to go in the first quarter in that game. So a lot going on right now. Paul, let's look at some of the games we have coming up in the afternoon, starting with an SEC top 25 matchup, Oklahoma and Auburn. OU is 6.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 46.5. Current number at 6.5, because I know there were some 7s that popped up with Auburn. It's 6.5. Would you make a bet on this game?
I'd take Auburn, catching the 6.5, and I know the narrative, like former Oklahoma quarterback going back home, and Jackson Arnold, who would know him better than his former coach, Brent Venables, and I get that. Mateer's trying to continue his Heisman case. He's at the top of the odds board with Carson Beck. It's a pretty stout Auburn defense, but they're beatable through the air. So it'll be really interesting to kind of see that chess match between Mateer, who also uses his legs quite a bit, and that Auburn defense. And then, Jackson Arnold, played 9 games for Oklahoma, started 9 games for Oklahoma last year. Oklahoma will be out without their sack leader from last year, Mason Thomas. He's out for the first half because of a targeting suspension. So he'll come back in the second half. A touch 6.5. I think I like what I've seen from Auburn. I think, and again, Oklahoma, I'm not trying to not drink the Kool-Aid, but I'm not all the way there. It's like, all right, SEC opener, right?
So the way that I look at this game, Paul, I think a bunch of people, right, they're going to look at who Oklahoma has played, obviously, and they're going to look at the game against Michigan, and they're going to say to themselves, well, OU was a 5.5-point favorite in that game. Now they're a 6.5-point favorite against Auburn. I think the eye test would tell you that Auburn's probably a better team than Michigan. But I think stylistically, this matchup is a bad one for Auburn. That win against Baylor, they ran for over 300 yards. Jackson Arnold was unbelievable running the ball. Against Oklahoma, just a tough defense to run on, a tough defense to move the football on, but definitely to run on. And even though Auburn's got a great wide receiver room, Brett Venables is going to make Auburn throw the football. I think they're going to do a good job of limiting their run game and their explosiveness on the ground. And because of that, I think Auburn's going to have a tough time moving the football. And Mateer's awesome. He's the favorite right now to win the Heisman Trophy. So I do like Oklahoma in the game at 6.5. At 7, I'd probably stay away. I think they're a good money line parlay piece today at -250 if you want to take them with like Indiana, you want to take them with Miami, maybe you want to take them with the Chiefs tomorrow. Like I think there's some good spots to maybe parlay them with somebody else. As Paul, the Terps nearly had a pick 6. They're down to the 4-yard line against Wisconsin trying to punch it in and go up first. But I think Oklahoma, good money line parlay piece today.
Billy Edwards, the second coming of quarterback play in Wisconsin.
Wait until you see this throw. Are you watching the game? Because
it did not make a screen.
Okay, it was like an arm punt. Just threw it up for grabs to the safety, and you're in business. Billy. First and goal at the 4.
Nice. I mean, they did crap out in Wisconsin territory on their last drive, so hopefully they punch this one in. Would your other leg? I guess I'm jumping ahead here. Would your other leg of that money line parlay be the U?
I think them. It would. I think Indiana's a good piece. It would probably be the Chiefs. Like the Chiefs are my favorite teaser moneyline parlay piece today. I cannot see them going 0-3. So I think it's like -290 now. If you pair them with Oklahoma, you might have to lay some juice. It's probably like minus 120, somewhere in that neighborhood. But it would probably be like Oklahoma, Kansas City for me, Paul. If you're looking for another college game, though, it probably would be Miami.
I'm with you, not to jump all the way into the NFL, but I can't see the Chiefs losing to the Giants. And look, Russ turned back the clock, but I think he might have made a deal with the devil with someone for like one game. And thankfully, as a Dallas Survivor holder, somehow we got through that game. But I think this reeks of like just an absolute Russ dud in prime time, and they change everything after this week, if not at halftime, and bring in the Rook, and the Giants just get embarrassed on national TV on Sunday night, and the Chiefs are, back to being the Chiefs. Look, they're going to be a work in progress for a lot of this season, get some weapons back throughout the season, but I'm with you. I cannot see the Chiefs losing this weekend.
No, I can't. I think they're a great parlay piece. Whether it's Miami, whether it's Oklahoma, that's the play I would make in that game. Couple of good drives for us, Paul. Maryland does punch it in the end zone to take a 7-0 lead. Miami of Ohio gets an interception. They score a touchdown to take a 7-0 lead. So some nice starts there. Syracuse still up 7-0. Clemson down to a 7.5-point favorite right now. So we got to keep an eye on that game at some point. Might be a nice time to jump in on Clemson live by the dip. North Texas just scored another touchdown to take a 14-0 lead on Army. Tulane and Ole Miss, very interesting game, Paul, because Ole Miss, it's a sandwich spot for them in between SEC teams. You come off a nice win against Arkansas. You got a massive game next week against LSU. This line was at 11.5, got all the way up to 13.5. That was sharp money that was driving that up. Now it's back down to 11.5. I would lean Ole Miss here in the game. I think Tulane could make the playoff. I think they can win the American, and they could be the Group of 5 representative. However, they've beaten 2 Power 4 opponents, Paul, but it was Northwestern and Duke, and those are just 2 teams that just beat themselves, that have, they're turn the ball over, they have costly penalties, they miss field goals, they do all the things that bad teams do to lose games. And Kiffin's Ole Miss teams usually take care a Group of 5 schools, even the decent ones like Tulane. It is a tricky spot, and you do have to wonder about that. But it would only be Ole Miss or pass for me today at 11.5. I think the perception around Tulane right now is that they're a little bit better than they actually are, because Duke and Northwestern are just terrible. They're just not good. So I would look at Ole Miss today, 11.5, if I had to bet that game.
I just have no idea what to make of the quarterback situation, what Lane Kiffin's going to do there. So I wrote this one down and I moved on. I understand. Like Tulane, speaking of Duke, we'll get to them. The trust issues forever with Duke in all sports, actually, if we're going back to March Madness. But Tulane with the win there. So, yeah, it would be a good spot to go against them, I think, with Ole Miss. But I was just kind of like this, like not knowing what to do. So I'm interested to watch for sure. Not interested in betting it.
Yeah. Michigan, Nebraska. So you mentioned first segment, Paul, this line was pretty much Michigan 2.5 the whole week. The total's gotten bet up from 45.5 to 47.5. Now the Wolverines are a 1-point favorite today on the road. I don't have a play in this game. I think if anything, I'd look at under 47.5. This just feels like a classic Big Ten first to 20 type game with 2 good defenses, hostile environment, and I just think it's one of those. Raiola hasn't progressed as much as I thought he would up to this point, and I just don't think he's as good as people who are betting on Nebraska want him to be in this game, right? I think people that are looking at this game, you know about Matt Rule year 3, you know the defense is good, you know it's a tough place to play, but Raiola's just, Paul, I watch him and it's still like, he's just like he should be. It's like Klubnik. Like I watch him, I'm like, this guy should be way better than he is. It's the same with Raiola. That's what's making me stay away from the game. Do you have a play?
It was Nebraska or nothing for me, but I didn't get to the window on it. I've got nothing with Michigan just being a point favorite now. It's nothing. And also when you mentioned the total, it's gotten bet up from 45.5 to 46.5 to 47.5. So like for that reason, now I'm like, well, I don't really want to. I could see 47.5 being a buy under point, but I don't necessarily want to go after that. The year 3 Matt Rule thing, like I'm a believer, but I've heard it too much this week, if that makes sense. And that's just like I how many times we're going to hear that this week? And see what happens there. It's a pretty good and experienced Huskers secondary against Bryce Underwood, so be interesting to see how much Michigan lets him do. The run defense is a bit of a concern. Huskers are 75th in rush defense. They just have 5 sacks through 3 games, so it could be a game where Michigan just kind of keeps it on the ground. And like you said, Raiola, we'll see. I'm not at a point where I want to spend my own money kind of in what would be a guessing game and a coin flip at this point.
I have no plays, Paul, on Notre Dame Purdue today. Notre Dame, 24.5-point favorite, looking for their first win of the season. And then Belichick in North Carolina on the road, 7-point dogs in Orlando, taking on UCF. I do not have any plays in that game. Do you have any plays, or we can just move on?
This is the spot, PJ, right? This is the spot for Bill.
Okay.
Everything is an absolute mess. But yet, once it touched 7, it's like, all right, Carolina. If I'm ever going to back Bill, this is the spot. A 7-point dog on the road at UCF. Look, there's a lot to not like about this North Carolina team, and it's, the offseason chatter as well. People that still have ties to the program are in the same boat as all of us. And there's a lot of injury issues on the North Carolina offensive line. Gio Lopez has not been great, the quarterback. But UCF has their own offensive line issues. I'm thinking this could be a under spot. This could just be an ugly game with, teams just kind of grinding out yards. And again, where I want to trust, Belichick is in a defensive struggle. So that's kind of what this game looks like. So I would kind of consider the under at 47.5. I'd consider that. But I made a bet on North Carolina +7. So I'll say this though, PJ. If Bill doesn't come through this game, I'm out.
Yeah.
Catching 7 at UCF. Come on, man. This is where you got to show up and be Bill Belichick.
I think that's fair. Again, they've played cupcakes the last 2 weeks, Richmond and Charlotte, but the defense has been much better. The offense has been scoring points, and UCF has not been impressed. That's maybe the worst team in the Big 12. So should be a good number on UNC today, catching 7 at UCF. Game that's been talked about a lot this week, Paul, a game that I did bet was Temple plus the points today against Georgia Tech.
You were going to.
We were talking about it on air, right? It was going to be in the same spot. When we saw Georgia Tech won against Clemson last week, I said, all right, Paul, well, probably going to fade Georgia Tech next week. We look at the schedule. Sure enough, it's Temple, who I went with against Oklahoma last week, and that didn't work out. But I do think Georgia Tech's a great team to fade in these spots because, Paul, they're not a team that's built to score 60 points and just blow out teams like this. It's a team that's methodical. They want to put together drives, run the football, chew clock. They're good defensively. They want to win games like they did against Clemson, like they did against Colorado, 27-20, 23-20. That's why Brent Key is so good as an underdog, and that's why he's not great as a favorite and laying big points. Plus, Haynes King took a beating again in that Clemson game, so he's the kind of quarterback, if you're Georgia Tech, you got to be careful about how you call plays, right? This is certainly one of those games you can save him some hits, and you don't have to run them as much. So it's another good spot for Temple to maybe catch one of the top 20 teams sleeping. And Paul, this is one of those spots in college football too, right? Put yourself in the mind of a Georgia Tech player. You beat the team in the ACC. People have been patting you on the back all week, telling you how great you are. You're now favorites to go to the ACC championship game. You could go to the playoff. You're ranked now. I mean, just all these things. So this is just one of those spots I got to back Temple. So I took them today, plus the 24.5.
I love it, and I wish you all the luck in the world, and I want no part of it, but I'll be rooting for you.
I appreciate that. You said Duke and NC State piqued your interest. Duke favored by 3, total 55. And I can't do it, Paul. I thankfully did not have them against Illinois because my fear is that Duke would dominate the stats, control the game. They had 5 turnovers, and that's exactly what they did. I went to the well against Tulane with my fear again that Duke would just turn the ball over and do things. They did that. I think today would probably be the spot to back them because NC State is a lot like Duke. They're just these kind of teams that they're disasters waiting to happen. I couldn't get to the window, though, with Duke, but did you play anything?
I can't. And I agree with literally every single thing you said because this is the spot, right? This has to be the spot, but a better someone else than me. I mean, NC State +3 seems way too easy, but I've just got trust issues with Duke. And there's another team that I feel like has had similar issues with Duke, but they're catching 8.5. And so I will back a team like that where I see some positive regression coming. Needing to cover, win by margin, laying 3, no thanks. Like maybe they get out there with a win, but like Darian Mensah, man, stop turning the ball over, please.
So, I mean, seriously. Paid him $4 million in the offseason and turning the ball over, losses to Illinois and Tulane. We'll update you on some of the early scores going on in college football. A lot of the dogs barking right now in week 4. PJ Glasser, Paul Aspen, stay with us.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. stops, and neither do we. Score updates, betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
So far, Paul Aspen, myself, PJ Glasser, liking what we're seeing in the early window. Week 4 college football. Miami of Ohio out to a 14-0 lead on UNLV. Maryland is up 7-0. They're getting the ball back as Wisconsin is getting ready to punt. And the Terps are now 2.5-point favorites in the game, over under 38.5. So for people out there like Paul, took the Terps plus the points. I kind of think Maryland might win the game, but if you do want a nice hedging opportunity, you can get Wisconsin plus money to win the game. And obviously, if they win by anything less than 10, you're cashing both tickets, so a great opportunity there. Texas Tech just recovered a fumble off of Utah. So the Red Raiders are now 6.5-point favorites on the live line as they lead 7-0. Syracuse up 10-0 on Clemson, but it looks like the Tigers have just found the end zone. 38-yard touchdown, Bryant Wesco Jr. from Cade Klubnik. So that is a 10-7 lead now for Cuse. TCU up 7-3 on SMU. Arkansas, Memphis, a game we've not really talked about today, but Memphis is up 10-0 on Arkansas. Hogs jumped out to a 7-0 lead. Memphis has answered with 10 in a row. And then North Texas up 21-7 on Army, as that is a high-scoring game out in West Point today. So a lot going on. Paul, we were talking about a little bit off air, man. I mean, Maryland, they're right now, end of the first quarter, second and about 7 on the Wisconsin 26-yard line. I mean, you're getting Wisconsin plus 3.5. Are you just going to let your ticket ride with the Terps? Are you thinking about maybe a little hedge at any point, trying to hit a middle? What are your thoughts on that game right now?
I think between Wisconsin's leaky defense and the fact that the quarterback can't do anything and the Wisconsin offense can't do anything, and it's kind of been a minute since we've seen them do much, whether it's this quarterback or the backup, I would let it ride. I would let it ride for sure. I think Maryland's live. I would not chase Wisconsin here. I don't have the game on necessarily, but from what you're saying, you want to see something that you can believe in, right? Have you seen anything that you can believe in from Wisconsin during this game?
You can't. Just knowing Maryland, though, I can't see them making this easy on themselves. So at 3.5, probably wouldn't bet the Badgers. Now, if Terps score again, go up 14-0, we can get a 7.5. Maybe they get the ball back. 10.5 pops up. Then maybe you could talk me as somebody who doesn't have a ticket on the game yet as a Wisconsin backer. We were talking, Paul, I mean, BetMGM right now, 7.5s are starting to pop up with Utah at minus 130. So hoping that Texas Tech can go on a drive, score some points, because I will be in on the Utes at plus money. I do think Texas Tech is going to win the game. And again, it's why I didn't bet it initially. It's just one of those lines that felt like, oh, Utah at home, short money line price, feels too easy. Now that we could be getting them at plus 7.5 could be a nice number as I talk about that, and Utah gets an interception. So there you go. 7-0 Texas Tech. Utah getting the ball back. Live line is off the board, and that's how quickly it can all change in college football. So I don't know, Paul, if I'm getting my 7.5 now. We'll see.
I guess not. I made a bad bet. It looks okay now. In the break, I bet Utah plus 4.5. So they have the ball back. Yeah, that's huge. It's interesting because I said, how would Texas Tech respond if they get punched in the mouth? And it seems like Utah is the one that got punched in the mouth first, and they were about to possibly go down 2 scores. So signs of life there from the Utes at home. So we'll see if they have weathered the early storm or if this is continue to be a kind of a mistake back and forth kind of game. I mean, they did say, I forget which head coach it was, but said, with the way these teams are built, it could just be a well-timed turnover here or there that determines this game. And that could definitely be the case.
Certainly could. That could be the spark that Utah was looking for, as they have a 2nd and 4 right now on their own 35-yard line. Paul, let's keep looking at some of the other games that we have on this Week 4 college football slate. Kansas, West Virginia, interesting game, right? West Virginia, we had Pitt last week, man. We were talking about, we had West Virginia against Pitt last week. We were talking about that game. The line was like 4.5, 5 middle of the week, but it got to 7.5, and we were like, look, West Virginia's not good, but Narduzzi in these spots, it's a rivalry game. Feels like a lot of points, and it was a great game. West Virginia come back. They beat them in overtime. And now, is it about a letdown this week? You get a Kansas team coming off of a bye. Leipold is 4-0 straight up against the spread his last 4 years at KU off of a bye week. I took Kansas -7 first half, Paul. That was my angle. Because they're coming off the bye, I expect the scripted stuff from Leipold to be really good. West Virginia maybe starting a little slow, still feeling themselves from that win against Pitt last week. I only went first half Kansas. Did you go full game or did you bet anything?
I did, and I got the worst of the number. I laid 13.5, and that's fine. I think, especially, and I like hearing your angle on the first half, because if that happens, why does West Virginia get up for the second half? Or how does West Virginia get up for the second half? I think that was their entire season, and we were on them. And West Virginia, we love you. The Mountaineers, we love you. That was great. Last week was awesome. It's time for us both to move on. And I just think the Jayhawks coming off a bye, I think this is a step up in competition, and I think they should roll at home. And I just think, and West Virginia, they're without their starting running back for the season. And we got, if you want another angle, Kansas's leading tackler, Trey Lathan, gets to face his former team, so he'll be fired up for this. I think you just get an absolute dud from West Virginia, and Kansas comes out ready to lay the wood, and I think they take care of business and cover all numbers.
Paul, that was one of those games I'm watching last week, and I'm like, God, West Virginia's just not good. But somehow they're winning. They're staying alive. They're hanging around. But it's kind of feels like you were thinking the same thing. Like, I don't know how many more times I can bet this team. They lost to Ohio the week before, right? And Ohio's a nice team out of the MAC. They played some good teams, really tough so far this season. But, West Virginia, I'm with you. I don't think that's a team I'm going to the well with too many times this season. Last week, we gave out ODU to the people, Paul. Not only did we say take the points, we told them to take the money line. West Virginia, that was a dead man walk-in. Brent Pry got fired Monday morning. I think the ODU team that I'm feeling today, I don't know if you have a team like a group of 5 type team that you're feeling a dog. I'm going back to the well with Delaware today, man. Plus 4.5 against FIU. That is my team that I like today. Delaware plus the points. Delaware money line. That's come down from 6.5. You were on the FIU FAU game last week. I like this Delaware team. Their offense can put up points. They're not afraid. I think because they're an FCS school, they've been an FCS school. First year being in the FBS, they're still maybe a little undervalued. So I like Delaware today. That's my Old Dominion of this week. I didn't know if you had a play on that game or if there was any other kind of group of 5 mid-major type team that you were looking at this week.
I do, PJ. I do. I would also like to say that during this past week, someone asked me, what is an Old Dominion? That made my week. That was awesome.
Amazing.
So we are going to Liberty. Liberty catching 8.5 at home against James Madison. There's a couple different ways I'm playing this. And look, so this is the team where I said, my trust issues with Duke because they can't take care of the ball and things should regress to the mean, but I'm not laying it as a 3-point favorite. So Liberty's catching 8.5. It did get up to 9.5. So I think 8.5 is still good against James Madison. We're talking about turnover luck, penalties, wiping out touchdowns, missed kicks. They lost to Jacksonville State as a 6.5-point favorite. Not great. Lost to Bowling Green the next week as a 5.5-point favorite. Also bad. But that's a team that was this was the Conference USA favorite with Liberty. So against Jacksonville State, 4 turnovers, 6 penalties, 2-ish nullified touchdowns. The Bowling Green game, their expected win percentage of that game was over 60% during the game. James Madison, 3.1 yards per play on offense. That's the 3rd lowest in FBS. If you look at preseason power ratings, if you want to talk about Brad Powers or Phil Steele, both kind of have this as a 4-point difference between these teams. I think based on the way Liberty has started, this number has gone way the other way and gotten betting out. You add in Liberty's home field, it's only 2 points, but now we're down to 1.5 difference between these teams, 2.5 points difference. So I bet Liberty plus 8.5, PJ. I bet Liberty alts. I bet Liberty plus 3.5 at plus 160. And I bet the Liberty money line at plus 270.
Okay. I like it. Going with the Flames today. Keep it close against JMU. Maybe even pull the outright upset. Looking at some of the games that we have coming up later tonight, the 7 p.m., 7:30 p.m. night slate. Let's start with South Carolina, Missouri, Paul. Been a fascinating game from a betting standpoint all week. You had Missouri open, I think as small as like 3.5 in the look-ahead line. They go all the way up to 13.5 with Sellers being hurt in the Vandy game last week, looking like he might not play. Then word comes in a couple days ago. Things are looking good, trending towards playing. We still don't have official word on whether or not he's going to play tonight. But right now, BetMGM, Missouri a 10-point favorite. Total in the game is 48.5. I do like South Carolina plus the points, Paul. Honestly, for me, it doesn't matter who plays quarterback. Sellers obviously would be the better choice if he does end up playing. I think Beamer's a good coach, and I think the way that they got embarrassed last week at home against Vandy, I think he'll have his guys ready to go. And, in these types of games, especially in SEC matchups, when you get a team like Missouri that's middle of the pack in the conference, and they're not used to laying this many points in a conference game, I never really like laying points with teams like that. It's not Bama, Georgia, Texas. It's not one of the big boys. It's Missouri. So it's a rivalry game. South Carolina's coming off a bad performance. I think their defense is going to play well. Beamer obviously always has the advantage in special teams in a game like this. I took South Carolina plus the points. I think they could be live potentially to pull an upset too. But yeah, the big question is whether or not Sellers plays. Regardless, I do like the Gamecocks. Did you have anything in that one?
No, and honestly, I think for me, I was actually kind of looking the other way, if at all. I just, honestly, as much as concerning as Sellers is the Gamecocks secondary. They're going to be without one of their starting DBs. Again, they had cluster injuries all last week against Vandy. Not going to be 100% there. So that concerns me. So I don't have any interest in backing the Gamecocks after that no-show at home against Vandy, a team they had owned. Look, Vandy came in hyped up for that game, and that's an interesting spot we can talk about too, Vandy against Georgia State. But yeah, I got nothing on this game, but I see the case for maybe South Carolina rallies.
Still some college games that we got to get to later on in the show. We'll turn our attention, though, to the NFL. Cowboys, Bears tomorrow. Bears trying to avoid the 0-3 start. Dallas looking to keep it rolling after that crazy win against the Giants. Zach Walchuk, host of 105.3 The Fan in Dallas, joins us next. Kickoff hour 2 right here inside the betting lines, presented by BetMGM.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. non-stop.
Parker Livingston, look at him go! Just like that.
From the biggest plays to the sharpest bets, we've got your Saturday covered.
I'm not one of those people. Roll Tide.
They got to 10, they got to 15, they got to 20, and then I don't think they ever led ever again.
They don't care how much they win by. They just want to get out of those games healthy.
I got a little nuts. I did a fade the SEC round robin.
Georgia never covers against an FCS team, and they always roll in Knoxville.
Score updates, live betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines with PJ Glasser and Paul Aspen on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
All right, real quick update on scores going on Week 4 college football. Texas Tech up 7-0 on Utah. Arkansas 14-10 on Memphis. Maryland 14-0 on Wisconsin. Syracuse up 17-7 on Clemson. Paul, I just took a Clemson-Miami moneyline parlay for later. We were talking about good moneyline parlay pieces. Clemson now down to minus 160. So I took a piece of that against Miami. Miami of Ohio is up 14-3 on UNLV. TCU up 14-3 on SMU. And then North Texas 21-7 on Army. So we'll take a quick break from college football, talk some NFL with our guy Zach Walchuk, who joins us now. Give Zach a follow on X at Zach Walchuk, host 105.3 The Fan in Dallas, and also the host of Bet Nation on the BetMGM Network. Zach, how's everything going, man, on this Saturday?
Couldn't be better, boys. I got 3 screens rocking right now for college football. I got the Texas Trio, my North Texas Mean Green, trying to run Army out of their own building there at West Point. Of course, Tech versus Utah. And then on my right screen here, I got SMU looking to go in and score against TCU, try and get this thing down to a one-score game. So hey, life couldn't be better right now with college football back.
Yeah, I love that, Zach. Real quick before we get to the NFL, we do have the Iron Skillet today, TCU and SMU. What's the talk been in Dallas this week about TCU not wanting to play that game anymore? Are the fan bases bummed about it? Is there really any talk? And kind of what was your thoughts on those comments from TCU?
Yeah, I think it's really like Sonny Dykes, man. I mean, it's unfortunate that, you know, he built back up the SMU program and then goes to TCU. And I kind of understand, you know, when you schedule out, and I think that 2030 is where both of these schools now have their schedules set to. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get this Iron Skillet rivalry back sometime after 2030. But I do think, like, if you talk to TCU people, it's, well, this game hasn't been competitive. Maybe SMU should have just been, you know, more competitive instead of just the last 5 years. And then the SMU folks are saying, okay, well, TCU now is dodging us. We've won 2 out of the last 3. They don't want to play us. I think both these teams' futures are very, very bright. I think SMU, especially in the NIL era, has a chance to be a serious contender every single year in the ACC. And for TCU, I mean, look, they were just in the national championship a few years ago. So I'm hopeful that we do get the Iron Skillet back. But I will say, boys, I mean, it's not exactly that intense, crazy a rivalry because it typically has been very one-sided. So it's not up until the last few years that this has really been on people's radar.
Big play by SMU on third down, getting into the end zone. So now a 14-10 TCU lead. So, Zach, just on this game real quick before we move on, I grabbed the points with SMU. Finally, some signs of life. But as you've been talking about this game all week, how based on what you've seen so far in the game as well, how do you kind of see it playing out the rest of the way?
Yeah, I'm a big Josh Hoover fan. I think Josh Hoover is an absolute stud, but I also love Kevin Jennings. And both of them are local stars from the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Kevin Jennings winning a state championship at South Oak Cliff, and Josh Hoover playing at Rockwall Heath. But I love the quarterback matchup here. I was with you. I took SMU as well to get the cover in this one, and it really was because of the quarterback difference. And I think TCU, I mean, look, they've been fortunate to be able to, you know, dodge a couple of games early. And for SMU, I just felt like this game meant a little bit more after they blew a game against Baylor. So I thought SMU would come into this one more of a desperate team. I'm a believer in the desperate team theory. So I rocked with the Ponies, even though I guess they're trying to move on from Pony Up now at SMU as well. I don't know what that whole thing's about. But, yeah, I saw the way that you saw it here, but it was mainly because I love Kevin Jennings.
Yeah, Jennings, obviously great season last year, and SMU and TCU battling the second quarter right now there in Dallas. Zach, let's transition over to the NFL. Cowboys and Bears tomorrow. Dallas is a 1-point favorite. The total in the game is 50. What was your takeaway from that Giants game last week? Is it Brandon Aubrey's unbelievable? Is it, man, the defense is really bad? Is it the offense is going to put up a bunch of points this season? Like, if you had one takeaway from that game against the Giants, what do you think it was?
Well, geez, PJ, you read my mind because it's all three of those things. I mean, Brandon Aubrey is unbelievable. He's the best darn kicker in the National Football League. He actually graduated from my high school, so we're high school brethren with Brandon Aubrey. I've been playing Wildcats. But, yeah, I think the more if I had to pick one of those, it's the defense. Like, they stayed in cover 2 the whole time, and Donovan Wilson is a guy that is not a cover safety. So Matt Eberflus needs to realize, okay, here's what I have to work with personnel, and you're basically setting your team up for failure. I mean, Trayvon Diggs had one of his worst games of his entire career. I do think there were massive communication issues on the back end, and we know Malik Neighbors is an absolute star. He's probably already a top 10 wide receiver in the National Football League. But to have Russell Wilson at this stage in his career put up the second best statistical game over the course of his career is embarrassing. I mean, they gave up 450 yards, and it's weird because the previous week they really held Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown in check. Like, Jalen Hurts and the Eagles did not beat them through the air. It was their running game, and Jalen Hurts running with his legs to extend drives, which is a part of this game tomorrow that has me nervous with Caleb Williams. But it certainly was the defense and how good they made the Giants look. And going into this game tomorrow, I mean, you mentioned the spread. I would take the over. Now, I was talking with Kenny, our buddy, Darth Fader, as we used to call him, on our BetMGM show, Bet Nation. Rain maybe in the forecast. Could that impact the passing game for both of these teams? But I would take the over. I mean, right now my prediction is 30-24 Cowboys. So I think if it's at 50, the over should hit here. I mean, I think the Cowboys are going to get to 30 points. The question is, the Bears, like, did Caleb Williams come to play? Can the Cowboys defense force him into any turnovers? But I really think what's going to hurt Dallas is their inability to contain Caleb Williams running on 3rd and long. If they get to a 3rd and 8, and here goes Caleb Williams, and he runs out the backside, maybe they actually have some decent coverage, I'm worried about him being able to beat Dallas with his legs, let alone what Rome Odunze's done. Can they get their tight ends going? Because the Cowboys linebackers have not covered well at all through the first 2 weeks.
Zach, if we kind of expand this a little bit and look at the NFC overall, we could do NFC East, but let's say NFC overall for the purposes of this question, because like Washington's dealing with Jaden Daniels, an injury there. But like from where you're sitting in Dallas, okay, Cowboys hung with the Eagles. That was a back and forth game. Could have definitely gone either way. So Cowboys are, cream of the crop in the NFC, or Eagles are the cream of the crop in the NFC, you could say, based off, defending Super Bowl champs. Niners are banged up. Packers look like the flavor of the month at least. How do you kind of power rate or view the top of the NFC and teams that the Cowboys could play with, or maybe they're just outmatched by?
Yeah, I would put the I don't think the Cowboys right now are quite on the tier of a Green Bay. The Rams, I think I'm taking the Rams to beat the Eagles this week in Filthy. I like the Rams a lot, and a lot of it has to do with their defense. I mean, they've allowed a touchdown on just 5% of the drives this year through 2 weeks on defense. Like, I love what they've got in their defensive line. Stafford looks to be okay health-wise with the back. So, I mean, the Rams were my team, my pick preseason to represent the NFC in the Super Bowl. I think Rams-Packers would be my top 2 teams. Then you've got the Eagles and the Bucks. I think those are the top 4 teams in the NFC. And then after that, I think you can start to have the conversation of, like, Washington, Dallas. Do you end up getting Detroit, to hang around there? I had doubts about the Lions. I actually went with a bold prediction, like Eagles and Lions both missed the playoffs. I didn't think the Eagles would be able to sustain health this year. I just bet against that. They were so healthy for the most part last year. And the Lions, all the turnover that they had with the coaching staff, and then Frank Ragnow. So they looked bad week 1. They looked great last week against Chicago. What are the Lions? I don't know. But, I mean, I think the Cowboys, offensively, they can play with anyone, but I do think we're going to see the gap next week when they host the Green Bay Packers and probably get blown out at home on Sunday Night Football.
We're talking with Zach Wolchuk here on Inside the Betting Lines presented by BetMGM. Zach, the host of 105.3 The Fan in Dallas, and also host Bet Nation for us here on the BetMGM network. Zach, you bring up that Cowboys-Packers game next week on Sunday Night Football. Now that you've had some time, the weeks have gone by to think about the Micah Parsons trade. I mean, what were your overall thoughts on that trade for Dallas? Tell us your thoughts at the time when it happened, your initial reaction, and now that you've had some weeks to think about it, what do you make of the trade that they decided to make?
My initial thoughts were I'm okay with the move. I understand, they had every intention of paying Micah Parsons, but we've all heard, it got ugly with him and Jerry, and Jerry felt like once Micah went back on his word with the deal that they had a handshake agreement on, he was like, all right, you're basically, I can't trust you. I'm moving on. So I didn't mind moving Micah. I thought they'd get a little bit more for him than what they did, but Kenny Clark's been a hell of a player through the first two games. My big thing was why Green Bay? Like, why are you trading him to a team in the conference and a team that has ruined your season 3 times over the course of the last decade? You go back even longer than a decade, 2014, the Des Cottick game, and then 2016, you had the Jared Cook catch along the sideline. Mason Crosby booms in like a 58-yarder. And then in 2023, they came to your house and absolutely beat the brakes off you when you were the 2 seed in the NFC and they were the 7th seed. So it's like, why are you helping Green Bay? That was my initial feeling, and I still feel that way. I didn't think the Cowboys' season trajectory changed at all with the Micah trade. I thought they were going to have to win games with their offense. I thought the offense was going to have to carry them, and they've got deficiencies on defense, and that still holds. They're now better in the middle. They're better against stopping the run with Kenny Clark. Him and Osadiju have been awesome, but they traded a weakness for a weakness, basically. They had a really good pass rush with Micah Parsons aiding Fowler and Sam Williams and Donovan Ezeraku. Now their pass rush has been bad for 2 weeks, but they're much better in the middle. So to me, it didn't really change how I felt about the Cowboys going into the season. I'm okay with the move. Kenny Clark's been fantastic. They get 2 1s. The thing that stinks is those ones are probably going to be late. It might be the 32nd overall pick the way Green Bay's looking right now. So you wish you could have gotten a little bit more. I wish they could have traded him out of the conference. Why help the Packers? But I understood the logic in trading a player like Micah Parsons.
So, Zach, for this weekend, you like the Cowboys. Bears over 50 is the number right now at BetMGM. You mentioned the Rams. You like them to win outright. That money line number at BetMGM right now is plus 155. What else made your card? Could be college action later today or tomorrow for the weekend.
Yeah, I thought Oklahoma 6.5 at home against Auburn. I get it. Jackson Arnold, it's a revenge game. I just don't. Maybe I'm too low on Auburn, but I was not that high on him coming into the year. I think John Mateers looked absolutely fantastic. I'll take the Sooners to cover at home and cover that 6.5. This is something that I would probably not jump on my card with. Okay, I'm going to tell you, you should bet the opposite of this. I've just got a feeling it's Nebraska's time to have a big win. I'm taking the Huskers plus 1.5 to get the win at home over the Wolverines. I like Matt Rule in year 3. I know Bryce Underwood's looked really, really good for the Wolverines. I'm just not buying what Michigan's got going. I like the Huskers to have their first win over a ranked opponent since 2016 when Tommy Armstrong was quarterbacking for Nebraska. I'm taking Big Red at home there to cover the 1.5 against Michigan, at the plus 1.5 against Michigan. And then tomorrow, as I said, yes, I do like the Rams, but another play that I've been looking at, and I'm wondering, the Ravens Monday Night Football at home against the Lions to cover the 4.5. As I said earlier, I don't know what the Lions are. I like the Ravens at home. I think they can cover that and beat the Lions by a touchdown. So give me the Ravens on Monday Night Football, and that's kind of what I've got cooking when it comes to the rest of the college slate today.
I sure hope so, Zach. I sure hope so, man. Always great having you on. Give Zach a follow on X at Zach Wolchuk, host 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. Great time from Zach. Good luck on all your bets, man. Appreciate you joining us.
Love you guys. Thank you so much.
All right, good stuff there, Zach Wolchuk. Some updates on what's going on right now in college football. Miami of Ohio back into the end zone with a touchdown. They take a 21-10 lead. This Utah-Texas Tech game, Paul, is insane, man. I don't know how many combined turnovers. I think there have been 5 combined turnovers already. I'll have to look that up at the break. I did take Utah plus 7.5. I wanted a better money line price, but it just feels like Texas Tech should be up 3 scores, and somehow this is only a 7-point game, which is always dangerous. But Texas Tech up 7-0 mid-second quarter. Maryland's still up 14-0 on Wisconsin, and Syracuse is taking a 24-7 lead over Clemson. We'll come back, talk about some of those games here on Inside the Betting Lines, presented by BetMGM.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. The action never stops, and neither do we. Score updates, betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Oh, man, these college football games are pretty good right now. First half of Week 4 college football on this Saturday. Texas Tech still holding on to a 7-0 lead against Utah. The total was 58.5. It is now down to 37.5. As turnovers have been the story of this game, 2 for each team, especially Texas Tech. They've thrown a couple near the end zone. Arkansas up 21-10 on Memphis. Maryland up 14-0 on Wisconsin. They are driving. They do have a 3rd and 14, though, with 4 minutes to go in Badger territory in the second quarter. I think the big story, though, Paul, right now, Syracuse up 24-7 on Clemson. 8 minutes to go in the second quarter. They just got the ball back. They are 5.5-point favorites on the live line. Virginia Tech, first game without Brent Pryce, their head coach. They're up 21-0 on Wofford. TCU, SMU, Mustangs hanging around. That's a 14-10 game. Miami of Ohio's up 21-10 on UNLV. And North Texas up 28-7 on Army. Tennessee, UAB also got going. And Tennessee up 21-0 right now on Trent Dilfer and UAB. So that's what we got going in college football. Paul, would you look to take Clemson money line plus the points, or do you think that they are totally cooked at this point?
I think they are totally cooked at this point. And this has nothing to do with me jumping back in on Syracuse as a football program for the first time in 20 years. I said at the beginning of the show it would be Clemson or nothing for me. It seemed like a Clemson smash spot, I think was a direct quote. Maybe Clemson getting smashed spot is a lot more accurate. But no, they seem like a dead dog. I mean, even though they weren't a dog at all, I would not chase that. I'm good. And I give me all the Dabo tears. Give me all the Dabo tears, PJ. I love it.
So they're at you. So they have a bye next week, Paul, and they're at UNC, at Boston College, home SMU, home Duke, home Florida State, at Louisville, home Furman, and at South Carolina. With the bye coming up, if they lose this game and the offense continues to struggle, I'm thinking Dabo's going to make a change at quarterback from Cade Klubnik. So we'll see. Be an interesting next 2.5 quarters for Clemson, trailing by 17 as a 17.5-point favorite. Promo we got to tell you about from our friends at BetMGM and from at BetMGM Network as well. It's a winning football Sunday, and it starts right here on the BetMGM Network. Wake up with BetMGM Game Day. Joe O, Kate Constable, Jason Lockett for us set the stage for 8 to 11 Eastern. Then it's You Better You Bet countdown to kickoff. Nick Costos, Sammy P from 11 to 1, getting you ready for every game. Line movement, props to fantasy. We have you covered right here on the BetMGM Network. So make sure you guys watch that tomorrow. They get you ready for Week 3 in the NFL, as Paul and I are going to dive in to Week 3 in the NFL. Paul, it's one of my favorite weeks of the year to bet the NFL, man, because I think everybody talks about how you don't want to start 0-2 in the NFL, and that's true. Only 11% of teams who start 0-2 make the playoffs, but teams that start 0-3 only make it 2% of the time. And look, you look at a lot of these teams, right? The Browns probably aren't going to make the playoffs. The Jets probably aren't going to make it. The Panthers, the Titans, the Saints. I mean, a lot of the teams that we thought would be really bad are 0-2, and they probably won't make it. But I don't think a lot of them know that just yet. And a lot of those bad teams, Paul, they're playing for jobs, right? And a lot of those coaches, certainly like Mike McDaniel, who's 0-3, and Brian Dable, who's 0-2, potentially 0-3, like all these type of teams, they obviously, these players are hoping that the next regime that potentially could come in, they're a part of it. So teams are still trying, players are still trying, and it's a great desperation week. So that's always the big theme of Week 2, and it's usually of Week 3, and it's usually profitable to bet these 0-2 teams against the spread, and you're getting a bunch of them on the at plus money. You're getting a bunch of them as dogs, including the Cleveland Browns, who are 8-point dogs at home against the Packers with a total of 41.5. I really like this game, Paul. Do you have any thoughts on Packers-Browns?
Browns are a contest pick for me. Doing it again after last week, PJ, when, they make the Browns make a goal line stand against the Ravens. We're going to stay inside of the numbers. They hold the Ravens to a field goal. The Ravens kick the kickoff out of bounds. And like 2-3 plays later, Joe Flacco throws an interception. So look, I'm doing it again though. I'm back on him. You mentioned all the desperation angles. The Packers also kind of keep taking body blows as well. They've started like Jaden Reed to IR with a collarbone. Tucker Kraft, I guess, is gonna play, expected to play, but like this has gone from an injury scare Thursday, and like people talk about the idea that it could have been really serious, and now he's just going to be fine. I don't know about all. Like, I guess like I believe that he's going to play, but that it can't be from a 0 to a 10, and now it's like back to a 0. So he can't be 100%. Christian Watson already on PUP. So I mean, look, Dontavian Wicks, maybe the rookie Matthew Golden, who's been a nothing, shows up this week, or Romeo Dobbs. But yeah, I will take Cleveland in a desperate spot at home. I don't think I'm getting there on the money line. It certainly crossed my mind, but I'll take the Browns catching the 8.
Yeah, man, I like Cleveland a lot this week, and it's going to be ugly. Not many people are going to want to tail that bet or take the Browns. But look, the last 20 times, Paul, that we've had underdogs of 7 or more points in the NFL, they're 18-1-1 against the spread. 18-1-1 ATS. 90% the last 20 times we've had a dog of a home underdog of 7 or more in the NFL. And this game gives me similar vibes to a couple years ago. Do you remember the San Francisco-Cleveland game when P.J. Walker started for the Browns, and it was early in the season, and it just looked like the Niners were going to go undefeated? And they came off the game on Sunday Night Football where they smashed Dallas. Then they go on the road as big favorites to Cleveland, and they take on the Browns, and they just have an absolute dud, and they lose that game outright. And this game gives me similar feels. We watched the Packers these first 2 weeks. They look unbelievable. We're talking about if they're the best team in football. It's the first time they're going on the road this season. They're playing against a really good defense. Paul, there's just something about Cleveland, especially for these NFC teams. Like, they just find a way when they're home to bring those other good teams, like, into the mud. And they usually always have a big upset in them at home every single year. I think this could be the one. You're always terrified of Flacco throwing game-changing interceptions like the Will Levis thing, where you're on the right side, the defense is playing well, and then he just has these turnovers like he did last week that just kills your bet. That's always a fear. I just think this is a really good spot to back the Browns, and it just gives me vibes of that San Francisco game from a couple years ago. So I took Cleveland plus points, and I like them on the money line as well.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely remember that game you're talking about. I think Cleveland, look, they're a bad football team, but they got a great defense, and I knew coming into the season they would be a bet-on team for me. It worked out in week 1 against the Bengals. It did not work out last week against the Ravens. I like them. Definitely catching 8 this week against the Packers. And can I just say this, PJ? This Texas Tech Utah game sucks. Yeah, it is bad football. Like, it's intriguing, it's fascinating, it's a close game, but the quality of play stinks. It's interception after interception. Dan Pierre, the latest to throw an interception just over midfield. Anyway, back to the NFL.
I'm telling you, man, all these marquee games, like first half unders, have just been the way to go. They're all sloppy and ugly. So we got a lot of big time games. Keep that in mind for Oregon and Penn State next week. 2 teams that really haven't played anybody up to this point. Might be another good spot, but definitely things that I'm targeting a lot of these games. Illinois, Indiana might be another nice spot to attack that tonight as well. So always keeping that one in mind. But yes, 7-0, 5 turnovers combined between both of these teams already, between Utah and Texas Tech. Bengals-Vikings tomorrow, Paul. Interesting game. Obviously no Joe Burrow for Cincinnati. They are a 3-point dog in Minnesota. No J.J. McCarthy for the Vikings. It'll be Carson Wentz. Minnesota, 3-point favorite. The total is 41.5. I haven't bet this game yet. I would lean Minnesota. They have the much better defense, and I think Flores is going to have a good game plan for Browning, who had 3 interceptions last week against the Jags. And then, look, I mean, Kevin O'Connell, we know, is one of the best quarterback coaches in the NFL. He's done it with all these veteran quarterbacks, guys he's brought off the street, like Josh Dobbs or Nick Mullins, who shouldn't have even been in the league, all these guys. So I think Wentz, they'll be able to find some success. I would lean Minnesota -3. I haven't bet that yet. If we go down to 2.5, though, I could see myself betting Minnesota.
PJ might be my Philadelphia ties, but I cannot lay 3 points I can't really lay any number with Carson Wentz. This game is I will read the box score when it's over because I have to produce an NFL-based show on Monday. That is the only reason I will acknowledge this game's existence. I have less than zero interest in this game. I think the Vikings are a very intriguing team. Their defense should just eat against Jake Browning. Maybe kind of talking myself into an under, but then I would have to regularly keep up on this game, and I just don't want to. So with Carson Wentz and Jake Browning at quarterback, I could not have less interest in this game.
Fair enough. Steelers and Patriots. Haven't heard a lot of talk about this game this week. Both 1-1 teams. Steelers at New England. They're minus 130 favorite, minus 1.5. The total in the game is 44.5. Early in the week, Paul, I was leaning Steelers. Now I think my favorite play is New England in a teaser. I think it's going to be a toss-up type game. I think it's going to come down to the wire. The Steelers, their offense was great against the Jets, but the Jets' defense looks really bad. Seattle's defense is really good. They dominated that game against Pittsburgh. Going on the road now against New England, I still feel like the Steelers are the better team, but it just feels like a coin flip, witching hour type game where you're on the right side entering the fourth quarter and then the other team could come back to win. I think New England in a teaser, plus 7.5 is the way to go. I'd probably pair them with Kansas City money line tomorrow, and that would be my bet. If I had to pick it, would lean Steelers, but not as confident as I was earlier in the week in this game.
BJ, we are far from the days of Tom Brady versus Ben Roethlisberger with this matchup.
Yes,
but it's funny you bring up that teaser angle. That's exactly what I have written down. Would consider Patriots as a teaser leg. How about the Steelers being 29th in yards per play allowed after playing Sam Darnold and the Seahawks and Justin Fields and the Jets? This is not your father's, grandfather's, uncle's, cousin who might just be a couple years older than you Steelers defense. This defense is unrecognizable, and they're banged up as hell. So no interest in betting Patriots money line or anything like that. With that, I was trying to talk myself into an over there maybe because of that reason, but that might be giving Drake May a lot of credit. So I'm with you. Patriots teaser leg is a good look there.
Game of the day tomorrow in the NFL is going to be this Rams-Eagles game. Philly a 3.5-point favorite. Total is also 44.5. A lot of love for the Rams. It opened up 4.5, quickly got down to 3.5, and in most shops it's been there the entire week. If we get a 3, I will be on Philadelphia in the game. 3.5 probably a stay away. Couple of trends, Paul, for me that just jumped out, and they're really not talked about enough. But Jalen Hurts as a home favorite of 7 points or fewer, 15-2 against the spread. When he's a home favorite of 5 points or fewer, he's 8-0 against the spread. So again, we don't really talk about that much. The Eagles win a lot of games. It's mostly Barkley. But Jalen's got a way of not only winning these games, but usually covering these spreads too. And it makes sense because usually the games are the perception that this one, it feels like, is, where the Rams certainly eye test wise, metric wise, have looked better up to this point. I just think the Eagles kind of know who they are. They know when to turn it on. And this has been a bad matchup for LA. They cannot stop Barkley in these games. I think Hurts is going to be able to throw the ball a little bit against the secondary for the Rams. It could be beat up. So I like Philly, especially if we get to -3. I would still lean that way at -3.5. But man, Hurts has been awesome throughout his career in these spots when he's a short home favorite.
Have you heard a single person this week say Eagles -3.5? Because I have not. I have not. And Sammy P had a bookmaker tell him middle of the week, the next Eagles -3.5 bet we write will be the first. Again, at 3.5, it's tough for me to get there, but it's never Rams here. I think they are looking like a very trendy dog this week. I mean, look, that NFC playoff game wasn't even that close. It was kind of close at the end, but the Eagles were in control the entire way. So I could see Stafford putting up some yards on this Eagles secondary a little bit, but 3.5 is tricky to lay 3.5 with the Eagles, but it would be that or nothing. And I'm with you on laying 3 if we get there with the Birds.
And you know what's funny is I get the Eagles haven't looked all that impressive up to this point. Their defense was shaky in that Cowboys game, but the Rams have also beaten 2 AFC South teams. We saw Houston's offense again against Tampa. Doesn't look great. Tennessee, we know, is going to be one of the worst teams in the league. So I think it's a big step up in class for the Rams. Whereas the Eagles have faced a good offense in Dallas, and I know the Chiefs at this point aren't very good, and they're going to get much better late in the season, but Arrowhead's still a really tough place to play. It's a Super Bowl revenge game. I like Philly. And Paul, like you said, haven't heard much love for the Eagles this week, which is always dangerous with a team that is that good. All right, when we come back, we'll talk Jets and Bucks, a game that Paul Aspen and myself, PJ Glasser, like a lot this week in Week 3 in the NFL. We'll also update you on scores going on right now in college football when we come back.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. The action never stops, and neither do we. Score updates, betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Clemson into the end zone to cut it to a 10-point deficit. Syracuse has led this thing from the jump. They're up 24-14, a minute to go until halftime at Death Valley, and Syracuse still a small favorite in this game. So Clemson down 10, likely going into halftime, and it's a pick 'em, minus 110 each way. So that should be a fun one at Clemson today. Utah trying to get on the board for the first time this afternoon. They're down 10-0, but they've marched it into field goal range and going to try and make this a 10-3 game going into halftime. Arkansas up 28-10 on Memphis. Maryland is still pitching a shutout in Madison. They're up 17-0. Malik Washington is going for it all, and he's got his receiver down to the 12-yard line. So the Terps with all 3 timeouts, 18 seconds left, trying to add to their 17-0 lead. TCU up 14-10 on SMU at halftime. Miami of Ohio is up 24-10 on UNLV. And North Texas up 28-14 on Army. As we'll keep you posted, everything going on in college football. I'll talk about some of the late games coming up later on in the show. Barrett Brooks going to stop by in about 17 minutes, get his thoughts on tomorrow's NFL slate. But that's where Paul and I are going as we're diving back into Week 3 in the NFL. Paul, Jets-Bucks, man, one of our favorite games on the slate. You could have gotten 7 earlier in the week with the Jets. I don't know if we're going back to 7. Right now, 6.5-point dog against Tampa. The total is 43.5. So what is your play in Jets and Bucks?
So I am on the Jets. I would still bet it at 6.5, and I think they are live on the money line, PJ, and I think we agree on that. Look, the Bucks are pulling some wins out of their ass. I mean, I'll just say it. Baker is pulling some magic out. Good for him, and they're 2-0. But I love backing Tyrod as a dog, as a touchdown dog. Like, I like backing Tyrod a lot. A bet. Now, look, their defense does not look good at all. So they definitely have some work to do there. So maybe this game goes up and down the field a little bit. But I think, again, the Jets are live. I think the Bucks are a little fugazi. And this is a big number for, I think, just kind of a mid team. I'm not buying the Bucks. I'm not believing in the Bucks. So it's Jets and a little sprinkle on the money line, and might have them as a leg in a money line parlay as well. So Jets this weekend, PJ.
I love it, man. I'm right with you. Everything that you said. The only thing I'll really add, Paul, is I think it is a terrific spot for New York, right? You got Tampa coming off a short week and a physical game. I mean, that Houston game was a war throughout. Baker's even been shaken up this whole week, practicing. Still no Wirfs, no Godwin, no McMillan, so they're still banged up. Their offensive line is still a mess. And like you said, I mean, Tyrod, I don't really think it's a downgrade, if at all, especially in this spot when you're catching that many points against Justin Fields. I like the Jets. I think Aaron Glenn's going to have them ready to go. And Kenny brought up a great point. Tampa, in this spot last year, Week 3, about a touchdown favorite against Denver, they got blown out at home. The Eagles are on deck for the Bucks next week, Paul, in Tampa, and we know that the Bucks always play Philly well, so I'm sure they're looking forward to that game, knowing what a big one that could be potentially for the NFC picture. I think it's a really, really nice spot for the Jets. These big favorites have been winning outright for the last 10 weeks, going back to last year, it feels like, in the NFL. We're due for some dogs to hit. Think the Jets might buck that trend potentially. So with you there, like New York plus the points, take a look at the money line as well. What about Washington and Vegas? Marcus Mariota going to start in place of Jaden Daniels. Washington's a 3-point favorite. Total in the game is 43.5. Would you do anything, Paul, with Mariota starting?
I'm starting to talk myself in the Raiders, PJ. The question is, do I want to ride the Geno coaster? I've done that way too many times in my life, and it is agonizing is a word. It's Raiders or nothing, though, with Mariota in there. I think that's kind of a lot of respect for Marcus Mariota and for Jaden Daniels. Look, you got the extra rest for Washington. Raiders have gone east, back to west, back to east. So a tough travel spot across the country. But Pete Carroll should have his team prepared as a veteran head coach. We've not really seen, and again, even with Jaden Daniels, we've not really seen the explosive Washington offense, even in week 1 against the Giants and last week against the Packers. You take Daniels out of the mix now, I think this is Raiders or nothing for me. I don't know that'll make my top 5 for my contest card. Again, I'm not in love with just backing Geno anytime is not fun. I mean, you're catching 3 and a hook, and PJ, you said on this show last week, Raiders on Monday night catching 3.5 seemed too easy. You were dead right about that because they were never in it.
Yeah.
So that's my hesitation, but I'm never letting it with Marcus Mariota and Washington here.
Yeah, it's one of these games too, Paul, where you get Washington off the Thursday game, Raiders are off the Monday game, so they have the extended rest, and you have to figure that they probably knew earlier in the week, coming off that Packers game, Jaden wasn't right. So Mariota maybe got even a little extended prep. They got a chance to sit down, watch that Raiders game on Monday night, knowing that was going to be their next opponent. So I think Washington has a big advantage, and they're kind of in a different spot than maybe some of these other teams are that are starting backups this week. If we get to 2.5, I think I'd probably have to take Washington. 3.5, I think it'd be a bet on the Raiders. I think the number's perfect at 3 with Washington. I think the over might be the look, though. Just because of how bad Geno played last week, people are terrified of the Raiders. But I could see him putting up points on this Washington team, and then same thing. I could see Washington scoring some points. So maybe you look at the over 43.5. All right, Falcons and Panthers tomorrow, NFC South matchup. Panthers, another one of these 0-2 teams, getting 5.5 points at home. Total in the game is 43.5. Paul, can you get to the window with Carolina?
Regrettably, yes, I can. I'm not going to enjoy this. I'm not looking forward to it. At PJ, I'm going to be standing next to my TV tomorrow, literally trying to reach through the screen and pushing Bryce Young and the Panthers offense up the field towards first downs, sustaining drives. That's what it feels like watching the Panthers offense as you're backing them. It is just so painful to try and watch them work an offense and to score points when you need them to sneak inside a number, 5.5, more than a field goal at home against a team that balled out on defense on Sunday night. And that was a nice little showing. But you know what they didn't do, PJ? The Falcons, they didn't score a touchdown until there was 3 minutes left in the game.
Yep.
I'm going to do it. Bryce Young and the Panthers, look, we did see some signs of competent offense in the second half last season. And we saw a little bit of a spark late against Arizona, which might be more of an Arizona thing because we've seen that a couple weeks in a row. Falcons won 8 games last year, PJ. Only 2 of them by more than 1 score. One of them was in Carolina, 38-20. But I'm doing it. I'm going to back the Panthers plus 5.5. And another angle I wanted to fill you out on, maybe Michael Penix passing leader at 30-1. Could be a look. He's 200 yards. Well, he's less than 300 back from Josh Allen with a game in hand because Josh Allen just played. But from the next guy, he's 200 back.
It's not a bad look. I really like the Atlanta passing game in this game tomorrow, specifically Drake London, who was banged up going into the Minnesota game, but they didn't really have to use him because Bijan was just getting 6 yards a carry, it felt like, in that game. They didn't need to throw. Last year, Paul, these teams played in the regular season finale when Penix was the quarterback. London had 18 targets, 10 catches, 187 yards, and 2 touchdowns against this Panthers defense. So he loves this matchup, and Penix loved throwing to him in this matchup. It's at 63.5, and I think you're getting a little bit of a discount because of maybe the thought he's still a little injured. They didn't really use him a lot that last week, but they didn't really have to. I think against Carolina, the Falcons aren't going to be able to run the ball as well as they did against Minnesota. It's a 1 o'clock game on the road, unlike when you're playing in a primetime game on the road and you're an 0-1 team. So Panthers are desperate. They're going to be fired up. They're better at home in the Bryce Young era, and they have been the last couple of years. It would only be Panthers or nothing for me. I wish you well, Paul. Can't get there with Carolina, but I do like the Drake London props against Atlanta. My favorite bet of Week 3 in the NFL is going to be the Houston Texans, plus 1.5 against the Jags. I love Houston in this spot, Paul. I think they're going to win the game because they have to win the game. Again, 2% of teams make the playoffs when they're 0-3. You just don't get to the postseason when you're 0-3. Houston has won the division the last couple years. They've gotten the divisional round of the playoffs the last couple years. I mean, their goal is to get back and to take that next step, beat one of those top teams in the AFC. Season's on the line, and Stroud has played very well against the Jags throughout his career. 4 games, 7 touchdowns, no interceptions. We know their defense is awesome. I just don't think Jacksonville is very good, too. You know, the best unit on this field by far in this game is the Texans' defense. Jacksonville, yeah, their offense can put up points. Brian Thomas eventually, I think, is going to get going, but the fact that they didn't win that game against Cincinnati, Burrow gets hurt, just sucks the life out of the team. The environment in Cincinnati, Browning throws 3 interceptions, and you still can't win that game. That's just a brutal loss. And the Texans are coming off a brutal loss, too, against Tampa. Even off a short week, though, season on the line, absolute must-win for Houston. I think they take care of business. So I love the Texans tomorrow.
It had to be brutal in that Jaguars locker room after somehow losing that game. But, PJ, not as brutal as holding Jaguars 3.5. Catching 3.5 last week against Cincinnati. How? How? So this is, and again, not just because of that, because I don't want to overreact, but this is Texans or nothing for me. I like everything you said about the desperate spot. I'm good on the Jags. Would this potentially be a teaser leg to pair with the Patriots? I could get there on that.
I could as well. I have so much invested into the Texans plus 1.5, though, that I probably won't get there with the teaser. But yeah, one score divisional matchup. Houston's got to win. Should be a close game. And I think there's a better chance that Houston blows out the Jags than vice versa. So I always love that with the teaser leg as well. If you feel like the team in the coin toss probably is the better one of blowing out the other, so I would go with Houston plus in a teaser if you don't have anything on that game. All right, we're going to check in with Barrett Brooks. He's going to join us next. We're going to break down this Eagles-Rams matchup for tomorrow, look at some of the other NFL games that we have coming up as well. 2 hours still to go inside the betting lines presented by BetMGM. PJ Glasser, Paul Aspen. Don't go anywhere.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Games are live, the lines are moving, and the action is non-stop.
Parker Livingston, look at him go! Just like that.
From the biggest plays to the sharpest bets, we've got your Saturday covered.
I'm not one of those people. Roll Tide.
They got to 10, they got to 15, they got to 20, and then I don't think they ever led ever again.
They don't care how much they win by. They just want to get out of those games healthy.
I got a little nuts. I did a fade the SEC round robin.
Georgia never covers against an FCS team, and they always roll in Knoxville.
Score updates, live betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines with PJ Glasser and Paul Aspen on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
We're at halftime. Bunch of games in the college football slate here. Week 4, Texas Tech up 10-3 on Utah at halftime. Arkansas 28-17 on Memphis. Maryland up 20-0 on Wisconsin. Probably the biggest shocker of the day so far. Syracuse up 24-14 on Clemson. That game about a pick'em at halftime. TCU 14-10 on SMU as they just started the third quarter. Miami of Ohio up 24-10 on UNLV, and Army starting to make a comeback. They're down 28-21 to North Texas. So we'll keep you updated. All the scores going on in college football. But once again, let's turn our attention to the NFL. Welcome on Barrett Brooks, who joins us now. Give Barrett a follow on X at bbrooks72NBCS, former NFL offensive lineman and also analyst for NBC Sports Philly as well. Barrett, really appreciate the time, man. Fired up for this Rams-Eagles matchup tomorrow. As you break down this game, what do you think are going to be the biggest keys, the determining factors to whoever pulls out the victory tomorrow in Philly?
Well, whoever can establish the run is going to win this game. I mean, you look at it from the Rams' perspective, they run play action. And when they run play action, that's what opens up their passing game. Their offensive line is just okay. But, you put that added pressure of stopping the run while you're going for the pass. And, Stanford is already, a technician at the quarterback position. So he has, Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua. Both of those guys are playing, and then you sprinkle in a little bit of Higbee in there. That could be a pretty potent offense. But defensively, I think that, this Eagles defense can keep up with them, especially the way this front four has been rushing so far this year. They haven't had a lot of sacks. They had a bunch of almost getting theirs. But those almost getting theirs and hitting the quarterback are leading to turnovers, and that's what they're doing. They're getting turnovers. So that's going to be the point. Whoever can establish the run is going to win this game.
Barrett, from a betting perspective, we had a bookmaker tell our network this week, they can't write an Eagles -3.5 ticket. Everything is Rams. Everything is Rams plus 3.5. We're hearing some Rams money line. What's the overall vibe in the city of Philadelphia? Is it kind of after these 2 wins? They definitely could have lost that Cowboys game. Chiefs, that was a tough win. But as the Super Bowl defending champs and going into this game against a playoff team where, again, I felt like the Eagles were in control that whole playoff game, but it got a little sweaty at the end. Going into this game, is it positive? Or we know how the Philly fan base can be, being a Philly native, a little trepidatious, scared of this game against the Rams. What's the overall vibes?
The overall vibe. There's doom and gloom in Philadelphia, regardless if Super Bowl champs or not. It's always the, half full here in Philly. You know how that is. But, when you look at this game, I think, the betting people are looking at, the reason why they won the games last year is that Saquon Barkley had over 200 yards each game, 255 in the first one and 205 in the second one. He hasn't been able to crack the 100-yard mark the last 3 games he played in, the Super Bowl these last 2 games. So they're thinking, all right, he's not going to be able to go out there and tote it like he did then. Those 2 big, he had 60 and 70-yard runs in those games. He's not going to be able to do that. And do the Eagles have a good enough offense to push the ball down the field systematically, going through his reads, Jalen Hurts going through his reads, getting it to the right guy. Can he get it to his can they game plan? It's a new offensive coordinator. Can he engineer an offense that can, get A.J. Brown open? Right now, he just leaves A.J. Brown on one side of the ball, and when they snap the ball, he stays there. You got to be more innovative in your play calling and get guys open. You can game plan A.J. to be open, just like everybody's game planning our third corner in Jackson. They want to get their best players on Jackson. You could do the same thing with A.J. A.J. can be open every single play if you game plan and put the game around him. He's one of those guys you can't do that. You could win with a game plan structured towards A.J. Brown. But I think the biggest thing is this team has to establish a run. And it's not just, Saquon Barkley, you call it his number, but I think it's a big, it's a big cause for this offensive line to say, look, I'm tired of the BS. It's time to take control of the line of scrimmage. We have to win this game up front. And until they do that, make their mind up, and say, yes, we are the best offensive line in the NFL and show it, it's going to be hard on them. The difference between last week and this week, they do have Dallas Goedert back, and he's a guy that can control the middle of the field, but his run blocking is way superior than Grant Calcaterra. So with him being in the game plan, they can run the ball more successfully, and they can do more with Dallas Goedert. So I think that's the big key on this game. Can they run the ball because of Dallas Goedert's there and this offensive line makes their mind up? And can Saquon Barkley go out there and control the game like he did in the previous 2 games?
Barrett, do you think these are the 2 best teams in the NFC? Do you think it's one of these teams and Green Bay? Like, do you think these are the 2 best teams in the NFC, or would you put Green Bay up there?
You know what? I will put Green Bay up there because they got their stuff together on the defensive side of the ball. But, by far, the Rams were the toughest team they played last year. The Rams were the best team that they played last year. Fundamentally sound with the quarterback position, but I think their defense is a young and up-and-coming defense. I mean, you think about a young guy just getting drafted. He's a local kid, too, from Philly. Verse came in, talked trash about it the week before, talked trash to the media about the fans and the team, and then came in and backed every single word of it up. He gave our 2 tackles who are Pro Bowl tackles fits in the run game and the pass game. So this is why I said this is going to be an impact game where the offensive line is going to definitely have to step up. But that young defense is really, really good. So, I mean, they've made things happen. So when you talk about a tough team, this is a tough team. If that defense plays up to expectations, and we know they can rush the passer, but can they hold up on, the biggest offensive line in the NFL and the best offensive line in the NFL? That's the thing. Passing, if you make them pass, drop back pass, they can make it really, really hard on this Eagles offense. But if you allow them to run the ball like they did last week, it'll be a, same type of game. And I think this game will be more of what you want from the Eagles from this point on.
All right, Barrett, being a former offensive lineman, we got to talk tush-push. A lot of scrutiny this week. NFL making it clear they're going to be calling it tight. How many times do the Eagles get flagged for a false start on the tush-push this week?
It's one of those plays where it's really not fair. I mean, should they outlaw kickers that can kick 65 yards or more? You can't kick it 65 yards just because a team has the ability to do it. You're going to stop them from doing it because they're great at it. There's so many opportunities for them to call it either way. You look at the defense; half the defensive line is lined up over the line of scrimmage. That can be a call play also in that aspect. But you're right. You look at it. I watch it all the time, and I can see, even the starting center's head is over the ball. It's farther than the ball. So, I mean, it's all technical, if you want to be really technical about it, I mean, that is an offsides on the offense, because his head is in front of the football. So it's tough. I love the tush push. You know what I'm saying? I just don't like the name of it. But, I mean, they could do the same thing without have somebody pushing from behind. They have a 700-pound left side, a quarterback that squats 600 pounds. That's the reason why they're winning. That's the reason why they can do that anytime they want to. They don't need really anybody to push them. Jalen can do it by himself. So next year when they outlaw it, and I do think they're going to outlaw it, when they outlaw it, they're going to go say, all right, then we're just going to do, quote, QB sneak. It'll be the same exact play, just nobody pushing them, just QB sneaking it, and then they'll probably try to outlaw that then too. But anytime, Jalen Hurts wants to run that play, all he has to do is just lean towards that left side with Dickerson and Jordan, Mailata, and that's a first down, man. So, I mean, they practice it also. It's not just them going up and doing it. It's an art to them. They practice it. They run it in practice. So, that's why they're so good at it.
As a former offensive lineman, Barrett, like if they were running the tush push when you were playing, would you have liked it because it works so much? Because I just watched that play, man. I'm like, man, the O-linemen take a beating on that play every time they run it.
Yeah, they take a beating, but you're also beating up on somebody. Mm-hmm. And that's the biggest thing. You're beating up on offensive line. There's a lot of stuff, a lot of hidden stuff that happened in that offensive line and the defensive line that nobody hears about, nobody sees. So just as much, we got people on top of us, we're on top of people, and we're really imposing our will. That's the most demeaning thing you can do to a defense. Is to run that play and they can't stop it. You see how Chris Jones was, he was emphatic on the sideline saying they ran the same damn play 7 times and they can't stop it. That's just disheartening to a defense. So, I mean, it's got, mentally, it's one of the best plays they can run because nobody can stop it, number one. But number two, the effect it has on that defense, knowing that it's 3rd and 1 and they can do nothing about them picking up the first down, that's a psychological advantage that the Eagles have during that time.
Barrett, a lot of desperate and ugly underdogs this week. 0-2 Browns catching 8.5 against the Packers. Titans catching 4.5 against the 2-0 Colts. Is there, Saints 0-2 going to Seattle with Spencer Rattler catching 7.5 in Seattle. Is there any particular underdog you look at this board and you're like, you know what, they could, desperate spot and they could spring an upset?
Well, you know what? I really like this Titans team. Young quarterback Cam Ward's playing well. They got Pollard there running the rock for them. They're close to not becoming a team that's going to be, getting into the playoffs. But it was more so a team that understands, that they're in a position that they have a quarterback now, and they're going to get better because of that, because they have that quarterback. So they surprised me. This is a weird year because I'm looking at the Detroit Lions, and they look like they're, pretty good, but I see some teams beating them later on also. I don't think that they're on the caliber they were last year with their coordinators leaving. So I think there's some holes in that armor right there also. And then Minnesota, I don't know what they're going to do. McCarthy being out again. They've got Carson Wentz starting for them. They might be able to put something together. Carson's still I think he can be a quarterback. He wasn't in Philadelphia, but, he might be able to get this team rolling in the right direction. So, those are a lot of teams that might sneak up on a lot of teams.
Bear, what about the Kansas City Chiefs? They're obviously 0-2. You watched that Super Bowl rematch last week. They're going to get some reinforcements back. Worthy should be back here the next couple weeks. Rice, after he serves the suspension. Do you still think Kansas City is a playoff team? You think they're going to have enough time to get to the postseason, or do you think the Chiefs are going to be on the outside looking in?
Oh, absolutely. I think they're going to be a team that's going to compete. And they're going to show up in the playoffs and then whoop everybody like they've been doing. They have total mind control over the Ravens and the Bills during the playoffs. Will this year be different? I don't know, but we're talking about, the best coach in the NFL and Coach Reed and the best quarterback in the league in Mahomes. They're going to get it together. And when you get that speed back with Worthy back and those guys back, both of those guys run 4.2 40s. The speed that they have out there, they just need to get, Kelsey going. He may be a little long in the tooth, but Noah's sitting there also. But they have ability to be a really good team because with that defense playing the way they play, they'll always be in the game. So, I think Big Red will get those guys going in the right direction. And then come playoff time, when it gets cold and, you're trying to execute stuff, I think then you'll see the real Andy Reid's led Chiefs go into effect. They're probably, one of my favorites going into the Super Bowl this year. Still, right, even after what I saw last week, they're still one of my favorites.
Great stuff. Barrett Brooks, give him a follow on X at bbrooks72NBCS. Former NFL offensive lineman, analyst for NBC Sports Philly. Join us here on Inside the Betting Lines, presented by BetMGM. Barrett, really appreciate the time, man. Enjoy the game tomorrow. Hope to catch up with you again soon.
Absolutely. The game tomorrow, but all this college football today, I'm loving it right now.
Oh, man, it's the best. Love that. Barrett Brooks, this Utah-Texas Tech game, Paul, just got really interesting as well. Texas Tech quarterback Behren Morton is walking back to the locker room. He took an elbow to the head. Initially, they maybe thought it was targeting. They went to review, deemed that it wasn't. So the backup is in for Texas Tech right now. They are a 3.5-point favorite. If Morton was still in, they'd be a 6.5-point favorite in this spot. Now down to 3.5. Utah has the ball back with their first drive in the third quarter in the second half. So big development there, something we will keep an eye on. Syracuse-Clemson getting ready to start the second half with Syracuse up by 10. Maryland still up 20-0 on Wisconsin. SMU, they are trailing. I think they just found the end zone, so they're down 21-16. We'll see if they decide to go for two. And Miami of Ohio still up 24-17 on UNLV. But, Paul, would you look at a live dive on Utah? We obviously don't know the extent of the Morton injury, but you can get Utah plus 3.5, and Texas Tech might not have their quarterback for the rest of this game.
If I was not already invested at Utah plus 4.5, then yeah, I would take them catching more than a field goal. I think that's, I mean, look, the second half just started, I think. And look, he already got checked once in the first half. I would be surprised if we saw him again. I'd be pretty surprised if we saw him again. Now, Utah's offense has to do something.
Yes.
Other than like a late field goal. Where did you see the first one, by the way?
Yeah.
Dude kicked it to Wyoming and luckily luckily for Utah backers, got run into the kicker. So they put 3 on the board. But man, do something, Utah.
I mean, we're talking about it. Texas Tech should be up by like 3 scores in this game. And yet it's only 10-3. And now the quarterback's injured. So I agree. If you don't have any investment, feels like a nice time to jump in on Utah. We'll get back to the rest of the NFL slate for week 3 and continue keeping an eye on all the college games going on in week 4. Stay with us.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. The lines are shifting, the scores are changing, and we've got you covered. This is Inside the Betting Lines with PJ Glasser and Paul Aspen, live on the BetMGM Network.
The backup is indeed in the game for Texas Tech. Baron Morton getting knocked out on the last series, taking an elbow to the head. So Texas Tech with a 10-3 lead, trying to hang on to it in Salt Lake City in a low-scoring game. TCU and SMU in the Iron Skillet Battle of Dallas. It's a good one, 21-17. TCU on top with the ball. Wisconsin finally gets on the board. They trail 20-3 against the Terps. Clemson and Syracuse are in a weather delay at halftime, with Syracuse leading by 10. Arkansas up 28-17 on Memphis in the third quarter. And Miami of Ohio trying to hang on. They're up 24-17. UNLV, they were once 12.5-point favorites, and now they're 2.5-point favorites. They're just kids, Paul. They're just kids. College football. Gotta love it. So we'll revisit some of our picks later on in the day. Keep an eye on the games we have going on. But let's get back to the professionals. Tomorrow's NFL slate. One more 1 o'clock game that we have to go over. That's Colts and Titans. Indianapolis been one of the best stories so far through the first 2 weeks in the NFL. Go on the road for the first time this season and take on Tennessee. Colts are a 4.5-point favorite. The total is 43.5. Paul, initially I had a bet on Tennessee. At 3.5, I was leaning that way. Once it got to 4.5, I'm like, all right, I'm betting the Titans. But the fact that it hasn't come back down yet and it's just staying there, I cashed out of my bet, and I'm just worried that the Colts are just going to find a way to cover this game. I liked the Titans last week. They were winning in the second half. Looked like maybe we were going to get the outright winner, but certainly enough to cover. And then the Rams just kind of explode for points in the second half and cover that game with ease. It was a lot closer than people think. I could see the case for Tennessee, definitely. I've decided to stay away, though, from this game. Do you have a play that you like?
Come back in, PJ. The water's warm. Titans plus 4.5. I'm on that. I think they're live to win the game. I think they've played two of the best defenses in the NFL last couple weeks, and a rookie quarterback, and they should have probably won in Denver. Like you said, they hung around with the Rams for the majority of that game. I need a little dose of reality for Daniel Jones this week. All credit to Shane Steichen. And I do think that is a team that was written off in the offseason, and probably prematurely so. Shane Steichen, I mean, again, he was a couple years ago, he was, one of the flavors of the year, like a coach of the year candidate. Lou Anarumo, defensive coordinator. 2 years ago, a couple years ago, he's a head coach candidate, and ended up getting a job since his defense fell back down to earth and he got canned, so he landed in Indy. But the Colts go on the road for the first time, get out of that dome. I have a tough time saying that Daniel Jones isn't Daniel Jones. Look, we've seen guys like Sam Darnold with a good offensive play caller reinvent themselves, or at least maintain and have success. Maybe macro Daniel Jones, at least the early signs are, he can do that this year in Indianapolis. It's not going to be without blips on the radar, though, and going on the road to Tennessee. Guys like Jeffrey Simmons coming after him on that Tennessee defensive line. It feels like a breakthrough spot for the Titans. Certainly. And I laying 4.5 on the road. Are the Colts that team? That seems crazy to me. So I will be taking the 4.5 with the Titans. I think they are very live for Cam Ward to get his first win.
Yeah, they definitely could be. We'll see. Maybe tomorrow before games kick off, I'll be with you, and I'll take some Tennessee plus the points. Denver and LA should be a good one tomorrow. Chargers favored by 3 at home. The total in the game is 46. LA looking to go 3-0 to start the season, and a win against each team in the AFC West. Denver trying to bounce back after, they had that win against the Colts. Kicker misses the 60-yarder. They get the leverage penalty, and the next thing you know, they're losing the game. So interested to see how Denver bounces back. Bo Nix played much better last week. The defense has not been what we thought it would be up to this point. Feels like a spot where they could get rolling. The Chargers are coming off the short week against the Raiders. No play for me in this game, Paul. I think at the current price at 3, it would be Denver pass for me, though, but nothing official.
Feel the exact same way, but I'm not really interested in betting it at all. I'm very interested in seeing how this game plays out. But I don't really know what the number makes sense, and I don't think there's an edge either way, and I just don't know. I don't have any interest in betting it. I'm lower on the Broncos than most, and I've said that for most of the offseason, but I feel like lower on the Chargers than a lot of people. I feel like they were getting some offseason love, and definitely, now fast start, some in-season hype and preseason hype. You win over the Chiefs and all that. Starting 2-0. I just think it could be a very good and interesting game. Just not interested in betting it at all.
With the Chargers, too, I think a lot of us maybe like them in the preseason. Then Slater gets hurt, and we're like, okay, this team they're not doing anything. And now they've played well the first couple weeks, and I think now maybe we're starting to overrate the Chargers a little bit in the market, where we were accounting for that loss. We were wondering how much it would hurt them. They've played great. The defense has been awesome the first 2 weeks, and now we're like, oh, maybe the Chargers are one of the best teams in the AFC. So that's why it would be only Denver or a pass for me in this game.
I got to follow up on the Chargers. If they win this game, when do they lose? At the Giants, Commanders, maybe without Jaden Daniels at home, at the Dolphins, Colts at home, Vikings, is J.J. McCarthy going to be back at home? At the time, man. I mean, so I think what I'm saying, like, I'll be looking for fade spots, but this market on them could just keep going up.
It's a great call. And you know what? It might be worth a bet for them to get the number 1 seed in the AFC. Everybody's just going to talk Buffalo, and rightfully so because of their schedule. Paul, you bring up a good point, though, man. And again, we don't think of the Chargers as like a top power-rated team because of how well they are coached and that schedule. You might be talking into me betting them maybe to get the number 1 seed in the AFC if they take care of business against Denver. Saints and Seahawks, I think really this game, a lot of people are looking at it for Survivor from a 7.5 standpoint on the line. I think it's interesting. Would only be Saints team total for me. That would probably be the only thing that I would look at. If Seattle's defense shows up, I just don't know how the Saints score many points in this game. They have been bad at home under Mike McDonald. He's only been able to win 3 games at home. They're much better on the road. So Seattle's a team that I like betting on the road. I really don't want much to do with them at home, which is crazy because they have a great home field environment, and we think about what a tough place that is to win over the years. It just has not been the case lately. And whenever you have a quarterback like Sam Darnold that's always turnover prone, these type of games make me nervous when you have to lay this many points, especially against an 0-2 desperate Saints team that has probably been playing better than I think a lot of us thought up to this point. I could definitely see Seattle winning the game. I could see how people could like him in Survivor, but I think the play for me would probably just be to look at a Saints team total under.
I will be playing Seahawks will be one of my Survivor picks. Famous last words, but I am not overly concerned about Spencer Rattler going against the 12th man in Seattle. They have been kind of scrappy against, both those games at home, though. So now he's got to go on the road. I think Mike McDonald's defense is going to make it just a very long day for them. I understand the point on the Saints team total. Don't like the spread either way, 7.5. I think, I can't get there with the Saints. Jackson Smith and Jigba is having a season. He is off to a hell of a start. I think a couple looks here could be some alts on him. Over 74.5 is his number on receiving yards, but if you want to do like 100 plus at plus 231, 110 plus at plus 340, he is by far Darnold's favorite target. And I'll play a little weekly receiving leader at 20-1.
Okay. I like that. The team total under, by the way, for the Saints is 16.5. So I would look under there against that really good Seattle defense. Another 4 o'clock game tomorrow. Going to be the Cardinals and the 49ers, Paul, which we've seen a lot of movement. Arizona actually opened up as the favorite, and now San Francisco a 2.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 45. Let's see. Have we gotten official word on Purdy and whether or not he is playing in this game? No, I think he's still questionable. The line would probably... Yeah.
I saw multiple this morning, Mac Jones expected to start.
Mac Jones is. Okay, expected to start. So there you go. So line staying at 2.5. Does it make a difference for you whether it's Purdy or Mac Jones? Would that to determine whether or not you bet a side in this game?
Not necessarily. I honestly think you're getting a little bit of value on the Niners inside of 3 with Mac Jones under center. And I mean, look, if Purdy plays, then, that's number's going to at least go 2-3, if not through 3, probably through 3. But I'd be comfortable betting the Niners in this spot with Mac Jones. I don't think it's going to make my card, but it's never the Cardinals here. The Cardinals are so interesting. Like, I was high on them this offseason, and they were in control the majority of the game against the Saints. And then it got pretty close late, and the Saints had a chance to tie the game at the end. And they were in control most of the game against the Panthers. And then the Panthers had some chances late to make it a lot closer. So they're not finishing games, which especially with a defensive head coach and Jonathan Gannon is really interesting. I could never bet Cardinals plus 2.5. I would stay away from them in a teaser. I just think this game could go sideways for them. So it'll be like, Cardinals, show me something this week, especially if it's Mac Jones. But I think between Kyle Shanahan, that defense, and just the system overall, I'd be comfortable laying it with the 49ers inside of 3.
Yeah, I don't really have any strong thoughts on this game. It is interesting that Arizona's probably played the 2 worst teams in the NFL the first 2 weeks, in the Saints and the Panthers, so we really don't know how good they are. I like Kyler Murray a lot better as a dog than I do a favorite, for sure. I especially like him more when he's on the road. They have been able to win some games at San Francisco as a dog in his career. But yeah, I mean, Mac Jones with this offense, I mean, again, when they came out of college, Paul, like, there was talk that Mac would go 3 overall instead of Trey Lance when they took him. Shanahan liked him a lot. So this game could go either way. I'm going to stay away. But yeah, if it ends up being Mac Jones, I think he's going to play well again for San Francisco. All right, then the game in your neck of the woods. We had Zach Walchuk on to talk about this game. Cowboys-Bears. Going to be super interesting. Cowboys a minus 125 favorite on the road. The total in the game is 50. Paul, I like the Bears in this game, man. I like the Bears, and I'll tell you why.
Please tell me why. Please tell me why.
You know why? Well, you're in Chicago. Our guy Kenny's in Chicago, and you guys know what's going to happen. Right now, nobody likes the team. Everybody, I mean, people want Bagent to start. They're already done with Ben Johnson. They're pissed off that they re-signed Ryan Poles, which I think a lot of people were when it happened at the time. But there's nothing positive about this team right now. Everybody is so out on the Bears. So you know it'll be so Bears-like for them to win this game, and then it'll buy people back in. And then they'll start to look at the schedule, and they'll say, oh, we got the Raiders next week. That's a winnable game. Oh, and then we got the Saints after that. That's a winnable. And then we get the bye week. Then we get Washington. And then they'll start getting hope, Paul. They'll start playing the hypothetical game, and they'll start to buy back in. And I can just see. Because if they lose this game 0-3 at home, you lose another game at home, it's done. People will be like, we'll see you next year. But I think the Bears, just because it's what they do, they love to torture the city of Chicago, the fan base, and everybody is so out right now that they'll win this game. People will buy back in just enough for then the Bears to eventually let them back down again. So I like Chicago +1. I think they win the game. Dallas just gave up 450 passing yards to Russell Wilson. I know Caleb hasn't looked good, but if there was a game for him to play well, it would be this one. I understand the Bears defense is equally as bad maybe as Dallas, which is why the total is at 50. But look, I mean, Dallas and Dak throughout his career, man, like, he's great indoors, he's great at home. You get him outdoors, you get Dallas on natural grass, and they're just not the same team. So I'll take Chicago tomorrow, Paul.
I mean, those cluster injuries in the Bears secondary and Jalen Johnson being out like that just seems like a recipe for disaster. And, like, PJ, I understand the point, but, like, when it comes to the Bears, I feel like I've seen this Bears movie so many times, and sometimes they do grab the fan base back in and then let them down. I don't even know if they're going to do that this year. Like, sometimes for me, the obvious play, like, look, no one is going to be on the Bears. You're 100% right about that. No one wants to bet the Bears this week. This has to be the Cowboys for me, and I will be fine being wrong, and maybe this is where Ben Johnson really kind of carves up that Dallas defense, which has its own issues, and I certainly understand the high total and be comfortable playing the over. I just don't know how this isn't Cowboys with a ton of points. And the Bears offense still seems questionable. Although I will say, probably because I'm not an actual Bears fan, I am willing to see incremental progress with Caleb, like a little bit of time. I think we've seen some of that. Mm-hmm. I also don't think you really have a choice but to, like, be patient, which Bears fans are not, and see if he can make, some strides here and there. Like, the playoff the win total bets over this offseason and coming this season were insane. But yeah, I think I am more concerned about like Caleb's development and not necessarily the wins and losses. And I think I'll go with Dallas and be happy to be wrong.
Another part of this game, too, Paul, is if Dallas had lost last week, do you think people would still be all over the Cowboys, or do you think there would be more people on the Bears if both of these teams were 0-2?
I'm just surprised it's a coin flip. So, I guess maybe more people would be on the Bears. I don't know.
You know? I don't know. I'm going to go with the contrarian under, too, because, like, who's going to want to take an under between these two defenses? I will. Give me under 50. More Inside the Betting Lines presented by BetMGM. We come back.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. The action never stops, and neither do we. Score updates, betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Oh, Utah should have had a touchdown. Receiver was wide open, and Devin Dampier just totally overthrows his guy. It's been that kind of day for the Utes. And, they got all the opportunities for him right now. Texas Tech starting quarterback Baron Morton, if you're just joining us, knocked out of the game first drive in the second half. But you know what? The way this Texas Tech defense has been playing, they might not need them. And maybe just one more score could do the job for Texas Tech. Paul, we talked about it. It was only under or nothing for us in this total. And we did. Texas Tech was moving the ball in the first half. We had 5 combined turnovers, but now especially with Texas Tech quarterback getting knocked out of the game, it feels like Texas Tech might not need to score again. I mean, this could be a 10-3 type game, so we'll see. Special teams starting to take over. Great coverage by Utah on that special teams kick. 2 minutes to go, third quarter, 10-3. Texas Tech is on top. So.
What is that route? What was that route? You ever seen like a outfielder like twist himself around going back on a ball? Like they also ran into each other. Like it's just not crisp, man. It's so frustrating to watch. So.
It really is. Look, I think if you like Utah, Paul, at this point, I think I'd probably just bet them on the money line instead of plus the points. Like they're plus 6.5, plus 5.5. I think Whittingham's going to say, look, if we get down in the red zone, I don't know how many opportunities we're going to have to score touchdowns, so we're probably going to go for it. I think that's your angle. If you want to get involved in that game live total in the game, 26.5. And it's juiced to the over. So Vegas thinking maybe we get 2 more touchdowns in this game. We'll see. Arkansas 31-26 on Memphis. So the Tigers making a comeback. Arkansas 7.5-point favorites, which is where they started the day. I have Wisconsin live plus 10.5, and that's where the number is now as Maryland is up 20-3. Clemson, Syracuse in a weather delay. Cuse up 10 right now at intermission, but Clemson is still favored to win the game at minus 125. SMU trailing TCU 21-17. That game is in the fourth quarter. Miami of Ohio, God bless them, Paul. This game was 24-24. Ensuing kickoff, they take it back to the house. Then they get a pick 6, back up 14. So let's go. North Texas and Army in a good one, 31-28. So we got a lot of really good games. Big 3rd and 3, though, for Texas Tech, and they convert. Man, what a throw and catch for a first down as they get it to the 40-yard line. And that's kind of, Utah, obviously they're trying to play field position, and they need these 3 and outs, and Texas Tech's had a couple of big conversions to keep the drive alive. So they will keep that one alive they don't let the time run out in the third quarter. They'll run another play, and they'll lose a gain of 1. So we'll lose 1 yard on the play. So we'll keep you posted on what's going on there in college. Paul, a couple more NFL games to get to in week 3. The primetime matchups, Chiefs, Giants, and then Ravens, Lions on Monday. Kansas City, 6-point favorite. Total in the game is 45. Talked about earlier in the show. Think Kansas City teaser or just take them on the money line out there. 6-point favorite, minus 295. That is the way that I would attack this game. They are my survivor pick this week because even though I think all of us expect the Chiefs to still win double-digit games, close to it, I mean, their schedule is kind of tough, Paul, and there's not like a spot that you would look at and be like, okay, they're going to win. They could get upset in a game you don't expect. I don't see the Chiefs starting 0-3. I don't see it. And I think last week was Russell Wilson's game against that Dallas defense. Now, will Kansas City cover the spread? That's a different conversation. I don't know if I'd lay the 6, but I do think they're going to win and they're going to squeak out a close one at MetLife. So I like Kansas City money line, and they're my survivor play this week. Would you do anything in the game?
No, I mean maybe the under. And I looked at the under against the Eagles last week, and I didn't get there. But, the Giants have a pretty good pass rush, and I can't see the Giants' offense doing much against this Chiefs defense. And total of 45 at last check. So I think that could be, still 45 at BetMGM. I mean, what's this final score? 21-10? Like, I mean, I guess if they cover 20-14,
feels right.
something like that. So, yeah, I'm in no rush to lay it with the Chiefs. Gotta be honest though, I think that's like the last time we ever see that version of Russ, and I don't want to be like pulling my hair out hoping for the Giants, like the offense to somehow get inside the number. So
yeah,
I think this is an underplay for me or nothing, but I'm with you. Like, it's weird to say, oh, we think it's going to be a low score, grinded out game, but the Chiefs, there's no way the Chiefs are going to lose. But I got to be honest, kind of like that Dolphins-Bills game, even in the middle of the game, PJ. And look, I was holding 1 or 2 shares of Bills Survivor. It never felt like the Bills were going to lose that game. And I feel like that's the same feeling we'll have on Sunday night. Even if it's a 1-score game most of the way, I just don't know that I'll ever sure, could the Giants win? I guess. I just don't see it happening. And Sammy P kind of brought it up like on our show on Bet Sweats. Is the league going to really let the Chiefs fall to 0-3? Like, could the Zebras throw an extra couple flags in favor of the Chiefs? And we've seen that before plenty of times. So all factors, I think the Chiefs definitely get out of here with a win, but I'm not really interested on betting either side. Let's go SMU.
Big third down
under
conversion.
45. Yeah.
Big third down conversion for them. I would probably actually take the Giants plus the points before I would take the Chiefs. But again, I just think money line, Survivor, I love them. I think that's the way that I would attack the game. Big 4th and 1 here for Wisconsin to cover my 10.5. It's all going to be about the spot. And the ref says that he's short. So Maryland with a huge stop there. We'll see. Obviously, they'll review the play to see where it was. But that's a huge spot by the ref. He's going to say that he's short. So Maryland, it looks like it's a turnover on downs there against Wisconsin. Ravens-Lions on Monday night, Paul. Going to be an awesome game. 2 of the best teams in the league. Certainly 2 of the best offenses. Ravens 4.5-point favorite. Total is 53.5. I took the Ravens in the first half, minus 2.5. I love the number. I love the fact we're getting him under 3. Since Lamar's been in the league, he's been the best against the spread in the first half. The Ravens under John Harbaugh are 19-1 straight up in primetime games before the month of November. So usually early on in the season, at home primetime, they take care of business. Lamar 24-2 straight up against the NFC. 22 touchdowns, 0 interceptions on Monday Night Football. I mean, all these trends are just pointing towards the Ravens to get out to an early lead, play well. The one reason I won't lay 4.5 with the Ravens, and why I'm nervous about this game, Paul, is I just have this thought. The Ravens play the Chiefs next week, and I'm just kind of terrified that both of those teams could be 1-2 playing each other. It's like one of those games where it's like 2 of the teams we thought would be 2 of the best are now one of them is going to be 1-3. And I worry about that a little bit. So the Ravens normally take care of business in these games. They're normally great against NFC teams, but I just like with the Chiefs lurking, I'm just a little scared that both teams might be 1-2. So that's the only thing that's preventing me from betting the Ravens full game. But I do like them in the first half, minus 2.5.
I'm not really interested in either side. I'm just really interested to watch this game. I think it's going to be a great Monday Night Football game. I feel like we have seen the Lions, not in prime time, but like go to Baltimore and just get absolutely trucked, right?
Yeah, they did a couple years ago.
Yeah, a couple years ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, that's in the back of your mind. The coordinator switch is obviously a little bit in the back of your mind. Ravens have not – look, they did last week with the Browns, put them away. But typically, they've struggled with that, with putting teams away late, especially a talented team like the Lions. So the total's gotten way too high to go over for me, at least. But I don't really want to sit there and take the under in this game either. So just gonna sit back and watch, and hopefully a good game between 2 of the best teams in the NFL.
Should be a good one. Another huge third down conversion for Texas Tech. Massive play. Gets them into the red zone. So 2nd down and short coming up. They reversed the call in the Wisconsin-Maryland game. So the Badgers do have the ball now. 1st and 10. They lose 3 on the first play. But they are right on the fringe of in the red zone as well as these games are into the 4th quarter. But Texas Tech knocking on the door, trying to make this a 17-3 lead, and would not feel good about my 7.5 because I just don't know how Wisconsin or Utah is going to score after what they've been doing all game. Some other college games going on right now. SMU is taking the lead. If you're watching us live on Twitch, on YouTube, you might have seen Paul celebrating. That's what it was about. The Mustangs take the lead, 24-21. TCU now a home dog as they got a 3rd and 5 upcoming with 10 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. I might look at a little TCU live money line potentially. I think that might be a
PJ.
play.
Come on.
Well, we both win our bets. We both win our bets. Get a nice middle.
Fair.
Get a nice middle. That's all we can both win. That's all we're looking for. Syracuse and Clemson still in a weather delay. Miami of Ohio still up 38-24 on UNLV. Tennessee up 42-10 on UAB. They were 39.5-point favorites coming off the Georgia game, so we'll see if maybe UAB can keep that within the number. North Texas up 38-28 on Army. And Virginia Tech, first game after Brent Pry, they're up 38-6 on Wofford right now in the fourth quarter. But a lot of sweats going on right now in college football. TCU just answered with the touchdown on 3rd and 5, Paul. My condolences. How quickly?
I know, PJ. Stay inside the 6.5. But I mean, look, I think. Oh, what? I've seen this a couple times. I'm a little bit behind you, but just terrible tackling, and that's kind of been the story with this SMU defense. So not terribly shocked to see that, but I think this game's far from over. We might get multiple more touchdowns in this game going back and forth. So, but yeah, as far as Utah, man, it's almost like if they could hold them to a field goal here and then they can start not inside of their own 10, maybe they can have some breathing room to work a little bit of offense. But I'm with you. I do not feel very confident of them getting up enough points to force overtime or anything like that.
Yeah, and Wisconsin just got sacked for a loss of 20 yards, so it's 4th and 31. They're going to have to punt the ball away. I don't think I'm getting the 10.5. I don't think they're going to score, Paul. I thought they could get me one touchdown. Now, they do just down the ball at the 1-yard line. I don't think Maryland's scoring the rest of the game. I just need Wisconsin to get one more touchdown. Just lose 20-10. It's all we need. So we'll see. So we'll be sweating out in the final hour of the show. Manny Navarro going to join us next coming up to break down one of the marquee games coming up in college football later tonight. Miami, Florida. Stay with us.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. The action is nonstop.
Parker Livingston, look at him go! Just like that.
From the biggest plays to the sharpest bets, we've got your Saturday covered.
I'm not one of those people. Roll Tide.
They got to 10, they got to 15, they got to 20, and then I don't think they ever led ever again.
They don't care how much they win by. They just want to get out of those games healthy.
I got a little nuts. I did a fade the SEC round robin.
Georgia never covers against an FCS team, and they always roll in Knoxville.
Score updates, live betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines with PJ Glasser and Paul Aspen on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Got some good games going on right now in college football. Terps going for the kill shot, and they have it. Touchdown, Maryland, 27-3, and that should do it today against the Badgers. So Mike Loxley and company going to go to 4-0, and Luke Fickell and the Badgers going to drop game at home as a double-digit spread to Maryland to drop to 2-2 on the season. Could be a long year for Wisconsin. Some other games real quick to update you on. Texas Tech kicks a field goal. They're up by 10 on Utah, but the Utes are driving right now. 1st and 10 at the Texas Tech 21-yard line. Arkansas up 31-26 on Memphis. Clemson 24-14 over Clemson at halftime. That game in a weather delay. TCU up 28-24 on SMU. And North Texas, 38-28 on Army. You have Miami of Ohio up 38-31 on UNLV as well. But let's talk about a game coming up later on today from Miami. You got the Gators and the Hurricanes. And to join us, talk about that is Manny Navarro. Give Manny a follow on X at Manny_Navarro, Athletic and New York Times. Manny, really appreciate the time, man. Excited for this game tonight. In your mind, what do you think Florida has to do if they want to pull off the upset tonight against the Hurricanes?
Well, I think number one for Florida, they got to put up some points. I mean, that offense has really been struggling. DJ Lagway obviously had the 5 interceptions last week, but the one thing Miami hasn't really faced yet is a deficit. They got up on Notre Dame early in that game, basically had to hold on for it to beat them in the opener, and then against USF last week, took the ball right down the field and scored and built a 14-3 lead pretty quickly. So I think for Florida, it's coming out and being able to hit on some points early if they're going to have a chance to pull this off.
Manny, Carson Beck is at the top of the Heisman odds board with John Mateer. Just like how he has looked with the Hurricanes. I mean, again, Notre Dame and then a couple lesser opponents, but looked very well in that Notre Dame game. Florida, then eventually Florida State. Just how, I mean, there's a ton of talent around him, but how he's been able to play the role of distributor for that offense as well.
Yeah, he's really had a lot of time to throw, hasn't really faced pressure at all. I mean, Mario Cristobal's focus the moment he got in the door at Miami was to try to, improve this program at the line of scrimmage, make him an SEC-type team. And you go and you look at the amount of times that Carson Beck has actually faced pressure. It hasn't been much. And when he's got a clean pocket, he is deadly. And you look at his accuracy numbers leading all FBS quarterbacks heading into this week in completion percentage. Yes, he finally did throw an interception, 2 interceptions last week, but both of them were under pressure, which is rare. So I think as long as Carson Beck has time to throw, he's got more than enough weapons around him to make other teams pay.
Manny, I mean, as you know, this team lost a lot last year. Mario had to go into the portal and address a lot of the players. And, man, so far he's done an incredible job. Who's the guy that's really stood out to you? Maybe wasn't a high-profile guy you knew would contribute, but you think has done a really good job and could be a key piece for the Canes tonight in their game against Florida?
Yeah, I think C.J. Daniels, you look at where he was last season at LSU, didn't score a touchdown receiving, was kind of their 3rd or 4th receiver. He's come in here and looks like the guy that was at Louisiana Tech before he went to LSU and really been an effective playmaker for Carson Beck, kind of a dependable player. We obviously remember the catch he made opening night, the ridiculous one-handed grab against Notre Dame to score what was just ultimately the biggest touchdown of the game. And I thought, he's come in here and really taken on that role of being the leader in the receiver room. Miami had a great one last year wearing number 7 and Xavier Restrepo, a guy who, ended up becoming the all-time leader. And, receptions and yards at Miami because he played for so long, but just super dependable, and I think that's what C.J. Daniels is doing. He's become super dependable for Carson Beck.
Manny, Miami plus 1,700 to win the Natty. They obviously got to get through this Florida game, and then Florida State up next. I mean, look, Florida State was a 2-touchdown underdog to Alabama and then won outright. They look like not only do they have the talent now, but it's all moving in the right direction. I mean, Miami's got to get through this game. But if they get that Florida State game, and then it's the rest of the schedule sets up pretty well for them. So what is kind of an early look ahead to how that game the matchups in that game and how that could look for the Hurricanes against the Seminoles?
Yeah, it's a game I'm obviously really interested in because Thomas Castellanos is such a dangerous weapon on the run. And Miami's faced him once before, a couple years ago when he was at Boston College. But he looks like a different guy, and Gus Malzahn's offense has just been super effective, obviously, for the Seminoles. And, they've got some playmakers around them, Squirrel White, Deuce Robinson. And, Miami, to this point, really hasn't faced a prolific offense. USF, you go back and you look at how they beat the Gators, it was really defense that won that game for them. Notre Dame, CJ Carr's first start, yes, they were able to get back in the game and tie Miami late, but it's not like they put up a ton of yards on this Miami defense. I think it's going to be a different challenge because Castellanos can obviously, create a lot with his legs. And look, Miami did a good job against Byron Brown this past week, but Castellanos is clearly a better passer than Byron Brown is. And so I'm looking forward to it. I think, Miami's got a lot of confidence right now because they've beaten Florida State a couple of times in a row and feel like they're, got some momentum going. But it'll be interesting to see what happens in Tallahassee in a few weeks.
Manny, it's funny. I mean, we came into the year and Clemson was such a heavy favorite. We were wondering the team that would maybe compete with them, and now we look at it and they're obviously struggling with Syracuse again today, might suffer their third loss, and now it's like, who's the team that maybe is going to compete with Miami? So do you think Florida State is the team that maybe gives them the toughest test in the ACC? Do you still feel like it's Clemson if they somehow manage to match up in Charlotte? Is it Georgia Tech? Like, who's the team in the ACC that you look at right now that you think would give Miami the toughest game?
Yeah, I think you have to give the nod to Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech isn't on the regular season schedule for Miami this year, but they beat Miami last year, right? People always remember the Syracuse loss at the end of the season for the Hurricanes, but they did go on the road and lose in Atlanta last year for their first loss, and they did a good job against Cam Ward. Defensively held Miami in check that game, and I think obviously their program done a great job here. Getting the program going there. Georgia Tech competitive, doing a good job replacing players lost in the transfer portal, and Haynes King has just been a great leader for him. So I think if Miami ends up matching up with Georgia Tech in the ACC championship game, that'd be a tremendous matchup as well. But I wouldn't sleep on Louisville. Louisville's a Friday night game. Miami's got to host them. The Cardinals, always play the Hurricanes tough. It was a great game last year in Louisville. So, there's certainly some places that Miami could fall down the stretch. But right now, I think the Canes are the favorites.
And Manny, I guess just kind of looking inwardly at the Canes, if they stumble, I mean, you mentioned, Carson Beck's been pretty much thrown without pressure. They haven't really faced a prolific offense, which you'll see in Florida State. But if you look at the Canes internally, if they stumble, why will that be?
Yeah, I think it's probably because the defense lets them down. To this point, like I mentioned, they haven't really played a prolific offense. Obviously, Jeremiah Love's a tremendous back, and they did a great job containing him that day. But they haven't faced a team loaded with players at the wideout position. The secondary has still given up a few big pass plays. Going into tonight's game, they've given up 8 pass plays of 20 yards or more. That's a lower percentage than last year. They were averaging 3.3 pass plays of 20 yards or more per game last year. This year it's 2.6. But there's been some lapses, right? USF was able to hit on a few big pass plays. So while the secondary has improved, I think I want to see what this team honestly looks like against a quarterback and a receiving core that actually has its act together. Can Ruben Bain be the difference maker in that kind of a matchup? Can Akeem Mazador and Bain put the kind of pressure to take it off a little bit of the secondary to come up and make plays? So that to me is what we haven't seen yet. CJ Carr I thought did a great job in the opener, but I don't know that Notre Dame's receivers are quite the caliber of, let's say, Ohio State or some other teams out there that have really good receiver groups. So that's what I'm interested in seeing here down the road is what happens when they face an elite quarterback with elite receivers.
Yeah, Manny, a lot of people, it feels like, tonight are leaning towards the under in the game. You were just talking about the defense, and maybe if Miami trips up, that could be what lets them down. Do you also see an under-type game tonight? Do you think it's going to be lower scoring, or do you think we tend to see a higher scoring game?
Yeah, I think it all depends on the way DJ Lagway plays in this game. LSU wasn't able to capitalize on those 5 turnovers very often. They obviously had a pick 6. One of them they took back to the house, but 13 points. Garrett Nussmeier and that offense were struggling. I think if DJ Lagway turns it over 2 or 3 times tonight, Miami's probably going to blow Florida out. But I expect Billy Napier's team to come in here focused. This is sort of a make-or-break-it game, I think, for them in terms of losing the roster, losing the focus of the players, etc. So I think they're going to be hyper-focused to come in here and play well. And I would expect Lagway to play better, especially after having just a terrible game throwing the football. So I would bet the under just because I would bet on DJ Lagway playing a cleaner game than he did last time.
Manny, I regrettably have to ask you a Dolphins question. I mean, what we saw Thursday night, they hung with the Bills. Was that a dead cat bounce and the bottom just falls out? But they showed up. They showed up in primetime. They hung with one of the best teams in the NFL. Or is that like, all right, we can build off this and maybe they'll be competitive and turn some things around moving forward?
Listen, they still gave up 31 points. That's a lot of points in the NFL. It feels like, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. It feels like a lot of games are low scoring, much more low scoring this year. Maybe I'm totally wrong about that. But their defense was a huge issue in the offseason, and they didn't really address it. And they played well against the Bills and still gave up 31 points. So to me, I don't know that there's really a magic potion that's going to turn everything around. I thought Mike McDaniel's game plan was really, really good. On Thursday night, they stuck with the run. They allowed their running backs to make plays. I think a lot of people around here have been hoping and wishing to see that from McDaniel more often. Not that they don't love seeing Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle do their thing, but offensive balance is almost necessary for Tua to be able to throw the football. And they were much more committed to the run against the Bills than at any point in the last few months that they've played games. So we'll see if that continues going forward. If McDaniel holds on to his job, but I think they're in such a bad situation on defense in terms of what they've actually got. They game planned well for the Bills. They stayed in it until the fourth quarter, but ultimately 31 points is too many points to win games in the NFL.
Great stuff. Manny Navarro, give him a follow on X at Manny_Navarro. The Athletic, New York Times covering the Miami Hurricanes. Manny, enjoy the game tonight, man. Appreciate you joining us and hope to talk to you again soon.
Sounds good, guys. Thanks for having me on.
All right, great stuff there from Manny Navarro. Wisconsin attempting a 51-yard field goal, down by 24 with 6 minutes to go, and he pushes it right. So the booze raining down
Maybe
in
they
Madison,
should fire
Paul.
Fickle. Yeah.
That's bad. Now, the quarterback did just get hurt on the previous play. I think they're down their top 2 quarterbacks. Like, both of them are hurt now, so I think he was just scrambling, like 4th and 20, nothing there, want to get some points on the board. Kicker misses it. It's bad for the Badgers, man. Really, really bad. Paul, I feel for you in this SMU-TCU game.
Not looking good.
Absolutely brutal. Absolutely brutal, man. TCU up 35-24 now. SMU was up 24-21. We were on air talking about I wanted to maybe bet some TCU money line. They score a touchdown like 2 plays later, and now here they are. Now we're sweating Utah and Texas Tech, and now we're starting to get some offense between these two teams. The Utes go down the field, score a touchdown, make it 13-10, and now Texas Tech answers right back with the touchdown to make it 20-10. It is just all falling apart. Great answer from Texas Tech. Again, Utah had all the momentum. Crowd was getting back into the game, and they go and score and make it 20-10 with 8.5 minutes to go. So that's what we got going on in those two games. Miami of Ohio was up 38-24. It's now 38-38 with 7 minutes to go. It's just maybe it's going to be one of those Saturdays. Paul, not great. North Texas is up 38-25 or 38-35 on Army. That game is a shootout. Clemson and Syracuse still in the weather delay, and now Memphis is taking the lead on Arkansas, 32-31. So a lot of these games, man, coming down to the wire here in this early window in week 4 of college football. A lot going on. Gonna need Utah to get us another touchdown, though, to somehow lose this game 20-17.
You know what? You know what we need at a time like this, PJ?
What's that?
Give me Liberty. Just give me Liberty. Start in 15 minutes. That'll save the day.
Hopefully. We need it. We need it, Paul. We need it. Hopefully SMU can somehow get you this backdoor cover as well. We'll come back. A couple segments left to go. We'll give out some of our picks for the late games tonight in the college slate. Stay with us.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. This is Inside the Betting Lines with PJ Glasser and Paul Aspen, live on the BetMGM Network.
Oh, Paul, it was all looking so good early, and then it's just come to a screeching halt. Miami of Ohio's getting ready to break my heart. They were up 2 scores 2 separate times in this game. They were driving late in the fourth quarter. They just fumbled, and they've not been able to stop UNLV here in the second half. So their defense needs to stop as they are tied with UNLV with 2:26 to go. I was seeing if maybe your SMU defense forced a fumble recovery, but they did not. TCU able to fall back on it, so they hang on to possession. 2 minutes left. They just hit the 2-minute warning, so hopefully SMU, Paul, can hold them to a field goal. Then you come down and get the backdoor cover and lose by 7 there. We're rooting on Miami of Ohio. We're rooting on Utah plus the points. Paul got him at 4.5. I got him at 7.5. Texas Tech 3rd and 5, 4.5 minutes to go in field goal range. But Army and North Texas, crazy game too. Army was down big, but now with 2 minutes to go, they're trailing by 3 and have a chance to send it to overtime with the field goal or win it with a touchdown. So that's what we got going here in the final couple minutes in these early windows. Game's getting ready to start in a little bit. We have Auburn and Oklahoma in 7 minutes, Ole Miss, Tulane, 7 minutes, Michigan, Nebraska, Purdue and Notre Dame, North Carolina, UCF, and, of course, the big one, James Madison and Liberty, starting in less than 10 minutes. We got all those games that we're looking forward to. Coming up later tonight, South Carolina, Missouri at 7 p.m. We discussed that game earlier on in the show. Let's talk about that Miami-Florida game. We just had Manny Navarro on, Paul. Game's been going back and forth, right? Miami 7.5-point favorite. They get up to a 9.5. Now they're back down to 7.5. If you had to pick a side in this game, who would you take between the Canes and the Gators? Okay.
I got to go Gators. I got to go Gators at 7.5. I mean, the look ahead on this was 3. I like DJ Lagway. Look, it's one thing to throw 5 picks. The way he did it was pretty bad. I mean, across his body, the fundamentals are bad. Is he hurt-ish? Kind of, maybe. It kind of looks like. Honestly, the worst part for me is them losing that defensive tackle that just came back against LSU. Caleb Banks, he's now out again with a foot injury. But I can't lay this here with Miami. I can't lay 7.5. Maybe it is a blowout, and that's fine. But yeah, I'm on Florida plus 7.5. Getting up to 9. I mean, I missed the move up. I saw it, but didn't get to bet it in time. But up to 9.5 and then back down to 7.5. So more than a touchdown. Yeah, I'll hate myself and roll with the Gators. Speaking of hating myself, Texas Tech just scores again. So
yeah,
everything is terrible.
Those bets are cooked, man. Not a good live betting window for me with Wisconsin and Utah. It was looking good for a second, and then they just kind of all blew up in my face. So no good. Hopefully Miami of Ohio can get me on the board here at some point. Still got Clemson parlayed with Miami on the money line. I think the Canes are a good money line parlay piece if you can find it with somebody else. But I agree, Paul. If I had to bet the line, I think it'd be Florida, man. I mean, jumping up to 9.5 and then going right back down to 7. I mean, all those people that were betting the Gators last week against LSU were on the right side. They lost by 10. Lagway threw 5 interceptions. If they just ran the ball every play, it feels like they probably would have won that game against LSU. So I think Napier gets Jaden Ball involved more. We're really going to see kind of the mental toughness of DJ Lagway in this game. Like, how much is that still weighing on him with those 5 interceptions? But Florida's got a really good defense. I think that their defense is the best that Miami has seen. I think it's better than Notre Dame's at this point after watching what A&M was able to do to them. So I think the under is a good look. It's been popular this week, but I think that would be the play, and Florida plus the points. I agree with you, but I think Miami ends up winning the game. Vanderbilt, Georgia State, you said you thought could be an interesting game. Vandy coming off that huge win against South Carolina. First time in 17 tries that they were able to beat the Gamecocks. But do you think they cover the 4-touchdown spread against Georgia State today, a team that beat them last year?
That's what gives me pause. I was so they were talking so much going into that South Carolina game. It was their first win against South Carolina in 16 years, 16 matchups, whatever. So they were talking a bunch of crap, breaking the huddles during practice week, like South Carolina, and they're all hyped up for that game. And they go in there, and they absolutely stomped the Gamecocks. So I'm like, perfect letdown spot. And then it's like, oh wait, Georgia State actually beat them last year. Now, look, this moved from 24.5 to 27.5. They're going to win by 4 touchdowns. And I think what holds me up is, like, because they won, they might just not step off the gas against Georgia State. My problem also, kind of looking at Georgia State, you know who their offensive coordinator is?
I don't.
Hugh Jackson.
The old Browns coach.
The old Browns coach. Yeah.
That's amazing.
So the Vandy defense could be missing one of their starting defensive tackles. I mean, and they are ranked in the top 20 in rushing yards allowed, total yards allowed, scoring defense. So it's a pretty good defense. Now they are that offense is kind of built to chew up clock. So I mean, that could be, if you get to the second half, you got a multiple score lead, could just be like, all right, let's just grind the clock and get out of here. So I'm going to do it, PJ. I mean, it's a little bit of a spot play, and I'll put it this way. If Vandy smashes Georgia State this week, I'll be looking to come back on Utah State against Vandy again next week. But I'm on Georgia State plus 27.5. That's just a monster number, and I just don't think it's necessarily warranted.
It is.
Can you get there
what?
with me?
I actually think I will. I was going back and forth on this game, but it's a lot like Vandy's built like Georgia Tech is. You know, I love Vandy as a dog. Pavi is unbelievable against the spread and straight up, but they're just not built to beat teams as these big favorites. They want to grind out the clock and go on 8-play drives, 10-play drives, and they're just not built to win by 4 touchdowns. They're not expect to win by margin. So I can get there with you with Georgia State because, again, the revenge factor is kind of built in there as well, but that sometimes tend to get overblown a little bit, especially now in the portal era. Like how many of those Georgia State Vandy players on that team from last year? So I'll take the Georgia State side with you, plus 27.5. I like that. That's a good call. Another good Big 12 game coming up later, Arizona State and Baylor. Baylor favored by 2.5. Total in the game is 60.5. Any plays for you in Baylor and ASU?
I do. And I got to this late last night. A lot went right for Arizona State last year, PJ. Mm-hmm. A lot went right. And I know they're bringing back most of their team, but that's actually why I think this applies even more because it's basically the same team. And yes, they have a little bit more experience, except for Scadaboo, which they lost, the running back. But like this team, looking back, 1-score win versus Mississippi State, 1-score win versus Texas State, 1-score loss versus Texas Tech, 1-score win, 1-score loss, 10-point loss, 10-point win, 8-3 in games of 10 points or less last year, 7-2 in 1-score games. I just think this could easily go the other way this year. I think you saw some of that against Mississippi State with that early season loss a couple weeks ago. Last year, and again, let's not forget this roster, this team was picked to finish dead last in the Big 12 last year. And look, they had a hell of a year. They make the playoffs. But again, they won not only the 1-score games, turnover margin. They were plus 14, 6th in the entire country. They lost a grand total of 3 fumbles last year. That is 5th best. Sam Levitt has had 6 interceptions all of last season. He already has 3 this year, PJ. Give me Baylor at home. Money line. Money line minus 135 at BetMGM. But there is a college football odds boost token you can use at BetMGM, and that's what I'm doing to take this down to Baylor money line minus 102. Give me the Bears.
Love it. I'm with you. I like Baylor as well in the game. Yeah, ASU was fortunate. We got a chance to see him on the road against Mississippi State. It just feels like right now, Paul, this offense is all Sam Levitt and a prayer. They rely on him so much to run around, make plays, do everything for them on offense. And I love Sawyer Robertson. The key to this game, Auburn ran for 300 yards on Baylor, and SMU was able to put up a bunch of points. So ASU should be able to score. I kind of like the over in the game too, man. I mean, ASU is going to want to run the ball. I would look at Sam Levitt over rushing yards as well. actually, while I'm in D.C. here, and you can bet college props, I think I am going to bet that Sam Levitt over rushing yards. I like that because he's going to run a lot in this game. Baylor really struggles to stop the run. Jackson Arnold ran all over them. So I do like Baylor in the game as well. And you taking a money line, I would just lay the 2.5. I think Baylor covers the spread, gets the win.
And it looks like SMU, they had an outside chance at a backdoor cover, but they just lost the ball. So, but back to the Baylor game. Dave Aranda, he gives us just as much of a reason to back the Bears tonight.
I think he's very in tuned in terms of this is a week to improve. This is an opportunity not to be missed, and he's leading us into that. So, I would bet on Sawyer.
I would bet on Sawyer too, Dave. I would
There
bet
you
on
go.
Sawyer. We're betting on Sawyer Robertson.
Yes, we are. Man, Dave Aranda can just put you to sleep, couldn't he? The soothing sound, Dave Aranda. That's just, I don't know, man. I would love to see him in a locker room getting his players fired up because I just can't see it after listening to that. But we're rocking with Aranda and the boys today. I'm also going to take South Alabama, Paul, minus 15.5. I'm laying the lumber against Coastal. Dude, Coastal
stinks.
They're terrible. And South Alabama, they nearly beat Tulane. They hung tough with Auburn. But that's my only fear is coming off that Auburn game. Are they just not treating Coastal, who got absolutely destroyed by East Carolina last week? But I like South Alabama, Paul. I still don't think the books are adjusting for how bad Coastal is. So I laid it with USA later on tonight.
I like that. Coastal was my best miss of the season. I had them. I was looking at them last week, and the number kept going up, and I was like, you know what? Nah, not going to get there. And they just got annihilated. But yeah, I don't know if you know this, PJ. I'm big on directional Alabama schools. So especially when it comes to college basketball, but give me a South Alabama, give me a North Alabama. But I love, South Alabama. I think my concern, similar to, and look, South Florida was after playing a couple physical, playoff level teams, then had to face Miami again, and you could tell it had taken a toll on them. So that's kind of to your point, is South Alabama just going to be beat up physically? I don't know that it matters against Coastal. I just, like you said, I think Coastal's just got nothing.
No, I agree with you. I don't think there's much. Some of the other late games coming up tonight. Did you have anything in USC and Michigan State? USC just keeps getting bet up, man. They're up to 19.5 now.
Yeah, I'm just interested to watch their offense. Maybe they'll put on a show, but no, I'm not playing a side or the total in that game. You got anything on that?
Nothing. I mean, it keeps going up. I don't think it'll ever get to 21, but if we get there with Michigan State, then I'll bet them. You do. Jonathan Smith, obviously, has the head coach for Michigan State, has a track record playing against Lincoln Riley when he was at Oregon State. So he does have some familiarity with his offenses. And again, and the reason the spread is this high, Michigan State just doesn't have the horses yet. They don't have the guys to hang with USC. Shout out to all of my friends who went to Michigan State on the East Coast. They got to stay up for that game. 11 p.m. start time. You'll be up till 2:30.
With that.
Enjoy. Memphis is going to pull off the upset against Arkansas, 32-31. Great comeback. This has been the day of comeback so far with Memphis, and then UNLV just took a 41-38 lead with 15 seconds to go. Army is in overtime with North Texas trying to make a big comeback. So took the wrong games live, Paul. I had the right idea with some teams to come back, but I took the wrong one. The Memphis game, I just really wasn't on one of my TVs, so I really wasn't watching. The Army North Texas game was a close. I think North Texas closes a 2.5-point favorite, so that was a tight spread. And when teams get up, normally you look for those kind of things. You want to bet those kind of teams to come back. When you're like a wishbone team like Army and you're down 21, you're just not built to do that. But credit to them for coming back, sending that game to overtime. So 15 seconds. Hopefully we can get some Miami of Ohio magic. Clemson-Syracuse is going to restart in 10 minutes as well, with Clemson trailing by 10 at halftime. So we'll see what happens in that game.
It is time to try and find the Liberty James Madison game on TV. So that is the highlight for my afternoon. We'll see how that goes. But then, obviously, like Auburn, Oklahoma will be very much locked in as well as they're about to kick off.
Yeah, Auburn, Oklahoma. You got Michigan, Nebraska getting ready to start as well. Tulane, Ole Miss should be a good game as well. So getting ready to dive into the 3:30 p.m. Eastern time slate. We'll talk about our plays we have in some of those games, recap our best bets in the NFL, as well as we wrap up the show here on Inside the Betting Lines, presented by BetMGM.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. The action never stops, and neither do we. Score updates, betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
PJ Glasser, Paul Aspen here with you. We're wrapping up the show on Inside the Betting Lines presented by BetMGM. I'm putting in my Sam Levitt rushing prop over 41.5 yards, so I'll be sweating that out later today. Michigan and Nebraska underway, or Raiola nearly throws a pick there as the Cornhuskers start with the ball first. Ole Miss in the end zone on their first drive as they take a 7-0 lead over Tulane. Oklahoma and Auburn get ready to kick off. And Syracuse and Clemson are going to resume the second half with Syracuse up 24-14. Paul, anything you're still sweating in the early window of games?
No, SMU's dead. Utah's dead. Maryland got home. That was nice. Had nothing on Arkansas, Memphis, and it stayed away from Syracuse and Clemson. So no, we move on to the 2:30 slate. I will say, once again, Utah minus 2.5 was one of the most bet teams at most bet sides at BetMGM. So some others, just to remind the people, Oklahoma minus 6.5 fits in that narrative. Miami minus 7.5 fits in that narrative. Michigan minus 1.5, and Illinois plus 7. So just something to be aware of.
There you go. Michigan underway right now. Nebraska already across midfield. Again, year three of Matt Rule. I was a believer in the Cornhuskers. Thought they'd make the playoff at the beginning of the season. This was one of those games you looked at and you're like, if Nebraska's going to go to where they want to go, got to beat Michigan. No Sharon Moore on the sideline today for Michigan, serving that 2-game suspension. So Biff Poggi, once again, the head coach today for the Wolverines. So you got those games kicking off. Belichick and UNC kicking off now against UCF, and then JMU and Liberty. Our guy Paul Aspen will be locked into that one. It's on ESPNU, by the way, Paul, that game. So
yeah, Liberty tried to. They just challenged a fumble, but from where I'm sitting, the runner was clearly down, and James Madison retains possession. So early drama, but in the battle of the Blue Ridge, PJ.
We got the Civil War today between Oregon and Oregon State. Ducks tune up before getting ready for Penn State next week. And Oregon and the Ducks and the Beavers tied at 7 right now, heading to the second quarter. So Oregon State hanging around, making it close. FSU already up 7-0 on Kent State. They are now 52.5-point favorites in that game. Nebraska already out to a 3.5-point favorite against Michigan. If you like the Cornhuskers today. Louisiana's up 7-0 on Eastern Michigan. UConn 3-0 on Ball State. Some of the scores for some of these mid-afternoon college games. Oklahoma and Auburn, Paul. I like Oklahoma as a moneyline parlay piece. You just said they're one of the most bet teams today at BetMGM. You would go with Auburn in the game plus the points if you had to bet a side, though.
I did. Yep, I did. So I'll be holding Auburn the way today is going. Might be better to I like your money line angle though, and I think a Miami Oklahoma money line parlay makes a lot of sense. Not something I'm playing, but yeah, I'll be holding the points with Auburn. See if they can get home for me in Norman.
You gonna join me on some Clemson live money line right now against Syracuse minus 125 as they're kicking off the second half, or do you think that the Cuse might pull this upset?
I can't because I want to see the Clemson lose. I just want to see Clemson lose, so I can't. I'm not going to root against myself, so I will not be playing that. But especially with the weather delay, I just feel like that plays into Clemson's hands. They get to like reevaluate, reset, come out, and probably dominate in the second half.
Yeah, fair enough. See what Tulane can do on their first possession. Jake Retzlaff, former BYU quarterback, will scramble for a first down. So Tulane, who now live against Ole Miss, is a 15.5-point dog trying to answer the Ole Miss touchdown. Oklahoma and Auburn have now kicked off. Auburn going to start with the ball first today, and they will get tackled about the 24-yard line. Nebraska, decision time for Matt Rule. I got a 4th down and probably about a 1.5 coming up at the Michigan 6. So does Rule want to settle for the field goal, or does he want to try and go for it? It looks like he's going to try and go for it. You like this decision, Paul. Matt Rule going for it, 4th and 1 at the Michigan 6. 4th and 2, they're calling it.
Yeah, I do early because I think, again, that defense should be able to keep Bryce Underwood and company. I think it's going to be a lower scoring game. So I think take advantage of these opportunities and see if you can get in the end zone and really set the tone early. Because if you put that Michigan offense in a hole, I think that just ups the degree of difficulty that much more.
So they go shovel pass on 4th and 2. It's going to be really close. I think initially it looked like he was short. Now, the tight end did stretch, but we'll see. Right now they're ruling it a turnover on downs. That is so close. I think he is just short. So it looks like Michigan might be taking over at their own 5-yard line. Nebraska has lost 27 straight games against a ranked opponent. So if they were to get up today against Michigan, I think Michigan would be a great live betting opportunity because if we know anything about Nebraska, they will not make it easy on their fans. This is not going to be a double-digit win for the Cornhuskers, so something to monitor if the Cornhuskers get off to a good start today. So we got that we're monitoring. Notre Dame already with the touchdown against Purdue, so the Irish 32.5-point favorites. Paul, we have not talked about that today, but do you think if Notre Dame wins out, they go 10-2, that they will be in the college football playoff?
Yes, and I think they should be because it's a TV show, and Notre Dame is a very popular brand, and I think you can make the case they're one of the best 12 teams, and they run the table. Now, I don't know that they're going to run the table, but if they do, I think you put them in. I think as someone if you're in that committee room, I think it's a no-brainer. Like, who are you going to put in ahead of them, you know?
Yeah. Now, I'm with you. I think the thing that helps them too is the fact that if they do go 10-2, it'll be 10 straight wins, right? So they have all that momentum getting into the playoff. The committee will be like, oh yeah, they suffered those 2 losses, but it was all the way back then. Look at how they're playing now. They've won 10 straight games. That's why
A&M in Miami. Also,
That's true. I mean, the Miami loss is aging really, really well. We'll see what A&M ends up doing. But, I mean, if they're a playoff team, right, then those could be 2 good losses for Notre Dame that very easily could have won that game. They lost it in the final 10 seconds, could have won the Miami game too. I mean, that game was tied with a couple minutes to go. I'm with you, though. Notre Dame, I think they were about like plus 225 earlier this week to make the playoff. If you're going to bet them in the futures market, I would only go playoff. I would not go for them to win the title because, again, they have to run the table, and I think that they can win 10 straight games. I don't know if they can win 14 straight games. So I would just take them to make the playoff if you want to go with that angle. Jackson Arnold, I liked his under rushing yards. Gave that out, one of the social clips on Send It In this week, and he gets sacked on the first possession, so we love that for our under rushing yards total. But Oklahoma and John Mateer going to get the ball first here for the Sooners. Paul, NFL tomorrow. Remind everybody again some of your favorite bets that you like in the NFL.
So it's an ugly, ugly week, but Browns +8 against the Packers. Going down the board, Jets +6.5 at the Bucks, and I think they are definitely live on the money line. Panthers +5.5 at home hosting the Falcons. Would not be shocked if they pulled off the upset. Titans +4.5 was a number we saw today, so I believe that's up to 4.5. And yep, it is still at BetMGM. So Titans and the Jets are my favorite 2 moneyline dog looks, and then Seahawks Survivor. And I guess it's a sucker's bet, but I'll be on the Cowboys. I just don't know how they lose to the Bears.
Okay, fair enough. I'm going to take the Browns plus the points. I'm going to take some money line as well. I'm going to be on the Patriots in a teaser. So they're up to +2 now at BetMGM. You can get them +8 in a teaser. I'd pair them with Kansas City money line. That's probably going to be my biggest bet of the day is that teaser, to be honest with you. If we get the Eagles down to -3, I'm going to be on Philly -3 against the Rams. Jets, I like them plus the points. I'm right with you, Paul. Money line as well. Texans, favorite bet of the day. Love Houston. Think they win the game. But I'll take them +1.5 against the Jags. I'm going to be Oppo, Paul. Nobody wants the Bears. I'll take them. And I'll take the under in that game too. Because probably the thing that, as funny as it is, nobody's going to want the Bears in that game, but nobody's going to want the under in that game either. No. But it'll find a way to somehow go under because that's how the NFL works. So I'll take under 50, and I'll take the Bears as well. And then I like the Ravens first half, -2.5 on Monday night. Don't want to trust that team against that offense for the full 60 minutes, but I'll take them in the first 30. They're usually a great first half team, especially at home. So I like the Ravens in that spot. -2.5 in the first half. So, Paul, we'll see what kind of day we have tomorrow in the NFL. Looking forward to it. Should be a lot of fun. Again, week 3, man. At some point, these dogs are going to start winning outright. And hopefully, for our sake, tomorrow's the day.
Not the Saints, but every other dog. Yes.
Yes, exactly. Not the Saints, but the Browns, Jets, Titans. Let's go.
Man, that'd be something. I mean, and again, week 3, a lot of times is the week for that. Most probably like main screens, thinking Rams, Eagles for the early window.
Yep.
And then, I guess Cowboys, Bears for the late window. But some good ones this weekend. And then, we'll obviously be peeping in on all these dirty dogs. Ugh, gross.
Always. Oklahoma, John Mateer picks up the first down on 4th and 1 around midfield. So Venables rolls the dice. They get it. They'll keep their drive alive. Ole Miss gets a stop on Tulane, so they have the ball up 7-0. And then Nebraska's D gets a 3-and-out on Bryce Underwood in Michigan. So after they did not get the 4th down, should get some good field position here on this ensuing punt. So we got some fun games in this middle window. Again, you got Miami, Florida, Indiana, Illinois coming up later tonight. We did not really talk about that one too much, Paul. Do you like, at that current number, would it only be Illinois or pass for you?
I guess I can't lay that with Indiana, but I'm never taking Illinois because all week it's been Illinois.
Mm-hmm.
And as you mentioned earlier, the number keeps going up. Indiana becomes a bigger and bigger favorite. Not touching it.
Fair enough. All right. Awesome show. We'll do it again next week. Inside the Betting Lines presented by BetMGM, 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll see you then. Good luck on the bets your rest of the day.
You've been listening to Inside the Betting Lines. If you missed any of the action, listen back on the Odyssey app. Coming up next is the Bettor Angle on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P. The Better Angle on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Welcome into the Better Angle here on the BetMGM Network. I am Kate Constable. He is Jake Hassan. Jake the Snake.
Hello.
Hello, Jake. How are you today?
I'm great. Happy to be here. We already cashed one. Texas Tech minus 3.5. Bang. I would like Oklahoma to get their act together, though. Usually when you have somebody who's the second favorite for the Heisman or the favorite in some places, you would expect them to play at a Heisman level. And so far, John Mateer has not really done that. But,
Is he one of your Heisman tickets this year? He's one of mine.
He is not. He is a kind of Bet Sweats community Heisman ticket. Sammy P. No, Joe O is big on Mateer. Sammy P is big on Carson Beck. So the Bet Sweats crew is in great shape as far as the Heisman market goes. I haven't dabbled at all because I'm a big dumb idiot and I don't listen to the people who are smarter than me. But, I bet this game. I bet Oklahoma. So I'm kind of in line with Joe O. Oh, what is this about to be? Oh, no.
I like Oklahoma in this game, too. I think the line was interesting. Like, it's 6.5, moved to close at 7.5.
Yeah. I got the worst of the number because, again, I'm a big dumb idiot, and I didn't bet it until this morning, so I got the 7.5. But I think Jackson Arnold's going to fold like a cheap suit in his return to Oklahoma. Like, if this was in Auburn, I would feel differently. But I think Venables and this crowd is just going to give him hell.
Well, the fact that Venables knows Jackson Arnold like inside and out too, and then the defense that knows Oklahoma has, I think that will be something that causes Arnold to fold at least at some point in this game.
He's going to make the big mistake. Like that was his big thing when he was at Oklahoma. Like he would, in the moments when it mattered most, he would fold and make a terrible turnover or blow the game in some way, give it away. And I'm expecting that at some point here.
Oklahoma's schedule gets real toff coming up.
It sure does.
Right? So, this is one that, they kind of need to win. I mean, not saying that, everyone wants to win every week, groundbreaking news, Kate, right?
Things go better when you win.
Yeah, they really do.
I wouldn't know, but.
Yeah. But, coming up here, we have Kent State next.
Yeah.
That's the final can you say gimme? Cupcake is a good word on the schedule. Then you have Texas, South Carolina, Ole Miss, Tennessee, Alabama, Missouri, LSU.
Welcome to the SEC.
So that's a rough blow. But that's why I bet Mateer to win Heisman.
Yeah.
Because if they win a bunch of those games, if he looks awesome in those games, has highlight moments in those games, voters are going to remember that.
I mean, that's the biggest thing. And when Joe Ostrowski of BetSweats fame was talking about why he bet Mateer a couple weeks ago at, I think it was 20-1, that was the whole thing. If they win these games and they stack wins, that's going to go over really well with the voters. And you see the path for sure. Like you said, it's a very, very tough schedule. None of those are by any means, not saying they're going to go 12-0, but the path is there. They look like a good team. I would prefer that they start playing better. They're up 3-0 right now in Auburn, but you definitely see the path.
Nebraska just missed a field goal to go up 3-0 on Michigan.
Of course they did.
Yes, they did. And Purdue's on the board against Notre Dame. We're tied 7-7 in that game. Jake, we're going against each other slightly. We could, if
we could middle.
We could middle.
We could middle.
I think it's going to be pretty tough for us to middle. I have Notre Dame. I laid the 24.5. You have Purdue plus 25.
25.5. So if we just need,
so we need 25.
We need 25, and we both win, and we both just win.
I mean, yeah, that's not too hard, right?
Honestly, you know what I was thinking about when I bet Purdue though, Kate, because I was on the show with you when Notre Dame lost to NIU, Northern Illinois, last year, and we came on the show and we went on the air as the game was ending and as Northern Illinois was winning the game. And we've been talking about how that money line was like 20-1 or something. And it wasn't that much today. But Purdue, they were 25.5-point dogs. And I was thinking about that moment. And I was like, do I really want to go into have history repeat itself? I thought about the money line. I didn't because I'm a coward. So I just took the points. But that I was thinking about that game and last year. And this Notre Dame team, they're clearly figuring some stuff out. I mean, clearly they're 0-2. So they're figuring some stuff out. They have a lot of roster turnover, but 25.5 was way too much for me.
You know what I've realized in the first 4 or 5 minutes is Jake's kind of hard on himself.
Yeah, he
called
is.
Himself did he call himself a loser?
Big dumb idiot.
Big dumb idiot.
And a coward. So,
we need more positive self-talk, Jake. Can we get some of that throughout the next 3 hours?
I wouldn't count on it.
Okay. All right. Well,
and I had therapy today too. I had therapy today too. So you would think that I'd be in the right mindset for this.
Real quick, let me just jump in here for a second. This is not college football related at all, but Jake, you can probably appreciate this being the baseball nut you are. The Detroit Tigers right now are in the process of collapsing like I've never seen a team collapse. They just lost to the Braves.
Today they did?
And the Guardians are up 5-0 on the Twins. So that lead will be down to a game and a half. And I got news for you. The Tigers don't win the division. They're probably not going to the playoffs.
Which would be a shocker based on how they were ranked all season.
Yes.
One of the best teams in the league.
This is crazy.
I want nothing to do with that team in the playoffs, regardless.
Wow.
I'm good. I think they'll be fine and they'll win the division, but I think they're flawed. I'm good. Houston Astros, moon.
Yeah, Guardians up 6-0 on the Twins, bottom of the 8th. Cubbies play 5:40 later today, a bunch of games later this afternoon. Maybe we'll talk a little baseball later on the show. I'll give you the floor, Jake.
We'll get some bets in. We'll jam some stuff in.
Yeah, we'll jam it. I took Notre Dame because if Notre Dame wants to make the playoffs,
they have to win today.
They have to win every game.
Yeah.
And I think beyond that, they need to win by margin. They need to cover.
They need to make a statement.
They need to be statement wins. That's what I thought about Alabama last week. Or in week 2? Whatever it was.
Against Wisconsin?
Yeah. I took them first half, full game against Wisconsin.
That was last week, yeah.
That would have been week 2, right? Yeah. Because if Kellen DeBoer wants to get some of the heat off his back, he needs to be running up the score on teams. So that was literally my only thought process in Notre Dame, Purdue. I didn't even go matchups, like the defensive backs versus these receivers, anything like that. Just straight up narrative play on Notre Dame. Yep. Earlier today, Jake, I don't know if you watched this game. If you did, you probably wasted some of your time, which is what I did earlier this morning.
Sure.
How boring was Utah and Texas Tech, especially in the first half? There were 5 turnovers. I guess if you love defense, you probably liked this game because there were quite a few turnovers and the interception in the end zone. So that's kind of exciting. I mean, I had the first half under, so I thought it was great. But that game overall was boring.
Yeah, I mean, as somebody that had Texas Tech minus 3.5, and I mean, going into the fourth quarter, or in the fourth quarter, as they were playing in the fourth quarter, it's 13-10. And humble brag, I was at the gym, so I didn't watch the complete. Oh my God, Oklahoma. I didn't watch the complete end of the game, but then I look at my phone and lo and behold, 34-10, your final. And I was like, okay, like we take that. A little scary, a little boring, but I mean, that fourth quarter, whew, I mean, Texas Tech kind of shows you why they are getting a lot of love, because when they turn it on and when they start cooking, I mean, they're one of the best offenses in the country.
Yeah. And going on the road and playing at Utah, I think they deserve some extra points for that. Utah's a tough place to play. That's a tough home environment.
Yeah.
Especially playing in a little bit of altitude as well.
Well, the problem with Texas Tech going forward now is, though, that their quarterback, Baron Morton, who's starting to get Heisman buzz, or was at least, he leaves the game with an injury.
Yep.
And obviously things worked out because they put up 20-plus points in the fourth quarter. But
what's the severity of that injury is what you need to know.
And that's what you need to figure out over the next couple of weeks. And, you see that, especially in college football, where you get the backup quarterback bump, kind of like we saw with Gunnar Stockton last year. And that was just one example. You see it all the time. But I don't think you can count on that being the case for the rest of the season. Maybe their backup is really good, but you'd rather have Morton out there, your starter, your Heisman candidate, quote unquote, for the rest of the season. So that's going to be something to watch going forward.
The play that he was injured on, they reviewed it for targeting. No targeting. So it sounds like it was a head injury, maybe a concussion.
Yeah.
I don't know that for certain, but that could
Not
be
great.
that's not great if that's what he's dealing with. Coming up a little later tonight, we have Florida and Miami. That's the big game later, 6:30.
So, it's not the big game.
Oh, right. I'm looking
we have
right under
we have
that.
a bigger
Another game.
I'm so scared.
Illinois, Indiana later tonight. Indiana's laying almost a touchdown at home.
Yep.
That seems weird.
I disagree with that number. Last week I was with Isaac Trotter, who is a friend of the network, and we were talking about this game, and I said, "What do you think it's going to open?" And he said, "It's got to open like 2." And I said, "I think it's going to be 3 because at home they're going to give Indiana the bump. I think they're probably about even, and they're going to give Indiana the 3-point home field." And it did. It opened 3.5, and then it gets all the way out to 6.5. You're at 7. Apparently at MGM it's out to 7, according to our rail on the screen right now. I think that's crazy. I don't bet my teams. I don't get invested financially and emotionally, but 7 seems like a lot for this Illinois team. And I know it's because Xavier Scott, their number 1 corner, was ruled out today, but that secondary is still really good. If anything, I personally would take the 7 with Illinois, but I'm scared.
It almost feels like one of those fishy lines that the books are just telling you that it's going to be Indiana.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the money's telling you.
Because it's so fishy.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the money's telling you, too, because people keep jamming Indiana. You move the line 3.5 points.
That's quite a
lot. It's a lot. So
I mean, Indiana did just beat Indiana State 73-0 last week, Jake.
Yes, powerhouse Indiana State, as they are known as.
Illinois, number 9 team in the country. Indiana, number 19. Not that matters a whole lot. This will be an interesting one. You're probably glad that you can't bet in the state of Illinois at BetMGM. At least I am.
Yes.
Then I don't have to even try and figure out this game.
Like I said, I wouldn't be betting this game anyway because I don't like to emotionally and financially disappoint myself or have my teams emotionally and financially disappoint me, at least. I wouldn't be betting this game anyway. This game kicks off at 6:30 p.m. Central Time, so I will be, as soon as the show ends, finding a place to go where there are beverages for me to either celebrate or forget about the pain that Illinois is about to cause me.
That's fair. That's very fair. Texas plays tonight as well. 39.5-point favorites over Sam Houston. I feel like Texas needs a massive win. Like Arch needs a big-time performance. You're getting booed off your home field last week after throwing, 11 straight completions?
Yep.
It's
not good.
That's not how you really want to start the season for Arch. A loss at Ohio State, and that's a fine loss.
Sure.
I'm fine with that loss. But the rest...
Gave him a chance to win at the end.
Yeah. Just has not looked all that great.
What are his odds even right now for Heisman? Is he even have a chance?
He's outside of 20-1. At least that's what it was.
And wouldn't you be kicking yourself if you took him to start the season?
That's why you never bet the favorite.
50 or
you
whatever
never bet
it was?
the favorite.
That was a wild number. I mean, I understand why the books had to post that because of all of the hype surrounding him, but that's wild.
Well, I mean, now you have speculation that he's hurt too, and people are making, we got the college football private investigators wondering what's going on with him. And I mean, Sark continues to say that he's not hurt. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. What am I supposed to say? But yeah, it hasn't been, thankfully for Texas, they're
35-1. I've got him.
Whoa.
But to your point, Kate, I mean, if you think he balls out today, because if he has a great game, then the books are going to slash that number in half immediately. Like they're dying to. And even that 35-1, they're begging you to take that number. But again, Texas got to go through the SEC just like Oklahoma. That schedule is not going to be a lot of fun. As the competition gets more stiff, Archer's going to need big numbers because now he's coming from way behind too. Yeah. So, I mean, you're going to have to catch up to Mateer back.
I'm looking at a 40-1 out there at one book. He would literally need to ball out.
Yeah, for the rest of the season.
Every single game going forward and not have too many hiccups at all.
I mean, you'd have to win and cover tonight. That would be a start.
Like, I mean, he is.
Please stop him.
Devin Dampier. I just learned how to say his name today. Dampier. I thought it was Dampier.
Sure.
But listening to the Fox broadcast today, I learned Dampier. Devin Dampier is also 40-1. Compare those two quarterbacks. I mean, I'd say Dampier has had a better start to the season.
Oh, yeah, 1,000%.
But he's still at 40-1.
Of people I would want to bet between those two, neither. Secret option C, death. I'm good.
The favorite, Carson Beck. Mm-hmm. Miami plays Florida. I think Miami rolls Florida. I don't think Florida's a good football team.
I don't either. And everyone is like, oh, got to take the 8.5. Lagway's not going to throw 5 interceptions again. Really? Are we sure?
Why do we think he's not?
I agree. I'm with you completely.
I would just say, though, that Florida, I mean, probably should have beat South Florida, right? They screwed that game up. And they were the better team last week on the field. They just turned the ball over a ton. But they were the better team last week against LSU. LSU didn't do much.
LSU has not been all that impressive this year. Like, LSU is a massive favorite again today, 30 and 40 something.
And whatever you do, don't ask Brian Kelly the first question, his post-game press conference about the offense.
About what his offense needs to do better?
Yeah.
That was bad. Hey, at least he came out and apologized for it next.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah, a little PR move there.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Just a tad.
I mean, Brian Kelly, he doesn't have the Southern accent anymore in those interviews.
Shocker.
Right?
Gee, that's crazy how that works.
That was crazy. That was wild. All right, throughout the show, we're here with you for the next 3 hours. Michael Bumpus, he's the lead host for the Seahawks Radio. He's going to join us at 4:20 Central. Then we have Evan Giddings out in San Francisco. We'll talk a little bit about the 49ers. That's coming up later in the show at 5:20. We'll turn our attention to the NFL. Bears and Cowboys, the big game tomorrow. Who comes out on top? We'll talk about it next here on The Better Angle.
The Better Angle will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to the Bettor Angle on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Big NFL Week 3 on deck for tomorrow. Jake, I don't know if you knew, but teams that are 0-2 going into Week 3, they cover about 66% of the time.
Oh, good. Gee, I wonder where this is going.
It's going nowhere other than that's just the stat that everyone and their mother is throwing out this week.
Trends. Hashtag trends.
Yeah, exactly. So that means just go to every team that's 0-2.
Right.
Chicago Bears.
Obviously, yes.
And bet them to cover.
Right. Take that +1, everybody. Hope everyone feels really awesome about it.
I mean, that spread has been, it opened Bears -3.5, didn't it?
Sure did.
And it flips all the way to a Bears +1, which I think is the right number.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't think Bears should have been favored going into that game. Cowboys defense sucks, but I don't think the Bears are like the deep threat that Russ was throwing moon balls all week last week.
The Bears, I don't know what they are. Can't wait to be miserable at this game. I won't be because I'm going to be in a box. It's going to be awesome.
Ooh, a little box tomorrow?
Yeah,
Look at you.
it fell into my lap. My friends who got married a couple weeks ago, it was a wedding gift to them. And they're bringing me as so.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you must have made quite the impact at the wedding.
Well, it was my best friend's wedding, so.
The dance floor? Were you the best man?
I was co-best man. I did give a speech.
Ooh, how'd the speech go?
Crushed it, obviously. Come on, Kate. Don't ask questions you know the answer to already. Come on. Stayed under 3 minutes. It was perfect.
Ooh, the under 3 minutes is the key.
Have to. Well, because my best friend's older brother, was the other best man, quote unquote, and his speech was just like too long. It was like 5 minutes, but it like
my sisters at my wedding went for like 15, 20.
What?
It was.
How did you not kill her?
I was like, wrap it up,
That's
ladies.
insane.
Wrap it up.
That would be like.
My planner came over to us after. He goes, all right, we're a little bit behind on schedule now.
Why? What happened?
I'm like, all right, get the food out immediately.
15 minutes is crazy.
Yeah,
no, we stayed sub 3. It was great. Got some laughs. Brought the house down with my last line. It was awesome. It was great. Crushed it. I wrote a whole thing in my notes down of like bullet points. I immediately went off script.
Yeah, you can't really do the whole.
I tried, and I knew I was probably going to do that just because of who I am as a person.
Yeah,
generally, I've been on the show enough that the listeners and viewers probably know that too, and we've hosted enough that you know that. I went off script immediately, and my mom was at the wedding too.
And she was like, she's like, not reading his bullet points.
No, she was like, she goes, as soon as you took the mic out of the stand, I knew you were going off script. I was like, yeah.
That's the way to do it, I think. It's more from the heart.
It was more genuine.
Yeah.
And that was my point, not to throw shade at Jake Frizzacco, who was the co-best man. But he had his little notebook and he just kept looking and he kept referencing it.
I hate when people hold the phone and just look at the phone.
And that was I had my phone. I was going to do notebook, but I kept editing it. So it was a whole thing, but I crushed it.
All right. Well,
and then I was accosted by my ex later that night. We can get into that later in the show. We got 2.5 hours. Oh yeah, it was a lot of fun. Yeah.
Is she going to be at the game tomorrow?
No. Oof. She lives in Michigan, thankfully.
Ugh.
Far, far away.
Yeah. Okay. So back to the Bears tomorrow.
I will be at this game. Boots on the ground. Can't wait.
Do you have any bets on it, or are you betting anything in it?
Just the over, like everybody else and their mother, because I don't think there's going to be a lick of defense in this game. If I had to pick a side, I was talking to our friend PJ Glasser, who famously the host of Send It In, 1 to 1:30 Eastern every day, Monday through Friday, and host of Inside the Betting Lines before this show on Saturday mornings with Paul Aspen. Anyway, I was talking to him because he was on my show, Early Odds on the Score, 8 a.m. Central every Saturday, by the way. Did I hit enough plugs? I think so. Anyway, I was talking to him and he goes, well, Jake, you should know as well as anybody, this is what the Bears do. Everybody's going to be out. Everybody wants to burn the city down. Everyone wants Bajan into this quarterback. And they're just going to go as dogs and win against the Cowboys. And then after that, they have the Raiders, who are probably an average team at best. And then you have the bye. And then you have the Commanders in a revenge spot after the Hail Mary game. And then you have after that, it's the Saints, I think.
This is the spot where the Bears would just shock you and just.
This is where it's just going to be Bears 4-game win streak, and then they just get their teeth kicked in against the Ravens.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that happening. I have heard PJ's take throughout the week, and I mean, it's a solid angle.
And he's right though. This is what the Bears do.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's Saints after Commanders. So it's Cowboys, Raiders, bye, Commanders, Saints, Ravens. This is he's right. This is what the Bears do. They're just going to rip off 4 wins. It's going to be 4-2. Everybody's going to be excited.
The city's going to be back.
It's going to be at the Ravens. The Ravens will be favored by like 5.5, and people are going to be betting the Bears, and then they're going to lose by like 20. And then it's going to be right back to, we're 4-3, season's over.
I would feel better about betting the Bears tomorrow if Jalen Johnson was playing.
Oh, the defense is the walking
Kyler
wounded.
Gordon was playing.
Yeah.
If TJ Edwards was playing.
Grady Jarrett's banged up too. He's playing, but he's got a knee injury.
I feel like the low-hanging fruit in this game is the over because the Cowboys' defense is not all that great either, but their offense can put up points.
Yeah. And that's the angle everybody's
but
playing.
But that's also like the contrarian of like, okay, the Bears are just going to go win this game. It's going to be a defensive slugfest in this game, and we're going to get like 40.
It's going to be 17-10.
Yeah, which is going to be stupid.
I was thinking that. I was with you because I was like, everybody's expecting the Bears to lose. Everyone's expecting it to be a shootout, and they're just going to win 17-10.
Yeah.
And it's going to be so
It's like
stupid.
the free money, take the over, and it's never free money.
I was thinking about that too. I bet the over because I want to see points. I don't see how there's any stops in this game. Like whoever gets one stop in this game probably just wins.
I would.
It might be whoever has the ball last.
It really might be to bet the first half over because the Bears have been good on their first scripted drive. Like their
first quarter over.
First quarter, that might be a better look.
Bears first quarter.
What's Bears team total first quarter?
Oh God, now we're way too deep in the weeds. You can't be doing that. 1-800-GAMBLER. By the way,
that's when the Bears offenses look the best.
Yeah, it's that first drive. You're right.
Things kind of go sideways from there. Caleb has some questionable decisions.
We might have to do Bears first quarter.
Don't you think any sort of props for CeeDee Lamb?
Just overs.
Just overs.
CeeDee Lamb touchdown tomorrow. He's got to.
It might be even going to negative. It might be minus
something.
Money, but like still, like I might go CeeDee Lamb for 2.
CeeDee Lamb minus 110.
Yeah, I just feel
Mr. Krabs.
but I just feel like he's had 2 good games. I mean, he had the first game he hit the dropsies, but
he was still targeted a ton. Like they're going to him still.
Yeah, Dax can go to throw to him a lot.
Yeah,
so, I don't know. I do. It does scare me that everyone loves the over.
Yeah.
Right? Isn't that always?
Yeah.
You don't
want to be on the side of the heavy public.
Can I interest anybody in CeeDee Lamb 12-1 receiving leader for the week?
Yeah. Oh, for the week.
For the week. Oh, for the game he's gonna be like even money for the game.
For the week, yeah. You still.
He's the second favorite behind Puka
Nacua.
Nacua.
The Bears secondary is.
I just wanna.
Like you got Jonathan Owens back there.
Let's look.
I don't. He doesn't do it quite for me.
I could get on board with that.
Yeah.
12-1.
12-1's the best number out there, as far as I can see.
What about both teams to score in the first quarter plus 105?
I could be into that.
Like we might just have to get creative.
You just have to get creative, yeah.
It's not going to be as simple, or at least I'm not going to just bet the side and total here.
I think you're right, and that like you get creative in the first quarter when the Bears. I mean, through 2 weeks, the Bears in the first 2 drives have been
great. They've looked awesome.
They've been very.
Week 1,
good.
I was at that game. Week 1, their first drive. The stadium was absolutely.
You could hear
electric. I've never heard the stadium that loud.
Oh yeah, I mean, people on Twitter were saying that it's the loudest.
Yes.
That the stadium's been in a long time. Why is this so hard?
I mean, you could do CeeDee Lamb alt receiving yards. 100 plus is plus 168.
What?
Yeah.
That's an outrageously wrong number.
Well, then bet it.
I will.
110 is 225.
All right. Kate, I'm going to need you to filibuster here.
Jay, take a guess what CeeDee Lamb's receiving prop number starts with.
We're doing the Brad Evans thing. I mean, if 100 plus is plus 168, it has to be like a 7.
Yeah, it's crazy. No, it's 82 now. It was 78.5 earlier. It's 82 now.
That's kind of crazy.
All right, hold on. I need to go bet the CeeDee.
Kenny, would you bet CeeDee Lamb for 2 touchdowns tomorrow?
Would I bet him for 2 touchdowns?
Yeah, that they focus on him tomorrow because
let's see the number on that.
First 2 weeks he really hasn't got it.
Plus 500. Yeah, I mean, why not?
That's a decent price.
I think I like him for 1 touchdown more.
Oh no, whatever.
I mean, I think the Cowboys are probably the better team of the two, right? Would you?
Yeah.
Don't you think so?
Yeah.
I mean, they hung with the Eagles in that first game.
Yes, they did.
Right? And I know the Giants are terrible.
But that felt just like a fluke game of the Giants, just Russ kind of having it that day. Where, like, that's why the Giants looked good against the Cowboys.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And the only problem is the Cowboys don't seem to get a lot. If they can't get pressure on Russell Wilson, Caleb is going to have a field day back there.
You would think, but
you would
think.
All
right, I'm betting some stuff right now because.
Well, why don't you share with the group?
Well, I'm betting the CD Lamb 100 plus yards because that's
Okay.
outrageous that's that much of a plus price. Which I mean, people are gonna say, "Oh, plus 168." That's not blah 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 blah. If it wins, are you gonna be mad? No. So zip it. I don't want to hear it. Wow, got really angry there for a second.
Yeah, you did.
Anyway, I just think he's gonna go. Like, their top two corners are out. Tyreek Stevenson is stopping.
Tyreek Stevenson has been awful this season.
Because he's bad. Ever since the Hail Mary conundrum, fiasco, let's call it, he's been awful.
Yeah.
Because he's bad. So, I mean, and the way that the Cowboys line CeeDee Lamb up, too, in the slot and all around, I think he's going to just absolutely destroy the Bears.
Who on the Bears receiving wise should we be targeting? So far this season, it's been Odunze.
And that's the thing. Like, everybody's going to say Odunze. It's not DJ Moore because he has no interest in playing football.
No, he doesn't.
You know who's low-key been Caleb Williams' like safety blanket?
Zacchaeus?
Zacchaeus.
Yeah.
He's low-key been
22
like...
and a half. That number seems low.
Okay, can you guys
do
get
some
on
more
board
stuff.
with Colston Loveland or Cole Kmet this week?
No, because they can't see the field.
Because I feel like that it was brought up to him so much this week, Ben
Yeah.
Johnson being the offensive genius that he is. And I think he even said we knew the first 2 weeks we were going to need them to max protect, right?
Yep.
Against the Lions and especially in week 1 against the Vikings, that front seven. So now you're going up against the Cowboys who you can probably block, right? We don't need so much help.
Uh-huh.
So I think he wants, because that was his pick as much
Right.
as Ryan Poles. That was Colston. He loved Colston.
Yeah, imagine
Loveland.
not taking Tyler Warren.
So I think Colston Loveland anytime touchdown might not be a terrible play this week.
I could get on board with that. I mean, every Bears article I've read this season, ESPN had a massive one this week about the Bears needing to use their tight ends more. Not that the media is going to force Ben Johnson's hand at all, but like if the topic is there, I'm sure it's a topic that Ben Johnson and those in the in-house hall are at least.
I will say another bet that I just made is All Media Zacchaeus 50+ receiving yards 3-1.
That's a pretty good. That's a pretty good number.
Also, to be crystal clear with everyone, I for whatever reason had an odds boost at the King. No, you don't do that anymore. It's sports. What is it now? What is it now? Whatever. BetMGM, sponsored title of this network.
Making it legendary.
Yes, making it legendary, and they are making it
legendary
legendary, making it very legendary with the prop boost on any football bet. So I just boosted Zacchaeus 50 yards to better than 4-1.
That's pretty nice.
I will like that.
Okay, I can get on board with that.
Oklahoma, what is this defense? What are we doing here? Yeah, let's just let him pass down the field in his own end zone.
Do we need to get you back on the therapy telephone?
No,
Therapy
because
line?
it's expensive, and I don't want to pay for it twice in one day. I already had to do 2 sessions in a 7-day span.
Jake.
I'll never financially
Are we
recover.
okay?
No.
Are we okay?
No. I'll be the first person to tell you that.
Well, I got nothing for you. Notre Dame just scored again, 21-yard rushing touchdown to Darian Price.
Oh, Jeremiah Love's Heisman number is about to come way down if this continues.
By the way, I mean,
It's a second
Notre
touchdown.
Dame last week, that was a great game against Texas A&M down to the last play.
Yes, it was.
It was a fun game.
And I'm shocked at home Notre Dame did not get that holding call, which would have brought that play back and probably ended the game right there.
Notre Dame would have
But,
won that one.
Yeah, Notre Dame would have won it, and they'd be 1-1, and they'd be in great shape right now. So that was a brutal no call in the end of that game.
And now they get Purdue, and they're winning by
10.
Oh, whoa.
Only 10. I mean,
Official review on the touchdown.
on the field touchdown.
Ruh-roh.
About to be 21-10 if this doesn't get overturned. Which, as we're looking, no.
Oh,
that
He's out
toe
of bounds.
might have been a little out of bounds before the ball
Out of
crossed
bounds.
the goal line.
Yeah, that's way out.
All right, fine. We have first down at the half-yard line.
Please play going back. Good. Auburn shooting themselves in the foot. Shocker.
Yeah, no.
Almost like somebody said that.
Out.
Oh yeah, he's way out. That is not a touchdown. That one is going to be coming back.
Michigan up 10-0 on Nebraska. We kind of think Nebraska's frauds.
I think they're way frauds. Everyone and their mother was saying, Matt Rule, year 3. Okay, have you considered that their quarterback sucks? Like, have you considered that Fat Mahomes just isn't it? How about that? 3rd and 3 in the red zone, and he's just going to take a horrible sack instead.
Yeah.
Nice.
That was
really well done.
That was not good.
Yeah, just gets absolutely laid out.
Oregon up 21-7 at half on Oregon
God,
State.
Auburn just false started again.
Ole Miss 13-3 over
Second
Tulane.
and 20. Enjoy that, you idiot.
More coming up on the other side. We'll talk some more college football on the Better Angle.
The Better Angle will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to the Better Angle on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Tied in Oklahoma, 3-3.
Just a casual 3rd and 33 coming up for Auburn. And they
Basically
run up the
start
middle
of the
for
second.
a loss.
Yeah, that was great. We're tied 3-3. James Madison, Liberty. I know everyone is waiting to hear a score update on that game. Michigan up 10-3 on Nebraska, and Notre Dame up 21-10 on Purdue, though it's the quad box that we have in front of us. A couple other interesting scores from today. One game that's still going on, it was one of the 11 a.m. noon kickoffs, but weather delay. Clemson and Syracuse. Syracuse is up 20 in Clemson, start of the fourth quarter, in Death Valley.
Auburn just tried to run a fake punt on 3rd and 36.
Did they get it?
No, they fumbled. So now Oklahoma has the ball at the Auburn 20. What is this?
That's sovereign football for you.
Are you sure that wasn't just a muffed? They were trying to run a fake punt. There's just no way.
I missed the snap. Wait, they're showing the replay.
35.
No, it wasn't.
It was just blown up. Okay. And then he fumbled the ball, so Oklahoma ball. Okay, that was. I was gonna say if they tried to run a fake punt there. Anyway,
but if you had Oklahoma, that's a pretty good spot now to be getting the ball.
Gee, hard to say who. Anyway, back to
you have Oklahoma. Oh yeah, you laid it with Oklahoma.
I did lay it with Oklahoma, so this would be nice. Back to Syracuse and Clemson.
Clemson is the Florida State of this year.
Okay.
Fair?
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think they are.
Yeah, highly ranked quarterback that everybody likes.
I mean, talk about Arch Manning being the Heisman favorite going into the year. Klubnik was right there up at the top.
Yep.
He is. You got to scroll way down to find.
I think he's 100 to 1 now. I think
Klubnik
he's triple
on
digits.
the odds boards. I'm looking.
I'm pretty sure he's triple digits.
But I mean, that program this year has taken a absolute nosedive.
And I think that's being generous.
Yeah. I mean, you're gonna after today, you're gonna be what, 1-3? You were the favorite to win the ACC title. You were literally the runaway to win the ACC title this year.
I think they were a minus price.
Yeah.
I think they were minus 115
booked to go to the college football playoff already.
Yeah. They've been. I mean,
Cade Klubnik is. I don't even know how to say this. The number's so big.
What does it start with? A 1?
10,000 to 1.
There's no way.
100 to 1.
I was gonna say 10,000 to 1
plus 10,000.
Crazy.
Plus
okay,
10,000.
100 to 1. Yes. 10,000 1.
But when you get all those zeros, they all just blur together, and it's hard to figure out how many zeros are there.
Fair. Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this in the break. Everyone and their mother was saying that Clemson was the bet to make the playoff, to win the championship. Klubnik Heisman. People were saying to lay the minus 115. And now here we are, and they're terrible. Which kind of is the thing, Kate, because I feel like with anything, whether it's the NFL, whether it's college football, whether it's baseball, touchdown Oklahoma, let's go. We're on our way. Still got to score a couple more points because it was 7.5 because I bet the worst number.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, anytime everybody likes to steam a huge favorite, you just got to go the other way, or you just got to stay away. Maybe you don't have to go the other way.
But just don't jump on board.
Don't jump on the train in the preseason, at least. When it's, I mean, because you know as well as I do, in June, July, people were saying, Clemson, got to be Clemson, bet those numbers all the way down. And now here we are. They're not even going to sniff the playoff, barring some insane miracle run here.
Right. Also interesting, DJ Lagway, he was a lot of people's
loved him.
Longer shot Heisman favorite.
Yeah.
He was further down the board, but he's also 100 to 1. Lenora Seller, he was a name further up, but he's 100 to 1.
Yep.
A lot of these players.
He's back this week, though. So
he
is playing today.
He can turn things around.
I really like Mizzou in that game.
Do you?
I'm laying it with Mizzou.
What time? That one's later.
Later game.
Tonight?
Mm-hmm.
Night game? Why do you like Mizzou in that one?
They've played really well, and I think South Carolina is fraudulent. I think their coach is a fraud, Shane Beamer. Sellers, even though he's back and he's got the talent, he's banged up, he's hurt. And I think Mizzou is always the laughing stock of the SEC, but they've low-key built a nice program there. And the coaching staff is very solid. They've had a ton of continuity with that coaching staff. And I think they're just very solid across the board, where South Carolina, it's sellers or nothing. So I like the Mizzou line. I like them. They're at home as well. The line's at 10 now. That doesn't scare me. I think they should be. And if Sellers gets knocked out of the game because he's already banged up.
Which he very well could early on.
And if he gets knocked out of the game, then you're screwed. And it's just Mizzou at home as big favorites. I'm willing to bet that.
All right. I could get on board with that. Tulane 3-0 to start the year. They're down 20-3 at Ole Miss.
Not great.
I mean, I don't know what to make of this Tulane team. Like, yeah, sure, they've looked good throughout the first 3 weeks of the season. They had a big, if you can call it that, win over Duke last week. But, like, you beat Northwestern, you beat Conference USA. Yet Tulane's the team that I've heard over and over again as the group of 5 team that could likely make the playoff. I don't know.
Yeah, Tulane's the Boise of this year.
Yes.
Everyone wants to bet them, and it's...
and right now, Ole Miss is going to be the only ranked team that they'll face. I mean, that's assuming others don't jump up into the top 25. But if you're going to be losing 20-3 against the only ranked team...
It's not a great look.
It's not. It's not a great look. Not at all. Randy, what was the other school that you mentioned in the break?
North Carolina.
North Carolina, that's right. The old Fighting Belichick.
So North Carolina's down 13-0, and they just had the ball first and goal or right near the goal line, and the quarterback threw an interception. So
Nice.
they're about to get the ball back, but they're down 13-0 to Central Florida right now. The last 2 weeks, they kind of got fat on 2 bad teams,
Yeah.
Charlotte, and I can't remember the other team they beat up on. But now they're playing a team who's pretty decent. Scott Frost is back at Central Florida.
Hilarious.
Yeah, it's kind of like Greg Schiano going back to Rutgers. Scott Frost, right?
Yeah.
He was at Central Florida, went to Nebraska, was miserable. They, bad, and then he went back to Central Florida. And I think, as I said during the break, I think a lot of these coaches, that they have a chance, are going to try to score a lot on Bill Belichick.
Yeah, run up the score, embarrass him a little bit. Probably tired of hearing how great he's going to be coming into their realm of college football. Not so fast, Bill. By the way, wasn't there supposed to be a Hulu? I know there was the Hard Knocks-esque type thing about North Carolina football that got canceled. But then there was another one coming out.
Yeah.
There was a clip of him announcing it to the team.
You're
Wasn't
right.
it a
Yeah.
Hulu? I haven't seen anything on that. I mean, there are a lot of sports documentaries out there, and I enjoy watching sports documentaries, but that's one that I would actually tune into because I think the chaos of it all, especially if the girlfriend's in it, would be like you would get a
She's been pretty quiet.
Parallel across parallel is not the right word, but a cross section of sports and entertainment. Like
someone, I mean, kind of what you get on this network, Wagertainment, that you talk about, right?
Yeah, something kind of like that. Uh-oh. Randy's bringing me something over to look at.
You got to do this for this hour.
I do.
Oh.
I do have to
I was
do a
like,
read.
what is happening right now? I love that. I love that it's so far away from you too. It's like it's on the other
pull it up
side.
on my. Thank you, Randy.
Amazing. Yeah, I like North Carolina's a dumpster fire, and I think Randy's right that people are going to want to, other teams are going to want to stick it to them because they got all the hype. Their win total was 7.5. Doesn't look like they're going to hit that over, and they just keep getting the spotlight. But now they've been terrible, and everyone's suddenly quiet, and suddenly you don't hear about Jordan Hudson. You don't hear about what's going on at Chapel Hill. The Chapel Bill nickname has gone away real fast. Not to say that they can't go 6-6 or something and have a decent first season.
But
it doesn't seem
But
great.
do you think he would stick around if they go 6-6? And like, do you think? The better question is, do you think kids would want to go play for him next year?
That's the thing that it was.
How
probably
much
very
money you got, I think, is
enticing
the
this year.
question.
True.
But you guys, no matter where the college football action is, there's nothing like getting in the game and leveling up your parlay. I mean, use this parlay boost token over at BetMGM, and you can boost your potential payout from a winning college football parlay. So maybe you don't want to bet North Carolina live right now, fine. Maybe look at them next week against a Clemson team. We just talked about how bad Clemson is. There are other games later tonight that you could parlay as well.
Illinois +7.
Illinois +7.
If you want.
I mean, that would be the only side I would look at in that game. I don't know. Were we sold that Indiana is this good? I feel like they're just still riding a lot of the momentum from last season, which is fine.
I mean, they've played Indiana State like Children of the Poor and Nazareth Academy. Like they've just never, they're beat. And granted, they're huge results. They're winning by 50, 60 every time. But I don't know. In the same way that people argue that Illinois hasn't played anyone, though. All right, Old Dominion, you win 27-14, but then you go and smash Kennesaw State 56-9, and then you beat Indiana State 73-0. in Illinois played Western Michigan, Western Illinois, and Duke, which at the time everyone was saying Duke would maybe be a good win. Now it's looking more and more like that's not going to be the case. So really, this is the biggest test for Illinois and Indiana both.
It'll tell us a lot about both of these teams.
Yes. And if it's going to be a close game, I think people are going to walk away like, all right, we really didn't learn anything about either of these teams.
Right.
And I think that's why maybe some people are betting Indiana so aggressively, because it's almost like people are betting their opinion of Illinois frauds, Indiana still good. Whether that's going to be, and people can be right. I mean, there's people, clearly it's sharp money because the line is moving. So it's people much smarter than me betting this game. But I feel like we might just get a close game and we're going to walk away from this disappointed because we really didn't learn anything about either of these teams.
I feel like the big test, if we don't learn anything, is going to come next week for Indiana. You know who they play? The Iowa Hawkeyes. Kinnick Stadium.
Right. That was a shootout last night against Rutgers.
You put up 38 points against Rutgers? Are you kidding me?
Woo! That's got to be a franchise record.
Like, I talk about unders. Heck no. We're going over, baby.
I will say, Tyler Morales of You Better You Bet fame was all over that over.
Was he?
Oh, yeah.
That's like it's kind of like the Bears-Cowboys game tomorrow. It's so obvious to take the over that you just take the under.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. I see the vision on that.
That's what I'm thinking. I mean,
I've always said Iowa Rutgers is just like Cowboys Bears.
Did you see the opening kickoff? I mean,
no, I had to go to dinner.
He basically just the Iowa
family dinner.
The kick returner, just ran a straight line, 100 yards. No one touched him, and there wasn't really any Rutgers. The only one that had a chance was the kicker. You have to watch it during the break. The kicker runs the other way, away from him as he's trying to score.
Scared.
It was, I don't know. It was the strangest kickoff return.
Doesn't want it bad
Rutgers
enough.
didn't touch him. They were within 5 yards of him. It was unbelievable. Straight line, 100 yards.
I mean, hey.
Iowa Hawkeyes, powerhouse.
For you. All right, more bets coming on the other side because it's time to zero in on every snap. Activate your odds boost token, which you can get over at BetMGM. Any college football bet, you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. And we're going to tell you where we think you should be putting that money for that bigger payout. That's coming up on the other side. You're listening to The Better Angle on the BetMGM Network.
The Better Angle will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. This is The Bettor Angle on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Time to turn our attention back to the National Football League. We've got these college games, under control for now. We'll talk a little bit more about some of the night games later up in the show. We have Michael Bumpus, lead host for Seahawks Radio. He'll join us about 20 minutes from now. We'll talk about that game. Seahawks and Saints. It's going to be a barn burner tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, Sam Darnold and Spencer Rattler.
Clear your schedules.
Going at it. We talked about Bears and Cowboys earlier. The other very intriguing game tomorrow, I think, is Eagles and Rams.
Some have said.
3.5-point favorites. That's what the Eagles are at home tomorrow. I don't like that you have to lay over the hook.
Well, who does like that?
No one really. I understand that. This is a rematch of the division round
where everyone was saying, "Oh, the Rams could have won if it didn't snow."
Which the Rams could have won if it didn't snow.
Hold on.
The Rams maybe would have won if it didn't snow.
The Rams would have won.
Thank you, Randy.
It was the center or the guard missed his assignment. Jalen Carter got right through, and Matthew Stafford to throw the ball away. And Sean McVay said he had nightmares because the play was set up perfectly, and I forgot who he said was wide open in the end zone, and they would have won that game. I'm telling you, they came back, they drove down the field in the snow in terrible weather, made some great catches, and they had that play set up, and it was I think it was a rookie offensive lineman missed his assignment, and Jalen Carter just ran right up the gut. And
I mean, if you were that rookie, how terrible would you have felt all offseason? Having to think about that.
He can dry his tears with his millions of dollars from his contract.
Yeah, but still.
That argument I will hear, but just the people who say, if it didn't snow and that's it.
Well, that's silly
outrageous.
Because that's Philly in January. Of course it's going to snow.
Yeah.
It'll be bad weather.
Saquon had 205 yards in that game. I forgot about that. That was wild.
I kind of think everyone wants to bet the narrative side of this game of, just take the Rams because Devontae Adams and the Eagles can't throw the ball down the field. I kind of think the Eagles just smash tomorrow. I laid the 3.5.
That would go with our narrative of
zigzag.
Bet the opposite of the obvious.
Zigzag. Everyone has been clowning the Eagles all week because they can't throw the ball down the field. And everyone and their mother saying, well, it's Stafford and Devontae and Puka, and they're going to pick that secondary part, which could happen. The Eagles secondary is a problem. But I just think we're all way too harsh on the Eagles because they're still winning these games and they're still winning them by margin. So I'm on the Eagles. I laid it.
Jake, isn't this the reason why you can't bet Jalen Hurts and K2 to win MVP? Because he had those games like he had last week where he just...
Oh, I would never bet Hurts MVP. No, not a chance. I would bet the only Eagles team stuff. I would never bet Hurts MVP, especially now with, there's going to be at least one false start called on the tush push tomorrow. At least.
Yeah, they're going to be cracking down.
They're going to be cracking down on it. They're going to want to prove a point, but and that's kind of why I think the Eagles might just throw the ball down the field and have a great game offensively with the passing game, because I think they're going to want to prove a point that, okay, we can just kick your teeth in without the tush push. I mean, you have Jordan Mailata going out there on WIP, an Odyssey station, by the way, and saying, oh yeah, it pisses us off that everyone thinks that we're just a tush push team. I
don't necessarily
they think about this.
The hate on the tush push. I get it. You can't do it, so let's outlaw it. But figure out how to do it.
Right. Figure out how to stop it.
Get a quarterback that can squat 800 pounds. Get an offensive line that's 700 pounds on the right side.
It's a legal play, so they're allowed to do it. But now I think it's going to go the other way, where they're just going to dice.
It will be outlawed by next season.
100%.
There's no way we will be seeing tush push next season.
I agree with that. And I think the Eagles are going to try and prove a point tomorrow and just say, oh, you guys think we're just the tush push? Here's 700 yards on your head. You like Jets Bucks.
I do like Jets Bucks. I like Jets.
Okay, I'm with you on that. I like the Jets as well. Tyrod Taylor, give me it.
Tyrod Taylor, like he's been a backup.
He's a good quarterback.
Yeah, he's fine.
He might be better than Justin Fields.
I don't think the drop off between Fields and Tyrod Taylor is all that crazy.
Tyrod might be better. He can throw the ball forward. Seems helpful.
Yeah,
he can throw the ball down the field.
Yeah.
That helps. And the thing is with the Bucs, they have so many injuries. Baker's for sure concussed, which I know all the jokes are that he was born concussed, which is very funny.
Those are jokes? I have never heard that.
Okay, we're not exactly in the same corners of Twitter.
Yeah, I think our algorithm might be a little bit different.
I saw like one person tweet that and made me laugh very hard. But even if he got smoked, Baker did in that Monday Night Football game, and
they're coming off a short week too.
All of their receivers are hurt.
And
their
Buka
offensive line is banged
questionable.
up. I just think that this Jets team could keep it close. I think you're going to get the backup quarterback bump here. I think Tyrod might be better than Justin Fields. I like the Jets. I took the points. I don't know if they win, but I took the points. I think it's close.
I would take the points as well. I mean, you're getting quite a few in this one. 6.5. I don't know if you want to. I don't like buying points. I don't necessarily recommend buying points, but if you wanted to take it up to 7 and just have that touchdown in your pocket. This is the home opener for the Bucs. Kenny makes a good point in our chat. Kenny, does that make you? I know we're a Bucs show, me and you, Kenny, but I'm not necessarily going ahead and saying the Bucs are winning this game by margin just because they're at home.
No, I'm with you guys. I think Jets plus the points would be the side. I think it's just the
Bucs could still win.
Yeah, no, definitely the Bucs should win the game. I was just pointing out that it is the home opener. I think that obviously will play a part in the game.
Boost of some sort.
Yeah, no, I mean, I could see the Bucs definitely beating the crap out of the Jets here, but we'll see.
Ibuka actually within the last 38 minutes report that he is expected to play, not official, but expected. The Bucs then have the Eagles next week. Speaking of the Eagles earlier.
Oh, so look ahead spot
for
Jets.
The Bucs.
That might convince me Jets money line.
Yeah.
If both those teams are 3-0, that's going to be like the talk of.
That will be a
we do have Chiefs
NFC
and Ravens
game.
next week as well, so
that's going to be a good one too.
Ooh, Ravens look ahead spot this week against the Lions.
Who did the Chiefs play the Giants this week?
I mean, if the Chiefs don't win this week, they're going to start 0-4 probably.
And teams that start 0-3, let's just say they lose to the Giants this week, 2% chance of making the playoffs.
Yeah.
Whew. You go 0-4, which is very true, Randy. That could certainly be the case. I mean, I would be taking Baltimore over the Chiefs with how
100%.
Kansas City has
on the look ahead. Yeah.
How much just noise would be within and surrounding that organization if the Chiefs lose to the Giants this weekend and go 0-4.
I think they're going to smash the Giants on Sunday Night Football. Too. Everyone is going to be talking themselves into the Giants coming off that performance against the Cowboys.
No, the Giants
Russell Wilson's back.
Week.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with you. I think that said more about the Cowboys than the Giants, but it's going to be, Russell Wilson's back, and then watch him just throw 3 interceptions.
Yeah.
I think I would look at Chiefs alts on Sunday night, honestly.
This is also following my theory, which is not necessarily a tried and true studied theory.
Sure.
But with Notre Dame, they have to.
Okay.
They have to.
I'm into it.
Win big.
I'm into it.
Alabama last week, you have to win big.
Yeah.
Just to get some of the noise off your back. The Chiefs, if they just skirt by the Giants this week.
Right now, you got me thinking about it.
Yeah,
right?
Is that right? Well, whatever. If they just win by 2 or 3, if they win by
squeak by.
Still squeak by. There's still going to be a lot of chatter.
Yeah.
That I think if they want to get some
close,
of the noise,
they need to cover. I mean, because what are we looking at right now with Chiefs Giants? It's got
6.5.
6.5.
Yeah, I mean, if they have to win,
lay it with the Chiefs.
They have to win by margin. I would look at Chiefs alts. Honestly.
I know the Giants' defensive front is really good.
It is.
But it's still, I don't know.
It's still the Giants?
It's still the Giants, and it's still Patrick Mahomes who can improvise against a defense that's coming at him a little bit better than most other quarterbacks can.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to keep saying, I would look at Chiefs alts. Chiefs 9.5, Chiefs 13.5. To your point, Kate, I think they need to prove a point. They feel the noise, and I think the Giants are frauds, and everyone's going to be taking the points off of last week. And I think last week was way more about the Cowboys than it was about the Giants.
The total's gone up 2 points, 42.5 to 44.5.
Ugh. Gross. I'm good.
Yeah, I don't really have a strong feeling or take.
If anything, if you gave me $100 and said make a bet, it would only be the under. But I don't feel good about
That's
it.
the Sunday night football game,
Sure
too,
is.
isn't it?
Oh yeah. Clear schedules.
Wow.
Get ready for 0-2 Chiefs against Russell Wilson and the Giants.
Yikes.
Surely that's what the network had in mind when they booked that game.
Yeah. Randy, what do you got on this
I was
game?
just thinking, like, the Chiefs are 0-2 right now. Mahomes has played okay, but I missed some throws that he usually makes. Is this a spot to jump on him for MVP? Because he's probably more than 10-1 now, because it's clearly we're 2 weeks in a game in, and it's already, I feel like it's down to two guys, and that's Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson had a great second week. Josh Allen has been superb so far through his first 3 games.
Yeah.
So like it's gonna be tough to and they've won the last 3 MVPs, I believe. When Lamar,
Allen.
They've won
and
2.
Burrow.
And Burrow. No.
Right?
No.
Burrow hasn't won MVP.
Burrow
Mahomes won in 2022.
Okay,
Yeah.
so but since then it's
Mahomes
been
right now is
Lamar and
25-1.
Josh, right? I think Lamar and Josh have won. I don't know, but anyways, I think this is interesting spot for betting a guy like Patrick Mahomes. I just don't know if he's got enough around him.
I don't know if they're going to win enough games.
Yeah.
Because, they're going to have at least 3 losses if we think they lose to the Ravens in week 4. And then they play the Bills, too. So if you think the Bills win that game, that's 4
historically
losses.
they lose to the Bills during the regular season.
So then you're 13-4 at best, and the Bills are probably going to be at least a 13-14 win
Can I sell you on another guy who his coach is absolutely obsessed with him?
Justin Herbert.
Yes. Yes. Like I before the first game, I heard a line. I forgot who was broadcasting. I think it was Tirico and Chris Collinsworth. They said that in their meeting, Jim Harbaugh said he woke up in the middle of the night with a panic, thinking he has to get Justin Herbert in the Hall of Fame. That's how much he loves him. And Justin Herbert has been great so far.
He really has.
He's been really. I mean,
his odds have crashed.
And you know what has helped him out the most? Usually a quarterback's best friend is a tight end for a safety. Keenan Allen has been
Safety
great
blanket.
for him. Anytime he needs to complete a pass, he's going to Keenan Allen. And where was his Keenan Allen last year with the Bears, by the way? But anyways.
Well, maybe
but
the quarterback
can I sell you guys on Justin Herbert to possibly? They could win. They could win 12 games this year and be.
They could win more.
They could win the division if the
division.
Chiefs continue playing like this, which is crazy because I was one of the dumb people, and it's hindsight's 2020, but Rashawn Slater's out. This team's going to suck. Their offensive line is going to be able to protect Herbert. They've been fine so far.
Well, it was also the Greg Roman effect where everyone thought they would just run the ball a million times.
Yeah.
They're letting Herbert air it out.
Yeah.
This line has moved. Chargers are now out to -3 against the Broncos. That was 2.5 yesterday, and I jumped on the 2.5.
Yeah.
I think I
got to lay it with the Chargers.
I think the Broncos are kind of frauds. They have not looked great to start the year.
Really
and the
not.
Chargers at home, even though they don't have a great home field advantage, I'm all over the Chargers in this game. I really like them in this spot. I know I've said this about a couple games. I think the Chargers just smash.
That certainly. I had opposite feelings about the Chargers and Broncos going into the season, and based on the first 2 games, it's completely flipped.
Yeah, I think a lot of people. Everyone was buying the Broncos stock after last year where they popped and everyone thought they'd be terrible, and then Bo Nix comes onto the scene.
100-1 for MVP. Not happening.
Bo Nix 101.
Yeah.
No, I'm good.
Yeah.
I think I'll
save
be
my money.
I think I'll be very good on that. I'll just bet other games.
Sean Payton was quoted before the start of the season saying, I think 5 or 6 times he's felt like he's got a team that can win the Super Bowl, and this year is one of them.
Well, if it wasn't for leverage, they could be 2-0 right now. Just saying.
Fair.
It would be an ugly 2-0.
It would be a very
2-0.
And that's
would
what
not be a
we'd
2-0 that you would feel comfortable with. It would
like
feel like
Arizona is
a
an ugly 2-0 right now.
Yeah, they are. And I have no interest in betting Arizona.
Oh, no. Do we have official...
Or Kyler Murray or anything like that for MVP.
Mac Jones expected to start, but
That's what I thought.
I trust San Francisco's defense tomorrow, honestly. They've been really good. I know they kind of had let Rattler have a good game last week, but I think that the San Francisco is going to take care of business at home tomorrow.
At 2.5, I would only bet San Francisco.
Which is, we've said that we like a lot of favorites.
If we get to 3, I'll be on the Cardinals.
And it's been favorites for the first 2 weeks that I feel like this is the week it flips to dogs.
The chaos.
Yeah.
Okay, so who are the live dogs? Bears, we said already.
Don't ruin Glitch. That's what I had Glitch for.
All right.
Oh, all right.
My bad.
By the way,
It's
did
all
you
right.
guys see what happened at the end of that Arizona game last week? I mean, they were driving to go up, I think, like 3 touchdowns maybe, and Kyler Murray just throws this
horrible.
Throws the ball basically in the air instead of just taking the sack.
Yeah.
And then Carolina, I think, had a chance at the end of that game. Like were they not driving? I can't remember.
They were,
what
and then Carolina did what they always do because
Right.
they're a terrible team.
Right.
And lost the game.
Yeah. But like
team sucks.
every year, do we not expect this to be the year that Kyler Murray really like takes it? Next
That's true.
Every
That's
season.
true.
Every season.
It's the Kyler Murray breakout year every
and
year.
He's got some weapons now, right? James Conner, he's got
Yeah.
Marvin Harris Jr. in his second year, right?
Trey Benson's been fine.
Trey McBride is probably one of the
Trey McBride.
top. No, there's a
Trey
Benson.
Benson, yeah.
There's
Trey
a
Benson's the backup running
But
back,
there's like 3. He's top 5 tight end in the NFL right now. Trey McBride. So
If they would throw him the ball, he'd be top 2. It's
Yeah.
just they don't give him the ball. Yeah, you're right, Rand. I mean, it's always everyone's always waiting for the Cardinals breakout, and it just never happens. Speaking of Carolina, Falcons -5.5. Gimme.
Ooh.
I want nothing to do
I
with
can get on
Carolina.
board with that. How about Seahawks Saints? We'll talk about that game on the other side when Michael Bumpus, lead host for Seahawks Radio, joins us here on the Better Angle. That's coming up next.
The Better Angle will be right back on the BetMGM network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to the Better Angle on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Saints and Seahawks. Who's watching this game this weekend? You? Is that making the main TV this weekend?
No. Absolutely not. Well, thankfully, since I'll be at the Bears game.
Oh, right. You won't have to watch it.
I won't have to.
You won't be able to.
Surely I would, but.
Yeah.
Because football, yeah.
Oh, yeah. The Bears is an afternoon kick. We have okay.
America's game of the week.
I'm glad we have 4 afternoon games this week. Did we? Oh, we had 4 last week.
I think
they've been overloading the morning slate, and it's impossible to keep track of what's going on in the morning when you have a zillion games then and only a couple. Why can't we have another?
It's chaos.
Why can't we have 5 afternoon games? Why can't we split it up?
Don't you think it'd be too many afternoon games?
No.
Okay.
If you have 10 morning games.
Fair.
And 3-4 afternoon games, why can't you have 6 and whatever the math
Especially
is?
when some of these games are Seahawks Saints.
Yeah, exactly. Sam Darnold, fine for the Seahawks.
Yeah.
He's not doing it for me. He's not Sam Darnold in
Shocker.
Minnesota.
Who would have thought?
The thing that the Seahawks have going for them and the thing that I like about them is that their defense is really good.
Yes. Except now Devin Witherspoon out.
Well, that's
this week.
a little
Not
bit
great.
of a problem as well.
Not what you want. Illinois legend Devin Witherspoon, by the way.
Is he? Oh, yeah, he is.
Oh, yeah.
He is a Illinois legend.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the defense is what
Their calling card.
Their calling card. Mike
McDonald.
Mike McDaniel and Mike McDonald.
Do
they really need to have that close of names?
Generic white guy name.
I don't know. But his defense is great. Year 2, going to continue getting better. I think it can disrupt Spencer Rattler enough, which I also think Rattler's been fine.
He's been decent.
He hasn't been the problem for the Saints.
No, he's given them a chance to win these games. He definitely has not been the problem. Honestly, 7.5 might be too much. And I hate saying that. But if you lean on Kamara and you don't let Rattler make mistakes, you could keep this game close.
Well, we're working on getting Michael Bumpus on the phone to talk about this game. He's the lead host for Seahawks Radio. While we do, quick score update around college football. Syracuse and Clemson, 34-21 Syracuse. 2 minutes left in the 4th. Clemson does have the ball. Long way to go on the field, but it looks like that one's kind of out of reach at this point. Oregon, 31-7 over Oregon State.
Oh, that's it?
Florida State, 35-7 over Kent State. The big game this afternoon. Well, one of the couple big games, I should say. Auburn and Oklahoma, we're tied going into minute left in the half, 10-10 going into halftime. We're at halftime right now of Michigan and Nebraska. That one's tied 17. Purdue, Notre Dame. Notre Dame is up 28-13, but we are in a weather delay right now. So it's the perfect time to zero in on every snap. Activate your odds boost token over at BetMGM. Any college football bet, and you're going to receive a bigger payout if that bet wins. So maybe you want to bet on Notre Dame, Purdue. Perfect time in this break. Go over to BetMGM and use that boost. Back to the NFL.
I've got a game I think is very, very interesting and tricky game because who of the first 2 weeks, not talking about the Bills who are 3-0, but who has been the team that everyone's like, oh, they're the best team in football right now. They're unbelievable. They destroyed the Lions and then
Packers.
Right. Yeah. They're going on the road for the first time, facing a team who's got a veteran quarterback, Joe Flacco.
Oh, Randy, don't do this.
I'm not saying they're going to win, but I think 6.5. They could
7.
Oh, Randy, I'm all over that with you. I think the
Browns defense is pretty good. I mean, they were in the Ravens game through 3 quarters, then things didn't go their way, and they, it blew up on them. But I think the Browns can make this game competitive and cover.
My only thing is if a Lions team that just put up 50 and a Commanders team with Jaden Daniels couldn't move on that Packers defense, how are the Browns going to do it? That's the only thing where I can't get to the window with Cleveland. I wonder what you guys think about that.
Well, then this is another way I'm going to go. Josh Jacobs for the Packers, I'm going to go under his rushing yards. 78.5. And it's been climbing throughout the week. So I think you wait until right before kick tomorrow, see if this number goes up at all. But I think it's kind of a nightmare matchup for him. You look at what the Browns have done the last 2 weeks. Derrick Henry, 23 yards on 11 carries. His longest rush prop last week was 20.5 yards. 23 yards total. Chase Brown in week 1 for the Bengals, 43 yards. He had 21 attempts to get those 43 yards. Josh Jacobs, I know he's a phenomenal running back. I don't think he's getting to 80 yards tomorrow against this Browns defense. So that could be a way to, if you know,
that I could
back the Browns in a sense
if you want to back their defense,
taking the spread. If you don't think their offense can do anything, but I think this is a large number for the way this Browns defense has been playing.
Everyone, quote unquote, the proverbial everyone. Okay, I will say something that's going to make you guys feel better. Sammy P is on the Browns. PJ Glasser is also on the Browns. And now you guys are on the Browns. And now I'm feeling like I might miss the boat here. So
now it sounds like everyone and their mother's on the Browns, and maybe we should be on the Packers.
But it's all smart people who work on this network.
That's
so
true.
And to go against what Kenny was saying, that no team has, but that's, I feel like your defense is different on the road than you are at home.
Yeah.
Right?
They've been comfy at home the last 2 weeks.
Right. The Lions clearly, I don't know that first week. It was a weird week for the Lions. But, they're not clearly the same team on the road they are at home. But, I just have a weird feeling that the Browns, they're gonna win a game eventually, right? And they're gonna be competitive in a game eventually. Look what they did to the Bengals in week 1. They held them to 7 yards in the second half, right?
Yeah.
So, and that's a really good. Would you agree that Bengals offense with Joe Burrow is a really good offense?
Well, yeah.
Okay, so
I can't get there. I can't.
Are you going to lay it with the Packers?
No, I'm just going to stay away from the game. Because you guys are right. And PJ, when I was talking to him for my score show this morning, we were talking, and he was saying, this is what the Browns do. These kind of games where they just muck it up, make it a rock fight. Teams that are riding high and Super Bowl contenders come in, and they just fall flat. The Browns just drag these teams down to their level and make them play ugly football. I could see it. I could absolutely. It's the Browns. Let's put it this way. If you told me that Dylan Gabriel or Shadur Sanders were coming into this game at some point, I'd be more apt to take the Browns.
Really?
Yes. Because at least, what Flacco is, at least there's the unknown of the upside with those guys.
yeah, but Joe Flacco's also can hang 300 yards.
No, 100%. But are you expecting that from him? It's just
more than the other two. I can tell you that. Right?
I would expect the other two more. I don't know. This is what I mean. This is why I want to stay away from this game, because you're splitting hairs with 3 quarterbacks, and it's just God bless. I wish you guys the best. I'm way good. I want nothing to do with this game because I know. Go, please. Anyway, I just want nothing to do with this game.
This is one
I'm good.
That I think the obvious choice on the total is the under, and it's still the way I would go.
41.5 does seem very high.
For these two defenses, the Packers defense has been
very good.
Arguably the best top 2 in the league so far.
If not the top. They have the favorite for Defensive Player of the Year right now, Mike Parsons, famously.
And the Browns, that's all the Browns have is their defense, according to everything we just said.
Yeah, it's true.
So I think that is one where, everyone and their mother might be all over the under, and I still think that's kind of the right side.
I think that, this game reeks of 28-10.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or 28-13.
Which then, Josh Jacobs probably also stays under his rushing prop.
Also true.
Everything is a little bit slower. People aren't scoring. What about some of the other games with the backup quarterbacks in? Commanders. You have Marcus Mariota going. I have no faith in Mariota.
I have no faith in the Raiders.
That's the thing. Then how do you bet that game?
After that Geno Smith performance on a short week, no way, brother. I want nothing to do with all that.
I was on the Raiders last week, too.
Oh, so was I, Kate.
So was I. That game was over before it began.
And we were dead on play number 1.
Yep.
And this Raiders team, and that was the classic Geno Smith horrifying game where he's just awful. You got the Geno Smith good game in week number 1 when they beat the Patriots, and generally he's just somewhere middle of the road. I think this Commanders team, Mariota's not anything special, but he can win you a game. I honestly, when you were talking about backup quarterbacks, I thought you were going to say Vikings-Bengals. I thought that's where you were going because that's just the backup quarterback.
That is both of them, yeah.
That's the backup quarterback game of the week. And why can't Kevin O'Connell do it again?
That's my thing there. is
everyone's saying that Jake Browning's so much better than Carson Wentz. Are we sure?
I'm not sure. I know Jake Browning has some experience, like as the starter.
Yeah. But Carson Wentz was once like an MVP candidate.
Yeah.
Granted, that was about almost 10 years ago at this point, but still,
I mean,
the man started a playoff
I think
game.
Sam Darnold and Carson Wentz are somewhat comparable. And then
yeah.
you look at what,
They're
in terms
same,
of where
but different.
they were at in their careers when Kevin O'Connell got to them.
It's fair.
Right?
I think there's a lot of people that didn't even know Carson Wentz was still in the league.
Honestly, I for one did not know he was with Minnesota. He signed with Minnesota late, late August.
It was very late.
So it was...
it was quite late.
So it's not like he's had all summer in the playbook or anything like that. Still, I trust Kevin O'Connell. And this Vikings team, I know they lost at home, and...
It's give me the better coach at home. I'd much rather have that.
Yeah.
Minnesota doesn't lose back-to-back at home often either.
That's the home field advantage for Minnesota.
It's insane.
It is insane. It is so loud. They get the skull chant going, and it's nuts.
I don't think I've ever seen a quarterback, and for Chris Collinsworth, who is the most positive, rosy, would you see that play?
Here's a guy.
That's a good Collinsworth.
He was like, J.J. McCarthy doesn't know what's going on out here. I mean, he basically was saying that. He's got guys running wide open, and he's not even looking at him. So
JJ has one good quarter of football this year.
He's right.
Granted, there's only been 2 games.
Right.
One good quarter.
Still.
Yeah. So saying that, maybe the guys were open, and JJ McCarthy was just missing him last week. I don't know.
Caleb Williams gave him the cheese touch.
Yeah.
It's a joke for 3 people.
I didn't understand that. I was just gonna
it's fine.
go on.
But I think Carson Wentz can be effective. Yes, for sure.
The guy is crazy. Let's not say he can be the guy.
He can be the guy
he can win
Carson
a game
Wentz and Jake Browning.
He can maybe cover a 3 against Jake Browning and the Bengals.
It is pretty amazing, as Jake mentioned, he was the favorite to win MVP the year he got hurt. Nick Foles took him.
That was
they won the Super Bowl.
That was 2017, right?
2017, I think. 2018 Super Bowl, maybe.
Yes,
I think it was
2017-18 season.
Yeah, and then he went to the Colts after that for 1 year. People were like, oh, he's gonna nope, no good.
That was the year of the double ankle sprain. I remember that.
Then he goes to the Commanders, right? Then he's in the Rams, and then last year he backed up Mahomes, and then now he's with the Vikings this year. So I mean, he has gotten around for a guy who was.
But to be with the Rams and the Chiefs the last couple of years, there's worse places to be.
No, I'm just saying, his at that point when he was the leading MVP candidate, his people are like, boy, this guy is going to be a star in the league, and it just has never worked out for him since then.
And then on the flip side, you just think about Jake Browning trying to handle and understand the Brian Flores blitz. Brian Flores defense.
I didn't even think about that.
That's tough for a starting quarterback in the NFL, let alone a backup quarterback who hasn't had the experience or the run that a regular starter would.
All right, I'm betting the Vikings.
I think I've talked myself into the Vikings, which again is another favorite, and I really don't like that.
Well, I do like a couple of dogs, but we'll wait for glitch in the system for that because Kenny's got a couple. Although I already said Jets, I guess. So, all right.
Which I guess is coming up next here in a couple.
But it's
minutes.
also so many of these favorites. Because Kate, you mentioned it, the favorites have just been coming through all year.
I know
because you look at these dogs. Does it have to though? Because remember, this was the case last year though too. This was the case, especially early in the year. It was just favorites last year. Like, who do you want to bet on here? The Saints? You want to take Bo Nix on the road?
Well, I guess I do like the Browns, so there's a dog there.
You like the Browns, you like the Jets. I think we both like the Bears a little bit.
Yeah.
I could. The only dog that is kind of intriguing to me, at least, is the Lions at 2-1 on the money line because I just think that's a wrong price. But so many you want to get in bed with the Titans against the Colts the way they're playing right now? The
Colts have been playing really well.
And a lot of people like the Rams, but we're on the Eagles because we believe in the Eagles just championship pedigree, or at least I do. I guess I won't speak for you.
Yeah.
You want to bet the Patriots and how they look right now? No, thanks.
No.
The Panthers?
I'm not betting the Panthers.
Come on.
5.5 is a lot on the road for the Falcons. Back-to-back road games. I know they did just get the win in Minnesota.
I think
they
smash again.
I'll just be betting Michael Penix Jr. overs tomorrow, I think, against this Panthers defense.
Penix passing leader for the week?
Penix, you said CD receiving leader.
Yeah.
Penix passing leader, I think, would be a good look. CD receiving leader, I think, could be good.
He's not even on the first page of this. Let's go.
That means
18-1.
Great odds.
18-1.
Who's at the top of it? You probably have Mahomes or
Top
Jackson.
is Prescott, and then Mahomes.
Oh, duh. Yeah.
Which makes sense.
The Dolphins covered as dogs against the Bills. That was a more impressive performance from Miami on Thursday night.
Yeah,
Still didn't get the win,
I thought they
but,
were
like,
gonna. I played Bills alts in that game, and I thought that Miami was
just
gonna
gonna-
get blown out.
They
And
had a little heart there.
I mean, I thought McDaniel was gonna be fired the next day.
Yep.
And by the
Oh,
way, that
please.
2 interception I was told was the receiver ran the wrong route. That's,
Really?
Yeah. So
There's
because that was a bad.
I mean, it was like he threw it to the guy.
interception.
Yeah.
Yes,
There's a 27-1 on Penix passing leader. at
I
the
could
Blue
get on
Book.
board with that. I could get on board with
I'm
that.
into that.
All right, so we've talked about a lot of the favorites we like. Now we play a little glitch in the system, and Kenny will throw us a bunch of dogs, and we'll try and figure out which ones are missed price. That is coming up next here on the Bettor Angle with Jake Hassan and Kate Constable.
The Bettor Angle will be right back on the BetMGM network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to the Better Angle on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
There's a lot of college football action going on right now, no matter where that action is or what game that you are watching. Nothing like getting into that game with a bigger parlay. You can use a parlay boost token over at BetMGM for a potential payout for a winning college football parlay. Just go over to BetMGM, cook up a nice little parlay for college football, get a little boost on that parlay. We've been doing so far so good in college football. Jake, we have a couple games.
I thought you were going to say the show. I was just saying, I think we've been doing all right. They haven't fired us yet, so.
No, they have not. We're still on air. I have about an hour and 20 minutes left.
Yeah, we could change things. Just kidding. Who are we kidding? This network would crumble without me.
It probably would, actually. Notre Dame is in a weather delay. That's the game that I'm sweating out right now. I need them.
We both
24.5. You need them.
I need
Purdue
this,
plus
I need
25.5.
I need this to kill Notre Dame's momentum.
And that's what worries
Covering
me.
right now, though. Covering with 10 points to spare.
I hate rain delays for that purpose.
I will say I don't know about UK. I bet Miami USF last week.
Yeah,
and I bet Miami. And I thought for sure the weather delay was going to kill us. I thought we were.
We've had a lot of weather delays in college football so far this season. Like Clemson's had one almost every game.
Had one today.
Yeah.
Big weather. At it again.
It's going to be raining here in Chicago a lot this week. Ugh. Maybe a little rain tomorrow at the Bears game. Let's do a little bit more NFL. Let's do some glitch in the system with our guy Kenny.
Is Vegas right?
I'm right.
Or did we find a glitch in the system?
Glitch in the system.
Now on the Better Angle.
Yeah, baby, it's on!
I told you guys that I have some dogs ready for you. Yeah, favorites in the NFL this season so far of 4 or more are 12-0 straight up.
Jesus.
Yeah, 12
again?
12-0 for favorites of 4 or more, undefeated through the first 2 weeks of the season, plus the Buffalo game, and then just 25-8 straight up in general. So we're only seeing on average about 3 or 4 underdogs outright winning, and most of these underdogs are like 2.5-point dogs, 3-point dogs, 1.5-point dogs. Like one of them was Buffalo, who closed the dog, opened a favorite. So the NFL's been very chalky. So I think that starts to turn this week. I think I got a few options. And Jake, at the end of last segment, you said we can't get to the window with the Titans, but that's the first team I have listed. And there's a few reasons why. A lot like Green Bay, we talked about Green Bay earlier in the show being riding high at 2-0, having to go on the road for the first time. Similar situation for Indy. They had both their first 2 games at home. They were able to escape with a win, and they also blew out Miami. But although Daniel Jones has played well, and this is only Cam Ward's 3rd game, I do think at the end of the day he is the better quarterback. He might not play better tomorrow. I know the Titans coach is terrible, but they're desperate for a win. They're at home in division. The Titans are going to win this game, guys. I don't know how it's going to happen, but they're going to find a way to do it. Plus 180 right now at BetMGM. Or are you guys looking at the Colts as a moneyline parlay piece? Because right now, if you're looking at moneyline parlay pieces, favorites of 4 or more are cashing at an unreal rate.
I mean, I think the Colts were lucky to win that game last week.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the leverage penalty saved them completely.
And so what would we be looking at this number-wise if the Colts were 1-1 going into this game? How much would that change?
A point, maybe.
Right?
It might not even change at all.
I mean, I don't love it.
I think this is the problem with the Colts, and this is like the big question with them is when does the Daniel Jones bad game happen? Because I think we're all waiting for that second shoe to drop, right? It's okay. Here's Daniel Jones, Indiana Jones. Shane Steichen's fixed him, right? Like that's the whole thing. But we all know what we've seen with Daniel Jones over the last however many years since he was drafted. He's maybe slightly above average at his peak. But generally, he's an average quarterback. I think this is more about Steichen and Indianapolis and his system. I think Steichen finally has a guy that A, is mobile, and B, can throw the ball accurately. Because either last year with Anthony Richardson, it was, okay, you have this insane athlete who can move, can't make any of the throws. Okay, here's Joe Flacco who can make the throws, can't move at all. He's a statue in the pocket. I think Steichen's been waiting, begging, dying for somebody like Daniel Jones who can do a little bit of both, and you're seeing the fruits of that happen right now. I think you're right, Kate. They should have lost that game last week, probably, but I don't think the shoe drops here against Tennessee. Like, I think Cam Ward's going to be good. He's had some flashes through the first 2 weeks. But like Kenny said, their coach is a moron. He's so bad.
I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt last year and just say Will Levis sucked, but this year, I mean, we're only 2 games in and he hasn't proven himself at all.
He's brutal, and I think this is I think this year's a redemption arc for Shane Steichen too, because he was highly regarded coming out of Philadelphia, and that first year with the Colts, they were in the playoff race with Gardner Minshew, by the way. In that first year, if they hadn't lost in week 18 against the Texans, that was for the division. That was for a playoff spot. And they almost won that game too. Yeah. So I think
the Titans could cover here. This could be a field goal game.
Could. So to answer Kenny's question, if I was going to do anything, I would never lay the 4.5. I would only use the Colts as a money line.
Yeah, I think that would be the way to go. I mean, the Colts do have a lot of talent on offense.
Yeah.
And their defense
Jonathan
is
Taylor's
not
having
all
a
that
redemption
bad.
year too.
Yes, he is. I mean, Pittman's been good this year.
Yeah. I would never.
Yeah, I'm not on board. No glitch for me, Kenny.
Yeah, no, as somebody that took the 5.5 with the Titans last week, I'm good. I'm way good on Tennessee.
No, I feel you. I mean, if Brian Callahan gets fired pretty soon, he doesn't turn this around soon, he's going to go down as the worst ATS coach in NFL history.
God.
So, I mean, I
What
think
is he
he's
at right now, do you know?
I think he's like 2-17 or something like that.
That's not good.
It's
ATS.
really bad.
That is really not
I
good.
could be wrong on that number. 19 games because 17 last year. So 2-17, 3-16, something in that range. All right, next dog, the Raiders. We talked about this game a little bit. This is mostly a Marcus Mariota fade. And I know, Jake, you brought up you couldn't trust Geno, but I do believe he's going to play better this week against a weaker defense. And I know the Raiders are on a short week traveling. The Commanders have had some time off. And I know this number has come way down because of obviously the Daniels news. But like I said, I'm willing to take a plus money team going up against Marcus Mariota. This Raiders defense has also looked better than expected, and they were able to do it in a kind of a similar spot week 1 in New England. What are we thinking about the Raiders potentially pulling off an outright at 130?
This is one I could get on board with, Kenny. I understand your logic and reasoning behind this, and I am worried about Marcus Mariota. I don't have a whole lot of faith in him as a quarterback. So, the Raiders looked bad last week, but they were also playing a very good Chargers team that we just said about a half hour ago could potentially go on to win that division. Justin Herbert could be an MVP candidate. I think you'd have to look at the Raiders here or pass before. I would not bet the Commanders minus 2.5 here.
I will say, too, as a point for the Raiders, remember what Tucker Kraft did to the Commanders' defense on Thursday Night Football, where he had a career game.
Yes, he did.
Coming from the tight end spot.
Go a little Brock Bowers,
Brock
perhaps?
Bowers, maybe, and Michael Mayer, too, because Bowers is banged up. He played in the game on Monday night, so it looks like he's fine. But I think this could be a huge Bowers game. I should say, so like Kenny's right. I kind of threw some shade at Geno Smith, for sure. But if you get an average Geno game, or God forbid you get one of the elite Geno games, they could definitely win this game. And I know I keep saying his name, put a dollar in the jar, but PJ Glasser, when I was talking to him, like, he brought up this stat like Pete Carroll when he travels east as a famously West Coast coach. Ha! Words are hard. It's only like I do it for a living. Anyway, he's like insanely good win percentage wise on the road as a dog. I don't remember the exact number, but it's like 17-2 or something, or like 23.
That was
6.
with the Seahawks defense,
and I think it goes back to his time at USC though too.
Oh, wow,
like
okay.
I think it goes back way back. And I Dan Quinn, like the change in him as becoming an ultra conservative coach this year, like not going forward on 4th downs, punting from the opponent's like 45. It's been really weird.
And they're probably going to play more conservatively with Mariota.
With Mariota, 1 billion%.
Than they would with
you know what? I could get on board with the Raiders.
All right.
Gross.
All right, we're there with a dog. Not one of over 4.5, and neither is my other one. But if we have enough time, I'll bring up the parlay of all 4.5 point favorites. But first, let's get to Texans plus 1.5 is my last dog here, and I know it's a very short dog here. Contradicts my preseason opinion, honestly, because I think I like the Jags. I know I like the Jags more than the Texans, but the way the Jags lost that game last week threw me off. Houston needs a win. Their defense is the best unit on the field here. I really like them as a dog. Are we betting the Texans tomorrow?
Yep, I'm all over the Texans. I think they go to Jacksonville. They get the win. It's needed. 0-2. Yeah. They know the whole stat of how their percentage of making the playoffs if they go down 0-3. If they want a chance to win the division. This is a big game. I think the Texans defense, like you said, Kenny, best unit on the field, will show up enough to get the dub. Plus, it has to be a very deflating loss for Jacksonville.
Yes.
The way that game ended last week against Cincinnati. I mean, Cincinnati has how many turnovers, and you still can't win that game? And I was holding a Jacksonville plus 3.5 ticket. And that was brutal. Brutal.
All right, I'm going to keep this one short because I do want to hear the odds on this parlay that Kenny brought up. My only question about this game is, do we know if Brian Thomas is going to get the damn ball? Does anyone know?
We don't.
Because he's not scared to get hit. I think he's like, I like watched the film on that, and like it looks like he's scared to get hit every time he gets thrown the ball.
It's hard to play football if you're scared to get hit.
Right.
Yeah, it seems like a bad idea. Go play golf, buddy. I'm way out. I'm with you. I think the Texans are the only side here.
For sure, yeah. So that parlay plus 4, so it's a 6-leg parlay, plus 453 for a 6-leg parlay. But there will be a lot of parlays of the public just putting Packers. So it's Packers, Buccaneers, Falcons, Colts, Seahawks, and Chiefs. Out of those, I was going to ask you guys, out of those 6, who ruins it? If nobody ruins it, why aren't you placing it?
Okay, give me those slowly again.
Yeah.
Packers over the Browns, Buccaneers over the Jets, Falcons over the Carolina Panthers, Colts over the Titans, Seahawks over the Saints, and Chiefs over the Giants. 6 legs
Buccaneers
plus 450.
I was going to say either the Bucs or the Seahawks ruin that for sure. Which is funny because those are two of the biggest spreads of the week.
That is also very true.
If I had to pick one, it would be the Bucs. They ruin it. Jets win.
Yeah.
I don't know how many people are going to add the Colts because they are the shortest favorite here, but I think the Colts are going to be the team to ruin it. I think that's the cop-out answer, but that's
Kenny's
what
on the
I'm going
Titans.
with. Yep,
tomorrow.
I'm all in on the Titans. Cam Ward's getting his first win tomorrow.
You're out of your mind.
That scares.
The more I talk about it, I think the Jets are going to win outright. I think I might
Maybe we just go Jets money line.
I think I'm going to be a little bit on Jets money line.
Throw Jets money line in that parlay.
Because to your narrative point though, Kate, like Aaron Glenn needs a win bad.
Yeah, he does.
He does. And people have been clowning him for how bad the defenses look too.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, this Bucs defense isn't all that great. The Bucs offensive line is banged up.
I might be on Jets.
This could be a Jets.
I'm going to be on Jets money line.
A Jets win outright. Yikes.
Oh, that's so gross to say. Tyrod Taylor never
All
lost.
right, Evan Giddings coming up about 20 minutes from now. But next, we will talk a little Lions and Ravens. That's the big Monday night showdown. Can the Lions offense travel? That's the big question we will answer next here in the Bettor Angle.
The Bettor Angle will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to the Better Angle on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
We'll dive into Monday Night Football here in just a second, but let's do a quick little score update around college football. Right now, Georgia Tech up on Temple 21-7. Oregon 41-7 over Oregon State. I didn't get my second half bet in on Oregon in time. The odds closed on me, and then we were doing a show,
yeah.
And so I didn't get that in, and
you should have
really
told me to take it. I would have filibustered and let you get get the bet in. I did that to you in the first hour.
It was about to go to half, and so I knew it was going to be a while, and we're about to score.
Yeah.
Florida State up 45-7 on Kent State. 10-10, Auburn, Oklahoma. Right now, that one second half just underway.
Would be awesome if Oklahoma's offense could figure it out.
It really would. Michigan is up 10, 27-17 on Nebraska right now on the road. 5:40 left in the third there. We're still in a weather delay in Notre Dame, Purdue. Irish up 28-13. And again, Georgia Tech up 21-7.
Don't forget Central Florida up 27-3 on Bill Belichick in North Carolina right now.
Yikes.
Womp womp.
Yikes. Poor Bill. Did we say
poor Bill?
I don't
Get out of
Bill.
here.
I don't think poor
Enough.
Bill. No. Any shot Bill goes back to the NFL?
After this, who's calling him? The Panthers? I guess it's a short drive, probably.
I think if Bill
would,
if someone wanted to hire Bill, he would have taken the job.
I think so.
Oh, yeah.
I think this is.
Well, remember we had the whole report that the Falcons were going to hire him, and then Arthur Blank said no.
Yeah. There were some rumors that people thought about it.
Charlotte. That's all right. Hold on. Let's see.
Duke, NC State. That's another big one right now with that in-state rivalry. Duke's up 21-20 at the half.
Bing bong.
Bing bong. You find it?
Oh no, I'm looking up how far away Charlotte is from Chapel Hill, because if we think that the Panthers.
Kenny says if the Bills fall short with McDermott, they'll hire him. No shot.
No way.
No shot.
You don't think the Bills would want Belichick?
Why wouldn't they take somebody from the 49ers staff, the Rams staff, the Minnesota? Like Brian Flores is most likely to get that job, probably.
We haven't heard from Max all day. Max chimes in, bad take.
Amazing.
Kenny, I'm sorry.
I'm just saying.
Well, okay, you think about Buffalo, a franchise that can't win, can't get over the hump. You got to get a coach in there that's done it before.
And you're going to choose Bill Belichick after what happens now?
Okay, I get it, but it's with college kids at North Carolina. He would have Josh Allen as his quarterback, and the Patriots. I know he's old, but the Patriots beat up on the Bills for years. They know what he's capable of as a head coach. So I just throw that out there because I've thought about that. Like, where do the Bills go next? You make a good point, Brian Flores, but I mean, there's multiple options out there. I've just thought Bill Belichick, if he does go back to the NFL, why not coach Josh Allen?
Well, I'm sure if it was his pick, yeah, but I'm just saying. If Canales gets fired by the Panthers, Chapel Hill, only 2-hour drive from Charlotte.
That's not bad.
Just saying. Get that bag.
I
no,
mean,
if McDermott gets fired, it's going to be Flores, or it's going to be someone from Shanahan's tree or McVay's, because that's the sexy thing to do now.
But if the Bills make it to the AFC Championship game, is McDermott going anywhere? I mean, I know he hasn't. They get close to that point every year, and he just doesn't make it over the hump. So, at some point, maybe. But I don't know. It's kind of the thing. Is the grass going to be greener on the other side?
Not always. It's fair.
Right.
I don't know. I think the Bills are going to win the Super Bowl this year anyway, so I don't think it matters. But
yeah, I agree with that. The Bills look like the best team in the league. Ravens and Lions, though, they're not far behind. And Ravens certainly a team that could come out of the AFC as well. They are 4.5-point favorites at home. Monday Night Football. We just saw the Lions after Week 1 losing to the Packers, just absolutely beat down on the Chicago Bears, and the talent discrepancy or the where the organizations are at between the Packers and the Bears is drastically different right now. I would say
a little bit.
But the Lions did not struggle to score the football whatsoever. Put up 52. Part of that, I think, is Dan Campbell running up the score.
Oh, proving a point.
On Ben Johnson, his former offensive coordinator. Those players were fired up for that. Mm-hmm. The fans, I thought the F Ben Johnson was a little fine if you want to boo. That's what fans do. But the guy won you a ton of games last year. Do we really need to be?
And then peed down his leg in the biggest game of the season.
Yeah.
So, it's not great.
I mean, either way.
Detroit Rock City, baby.
So what do we make of the Lions? That's my question in this game. Are they the team that the offense looked phenomenal? They're not going to score 52.
Yeah, I think
Could they get?
I think the true answer is somewhere in the middle. Like they're not. I think the Packers' defense is just really, really good. Even in a game where Micah Parsons only played 30% of the snaps in that first game, and I don't think they're as good as putting up 52 every game. I do think it's a little disrespectful for them to be 2-1 on the money line. I get that the Ravens are really good, but I think now the Lions might be cooking with some gas now that they've had a couple weeks to figure out their systems in game and new coordinators, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, you're out to 5.5 at some places. If we can ever get to 6 by Monday, I would be taking the points with the Lions. You're going to get to 2-1 on the money line. Because you know what's going to happen. People are going to be rushing to, everybody who has a good week betting this week, whether it be college or the NFL, it's going to get to Monday night and maybe you're flush with a little cash.
Yeah.
And it's, all right,
or
Lamar.
You're chasing some losses.
losses.
So either way, people are going to be betting.
Like some people in the suburbs of Chicago now who had to retire from giving out picks. But no? Okay. Over your head. We'll talk about it in the break.
Yeah.
But anyway, I think people are going to be betting the Ravens at the last second, and I think that's a buy point on the Lions. I think you get to 6, and I'll be in on the Lions for sure. I kind of think they might win the game outright anyway, because what do we know about Lamar in these spots sometimes too, Kate?
Well, what happened week 1 against the Bills? What do we not only about Lamar, what about John Harbaugh in these spots?
And to make this a bigger macro conversation about like Super Bowl contenders, because I just said like I think the Bills are going to win the Super Bowl. And yeah, Sean McDermott's not a good coach, but you have the MVP in Josh Allen. The Ravens don't have that saving grace because Lamar always pees down his leg in the biggest moments, and so does his coach. At least Josh Allen shows up and at least gives you big performances in crunch time. Sean McDermott doesn't, but the Ravens can't get anything good out of either their coach or their quarterback, especially in the playoffs. I think I'm talking myself into the Lions.
Yeah, I kind of am talking myself into the Lions too. I
Can't
will
wait
tell
to
you
just
this,
lose.
which is like, if you've listened to any shows that I've been on, it's not surprising at all. Like Derrick Henry, I think you have to go longest rush over. The guy had 23 total yards last week. You don't think he's going to want to come back and try and avenge that performance somewhat?
And that Lions run defense isn't nearly as, I think their pass defense is way better. And I know Aiden Hutchinson, really good, blah, 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 blah. But DeAndre Swift had room to run against the Lions.
Yeah.
And the Bears had to abandon the run because they were down by 1 million. But
yeah, this is a Derrick Henry over game for me.
Oklahoma, can we stop kicking field goals?
Well, hey,
Just score
2
the
more
ball.
field goals and you'll be up by 6.
I do, yeah. I mean, we would need a field goal anyway. I guess that's a good point.
Gosh.
Can I interest you guys in a touchdown parlay? Derrick Henry, you can't bet for a touchdown because it's minus 210 or minus whatever.
I mean, you could.
But it's just silly. I mean, you're just but Derrick Henry, Lamar Jackson, both to score a touchdown. It's like odds are like plus 350 for the two of them combined.
Does Lamar have a rushing touchdown?
He does. First week he had a rushing touchdown.
First week I bet Lamar, Henry, and Allen touchdown parlay.
Ooh.
That hit. It was good. So yeah, you could certainly interest me in a Lamar and Derrick Henry.
Yeah, I could be into that.
For that price. I think this is an over game. It's a very high total.
Ooh.
I still think it's an over game. Did the Lions defense do anything to impress you against the Bears? Like it was more of the Bears just offense being
sucky.
incompetent.
Yeah. I mean, Kirby Joseph, Illinois legend, had that awesome diving interception.
He did.
He's really good. Shout out Illinois. Please win tonight. Please.
Outside of that, like the Lions defense on paper, I feel like should be better than what they've shown.
And I mean, definitely. But I mean, the total tells you that. You're at 52.5.
Yeah.
And I mean,
we're not
that's
getting much higher than that.
That's the highest total on the board for the week, too.
Might be the highest total on the season.
I think there was a 52 and one. There was a 52 either last week or
52?
the week before, as they were only famously 2 weeks of the season so
true.
far. But I mean, yeah, you're the highest total on the board. It's because you have these two offenses that are seen as very high-powered offenses, and obviously, of course, you get the bump off the Lions' performance last week. I wouldn't want to mess with the total because this could totally be a rock fight too, where the Ravens just run the ball a ton. Jared Goff dinks and dunks, and death by 1,000 paper cuts.
Primetime unders have been the move this year.
Also true. I'm kind of talking myself in the Lions.
If you like the Lions, how about Ravens first half, Lions second half?
Oh, see, Kenny, my baby boy's all grown up. That's how I know this kid listens to the network. This is a classic.
Is that what you
this
bet
is a classic. You better you bet. Like one team early, the other team late.
Well, how the Ravens play, like they could be up in the first half and just like let up, and then all of a sudden the Lions are
Just
back
try and
in
salt
it.
it away.
9-1 is such a good price, but it'd be Ravens minus 2.5 in the first half, so you're laying a few points there. But I think that's totally worth it. And then Lions to win the game.
I could be into that.
I could be into that. I
think I'm just gonna bet the Lions.
I think that's a way to bet the Lions, and if you want to bet the Ravens, I just bet alts because the way the Ravens win is usually just going away.
Yeah. Like, and if you're gonna do that, if you're gonna do Ravens alts, you should do probably Henry alts too. Like they probably just run all over the Lions and just crush them and crush their souls.
You guys, Derrick Henry's longest rush prop is 17.5. You know how low that is for him?
Wow. And what was it last week? 23?
It was 20.5. It was 18.5 week 1.
Can you play alts on those? I don't think you can at most
you
books.
Can't. I would really like to if you
Like
could.
I would love like a 50 plus at like a 400.
That's what I mean. He's not just.
He rips off 50-yard runs.
No, he does. I know. I get it, but it's just
he's
funny.
not skirting by.
I love the creativity of just like let's get insane. Let's get nuts.
Yeah, no, I
love it.
That's a play for me. Randy, Lions in this one?
No, I'm going Ravens.
Ravens?
I think the Ravens are going to beat them pretty soundly, actually. I mean, I think the Lions are a good team, but just does the offense early on, especially, is not going to travel.
That's true.
So I'll take the Ravens. I think a statement game for Baltimore Monday night after what happened against the Bills, where they had that game completely in hand, and then
you're doing the Kate Constable narrative.
Yeah,
zigzag.
Yeah.
We love a good narrative.
Yeah, and I mean, again, I think that Baltimore is really good. I think the Bills are really good, and I think everyone else in the AFC is just kind of
the AFC sucks.
And then the Lions. You know, like week 1, they showed some flaws, and they just played a bad defense last week and embarrassed them.
Also very
right?
true.
Yeah.
You think the AFC sucks? Going into the year, it was like the AFC is loaded. I know the Chiefs have not been what
bad,
we thought, but they still
AFC
are.
South bad as a whole. I mean, it's Bills. I mean, now Bengals. You don't want anything to do with them without Burrow, so it's just the Ravens.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, part
Texans
of it.
are not that great. So
Yeah,
far.
I mean,
They're
it's
0-2.
underwhelming Chiefs. It's Bengals injury, but I mean, like, the Chargers. I think that they could be really good, but that's 3 teams out of the AFC.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, you look at the NFC, it's Eagles, it's
Packers.
I still think people are high on the Vikings and the Lions as well.
Rams,
Niners, Bucks, Commanders. I mean, that's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 teams that we just ripped off to varying degrees. Whereas, okay, let me put it this way. I think the AFC drop-off is much steeper than it is in the NFC. Because you get through 7 teams, you know, you go. I mean, we have it on the right rail here. It's Packers, Eagles, Lions, Rams, Niners, Bucks, Commanders. You got 7, and then it's the drop where it's like Cardinals. You got to kind of sell yourself on that. Whereas AFC, and I'm gonna play director here, Max. If we get AFC up here, my king, love it, was already on it. It's Bills, Ravens, Chiefs still, but I don't know how much we believe in them. Chargers, you're at 4, and then the drop off of $6 to the Broncos, and we think the Broncos are frauds, and it's an even steeper drop to 25 with the Texans.
Yeah.
So I mean, and I kind of think that the Chiefs maybe just don't have the juice this year, or maybe not as good. Because also historically, teams coming off their Super Bowl loss too, Kate. This is exactly what happens. It's the Super Bowl hangover of the loss, though, and they just come out flat, and they could still make the playoffs. Obviously, it's the Chiefs, but I mean, you got 3 teams there that you feel good about in the AFC compared to 7 in the NFC.
Well, the Chiefs hangover too. It's like the Chiefs hangover from the last 3 seasons of
Also
hangovers.
true.
That's probably a pretty bad hangover.
I can't believe ESPN made that documentary about the Chiefs Kingdom, thinking it was going to be a 3-peat, and it's just loud Family Feud incorrect buzzer.
Yeah. Did you watch any of that?
That documentary?
Yeah.
You could have my family hostage in a lightless
That's
room.
That's not true. You would watch it. Yes, you
no,
would.
I'm good.
What about the Cowboys documentary? I heard that one was very good.
You could have my family over a volcano.
So you're not a doc guy.
No, I love a good documentary. I was all in on the Osama bin Laden documentary over the summer.
So not a sports doc.
I just maybe I'm weird, Kate.
I love a good sports doc.
I am in this building so much. I do Wagertainment.
I feel like you're
so
a summer
long.
Hootern pretty guy. Are you?
No, but that was recommended to me.
That's all anyone can talk about right now.
I know. I have no idea what's going on Twitter.
I haven't watched it.
I mean, whose name is Belly? What are we doing here? What is this? I just see people tweeting, Jeremiah sucks. Sure, I don't know. Like, this could be a Bible class. Oh, I know. Belly.
Belly's a tough name.
It's not great.
No.
Belly Constable. How much to change your name to Belly Constable?
My belly, yeah. No, I don't
Constable.
I don't need to be reminded about my belly.
Oh, Kate, you're in good shape.
Yeah.
You sit like a cooked shrimp, but it's not, other than that.
I do.
You got to work on that posture, my queen.
What's like my back?
It's all of it. It's all
sometimes
bad.
I'm like this. Sometimes I sit like a
Kate,
dude.
you just did I'm not kidding. It's been bothering me for like 3 segments. You've been like this the whole time.
Oh, that's how I talk on here.
Your spine is screaming.
Yeah, it's not good.
And that was the Jake Hassan Variety Minute.
And Evan Giddings Variety Minute is up next. Evan Giddings from San Francisco Radio joins us next here on The Bettor Angle.
The Bettor Angle will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to the Better Angle on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Notre Dame Purdue still in a delay, but there are plenty of other games that you can get in on. So no matter where the college football action is, you can use our BetMGM Parlay Boost for any other games this afternoon. Boost your potential payout from a winning college football parlay. Head over to BetMGM. We'll give you a little update on some of the other college football games going on throughout the country, but for now we need to turn our attention to our good friend Evan Giddings from 95.7 The Game, friend of the show. He joins us now. Evan, always appreciate you taking the time to join us. How's the start of the football season been for you so far?
Good to be on with you again. It's been surprisingly delightful, I would say. Look, NFL brings a smile to most people's faces as long as you're not a fan of the Miami Dolphins, but here in the Bay Area, I think that everything is pretty much supposed to be going wrong, and yet despite injuries, specifically to the quarterback position, the 49ers find themselves undefeated. So everyone is feeling pretty good about Kyle Shanahan and co. right now.
Evan, you bring up the biggest point, and it's the injuries with the 49ers. And favorites again this week, hosting the Arizona Cardinals. But I think the first question we have to ask you is, what's this going to look like with Mac Jones under center? Like, what are you expecting this system and this offense to look like with Mac Jones at the helm?
Well, before last week, I would have told you a whole heck of a lot of Christian McCaffrey, but in fact, they let Mac Jones throw it 39 times against the New Orleans Saints. It was more of a pass-first offense than a run-first offense. And McCaffrey is obviously heavily involved in the passing game, but I think against the Arizona Cardinals, they're going to have to run the ball a little bit better than they did against New Orleans, just because the Arizona Cardinals are a team that can put up some more points. The one thing that I have noticed is that I believe 3 of the top 4 DBs or quarterbacks for the Cardinals are going to be out or questionable for this game. So it might be another all-out Mac Jones aerial attack, which is crazy because I don't think anybody has said that since he was a senior at Alabama.
Yes, certainly not. But there seems to be, at least on our end, Evan, like a lot of faith in Kyle Shanahan. I mean, it's similar to like the Kevin O'Connell with Carson Wentz starting this week, is you trust the coach to have that quarterback prepared because of how good he is as an offensive-minded or quarterback kind of guru. Is that the sentiment that a lot of fans have out there?
Yeah, I think the faith in Kyle Shanahan has been something that is constantly wavers, right? Because he's someone that keeps you at a unreasonably high floor and yet seems to have an issue getting to the highest of peaks. But I think this is where Kyle Shanahan is in his bag. When you give him a quarterback that is a solid processor, that knows how to deliver the football, that also has a little bit of starting experience with Mac Jones playing 49 starts before he got his 50th on Sunday against New Orleans, this is a guy who is going to get the most out of those kinds of quarterbacks. We've seen it with Nick Mullins. We've seen it with C.J. Beathard. And the fact that Mac Jones already has a decent enough resume made me feel pretty good about him going into the game. The fact that Mac Jones had the best statistical start of his career, his very first time under center for a Kyle Shanahan offense that did not have George Kittle, that does not have Brandon Ayuk, and it certainly has not had the weapons or protection of years past, I think is just an ode to Shanahan, a complete compliment to a head coach that reminded all of us on Sunday, yes, it's against the Saints, but he is one of the best play callers and certainly one of the more brilliant offensive minds in all of the NFL.
For as much as we've gassed up Mac Jones and Kyle Shanahan to start this segment, Evan, this question is still, though, about Brock Purdy. You'd still rather have him under center for most of the season or as much as you can going forward. Yeah. Any insight or anything that you've heard as far as Brock Purdy's recovery, timeline, where we're at with that?
They've been kind of ambiguous with injuries this entire season. And I don't know if Shanahan is trying to play things close to the vest. Like week 1, McCaffrey popped up on the injury report. Kyle was cryptic about him. He played on Sunday against the Seahawks. Last week, it was obviously Brock Purdy, and you had a backup quarterback. This week, Brock was actually limited in practice on Thursday. He was going through individual drills, and at least on Friday, was up in the air as to whether or not he was going to play. Eventually, Kyle then did state it's highly unlikely that Brock's going to be out there. But it means that I believe he's probably going to be available week 4 against Jacksonville. And if not, it's going to be tough because that next week, week 5, is a Thursday game against Los Angeles. So I think they're targeting next weekend against Jacksonville for Brock Purdy's return. And to your point, yes, Mac Jones has been great. Kyle Shanahan has been awesome. But this is not a team that's going anywhere without its starting quarterback. So Brock Purdy is absolutely needed back. And I think the turf toe is something that obviously obviously, with the way that Joe Burrow got hit severely, has been a little bit of a plus, considering it's only going to be a multi-week injury, not a multi-month injury. But Brock Purdy is someone who is more elusive, certainly, than Mac Jones, uses his legs a lot more. And so that toe they got to be careful with. But I do think that Brock Purdy is trending towards a week 4 return against the Jacksonville Jaguars.
And then the Cardinals, 2-0 so far this season. Kyler Murray, I mean, he's like a fine quarterback to me. We're still kind of waiting for him to have that breakout season. And he's been in the league long enough where I'm not sure that's coming. But he's still a mobile quarterback. He can use his legs. How does this defense for the 49ers slow him down?
They got to rally the football. You know, it's interesting. You're right. Kyle Murray has all the talent in the world, right? I think he's the only player in 2 sports to be drafted in the first round, and yet he's someone who always makes you feel like you want more out of him. But against the 49ers, and particularly against solid defenses, mobile quarterbacks are very dangerous. And I think that's why Kyler Murray has had a lot of success against Kyle Shanahan and Robert Saleh specifically. So I think what they got to figure out how to do is basically make Kyler Murray a passer. I think when he uses his legs, that's his most dangerous weapon. And so the way that in the past they've sort of caged mobile quarterbacks, they did it effectively 2 years ago against Jalen Hurts. They've done it against some other mobile quarterbacks in the past. Caging, but not necessarily trying to sack the quarterback, to me is going to be the most important part of this football game, especially for a defense that's the third youngest in football. A lot of these guys have not seen Kyler Murray before. And so if they're trying to, beat their man, get to the quarterback, stack those sacks, I think that's when Kyler Murray gets out in space and becomes immediately dangerous. So in a way, I know that it sounds strange, but you got to force him to be more of a passer than a runner in this game, I believe.
Evan, I want to spin it forward to the rest of the season because the 49ers are 2-0. They're favored this week. As you mentioned, then they have the Jaguars who look like they have all sorts of problems. Listen, we're sports fans. We can't help but think undefeated, ? You look at this 49ers schedule, and they get the Browns, the Giants, the Panthers, the Bears. What's the ceiling for this team? Like, where is the losses coming from?
Well, I would have said when you lose your starting quarterback, but apparently the losses aren't going to come even when you have Mac Jones under center. I think that this is going to be a tough game. I would not be shocked if they lost to Arizona, but you're right. I mean, this is what we knew coming into the season. This is the easiest schedule on paper, I believe, since the 2015 Falcons. Like, that's how cake the schedule was supposed to be for the Niners. So they've had injuries happen, but not really at a portion of the year which is going to hurt them. I think some teams will eventually trend up. The Falcons look a little bit better this year. The Giants, for example, gave Dallas a run for their money. I'm not too big of a believer in them, but who knows? By then, Jackson Dart might be the quarterback. Like, I think there are some teams who might catch the 49ers at the right time. But looking up and down, I think this is a football team with a ceiling of 12 wins. And it's crazy to think about because this was a team that only won 6 last year and returns a lot of its pieces and has a bunch of new ones, but the schedule just favors them that greatly. And the fact that they already got a road win in Seattle, they started 2-0 with a backup quarterback starting one of the games, means in my mind they're ahead of schedule. So this kind of reminds me a lot of the Los Angeles Chargers last year, where they ended up winning 11 games, but they didn't really have to beat anybody, and they got to the postseason and obviously were a one and done. I don't know if that's the 49ers' future, but I do think that 12 wins is absolutely possible given the easiness of this regular season schedule.
Evan, is the ease of the schedule the biggest difference between this season and last season? Because the injuries last season piled up, and the 49ers won, 6 games last year? The injuries have already started to pile up, but as you mentioned, like, they're still playing some good football. Is it easy to say it's the schedule?
I think you do attribute it mostly to the schedule, but, one thing that Shanahan teams have always been hit with is injuries. I believe they've been top 10 as far as games missed due to injury every single season since 2018, outside of 2023 when they made their Super Bowl run. But each year that they've made a run to the Super Bowl, 2019 and then 2023, the following year they have been the most injured team in football and they missed the playoffs. So it's like the 49ers and Shanahan can sustain a few injuries, maybe even more than most in terms of injury, but when they get hit by absolutely just barricaded and barraged by injury, that's when they fall completely off the map. So I don't think it's necessarily just the severity of the injuries, but also just the total mass and numbers. Combined with the schedule, it's going to help a lot. But this is a football team to me that looks a lot fresher, a lot younger, specifically on defense, and a lot faster than last year's team. So I think right now you got to give a lot of credit, not just to Shanahan, but also to John Lynch to cut the fat of a lot of players that were a big part of a run to a Super Bowl runner-up and realize that they might be a year away from being a year away, and now is the time to cut bait. So to me, it's kind of a combination of those three things. But this 49ers team is one that I think a lot of groups around the NFL are looking at and saying, they might actually be a pretty good squad, and 6-11 might just be a blip on the map.
Evan, when you look at the rest of this division, because there are still playoff contenders up and down the division outside of the 49ers, people are high on the Rams. A lot of people like the Rams this week against the Eagles. You mentioned that this could be a tough game against the Cardinals, and Seattle's got that defense. You look up and down that division, who scares you the most that is chasing the 49ers?
I think it's got to be L.A., and I would probably flip it as the 49ers chasing the Rams. I think that they were the best team coming into this year. I think their first two wins have been a little more impressive. The Titans aren't good, but they did blow them out. And then Houston, I do think, is a better team than they have shown through their first 2 weeks. So I would say the Rams. And obviously, look, this division has only one loss, and it's because the 49ers had to play the Seahawks. So all four teams, have been very strong to start the year. And whereas I thought that this was going to be more of a division of parity compared to power before the year, it's looking like one of the better divisions in football. So I think you got to tip your cap to all four of these head coaches. Gannon is pretty young in his third season, I believe. You're looking at McDonald, who's in year 2 in Seattle. McVay and Shanahan are two of the best play callers in football. I think that this division is one that we're going to look at this year and recognize, wow, there's actually a lot of really good head coaches in the NFC West, and that's why their teams are so competitive.
Talking with Evan Giddings of 95.7 The Game. Evan, Christian McCaffrey's prop tomorrow, rushing-wise, 68.5. He has a 69-yard day and a 55-yard day in his first 2 weeks. We going over on this one?
I actually don't. So Christian McCaffrey's total yardage is something that I've loved through the first 2 weeks, but I've been a little hesitant to put cold hard cash on Christian just because I'm not sure if he still has that burst that a lot of running backs kind of lose when they hit the age 28, 29 season. And I don't think it's a coincidence that through the first 2 weeks, his longest rush has only been 13 yards at age 29 years old. It doesn't mean that he's not still really, really good. He's a major component of the passing game. He creates space for so many other players, especially for the young receivers for the 49ers. But as just a pure rusher, combined with the fact that the offensive line is not as good as in years past, I just think that McCaffrey's somebody that has got to prove to me that he can still be that dominant force on the ground in addition to being in the air. So, the fact that he's only gotten, I think, 3.5 yards per carry, that scares me a little bit, and one of the reasons that I would probably shy away from his rushing prop in this game.
In about 60 seconds, Evan, we got a couple minutes here. Who would you put your cold hard cash then on? If it's not going to be McCaffrey, is it one of the receivers? Is it Mac Jones just in the passing game? About 60 seconds, where are you looking in this game for someone to have a big game?
Yeah, I actually think it's Jawan Jennings. His chemistry early with Mac Jones has really impressed me, and it's something that dates back to the summer when he got into San Francisco on a 2-year contract, which right now is looking like an absolute steal. Jawan Jennings was one of the first guys that he was able to pair up with in camp that also wasn't injured during the summer, someone like Ricky Pearsall was. So I think that the chemistry that first week against New Orleans was already on display, and so his over on receiving yards, I think it's around 50 or in between 50 and 60. That's something that I really like in this football game if I'm going to put my cash on someone.
Evan, always enjoy having you on. Thanks for all of the insight. Enjoy the game tomorrow, and we will talk to you again soon down the road.
Anytime, y'all. Take it easy.
That is Evan Giddings, host over at 95.7 The Game, covers the 49ers, also hosts pre and post for the Golden State Warriors once they are in season, which is right around the corner. All right. I like hearing no on Christian McCaffrey props because most people
I got Christian McCaffrey Offensive Player of the Year tickets, Kate.
Well, that's a problem for you.
Yeah, well, most of my problems are
he has not been great the first 2
He really
weeks.
has not.
He's been fine.
Evan mentioned his total yards, so rushing and receiving, because his receiving yards, he had 73 last week against Seattle.
He did.
73 week 1, 52 last week. So, he's getting over 100 total yards. So, that's something maybe you look at.
We take that.
Yeah. All right. How are your college football games looking, Jake?
Oklahoma's got a big 4th and 2 coming up. I don't know why they ran the ball up the middle when they haven't been able to run the ball at all today on 3rd and 3, but Yeah, sure. Let's take it out of the hands of our Heisman quarterback. That sounds really, really good. Really awesome. Venables, really awesome. Thanks.
Not ideal.
I'm definitely not upset. Do not put in the paper that I'm upset.
What happens if, will Notre Dame and Purdue just wait this game out till 10 p.m. and they'll come back and play?
What if they just call it and Purdue covers? How mad are you going to be?
I'm not a proponent of
Oh, are you going to be emailing the books?
But give me my bet back.
You want the void? You want the voided bet?
Give me the void if that's going to be the case.
Voided bet for Lightning?
I mean, they didn't even play a full.
They played a full half.
Did they?
Did they?
They were coming out in the second half, maybe.
No, it was end of the first half. There was a minute 30 to go. Purdue had the ball at the 20-yard line.
That would be voided.
Yeah. In that case, yeah, they can't. I mean, they could.
What game was it a couple weeks ago when both coaches decided to play 2 10-minute quarters to end the game or something?
Oh.
Or they decided to shorten.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And that one
what it was because my
was voided. I forget which one it was. Anyway, we'll wrap up the show on the other side. We'll build a show parlay. Kenny will give out some touchdown bets, and we'll get you out of here.
Yeah.
The Bettor Angle will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to the Better Angle on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Wrapping things up here on the Better Angle with Jake Hassan and Kate Constable. We were just saying Jake has Oklahoma minus 7.5. They're winning by 6 right now. Now would be a perfect time for Jackson Arnold to do something stupid.
That would be awesome.
It would be. It's also the perfect time to zero in on every snap for this evening's game. We have a lot of them starting here pretty soon. You can go over to BetMGM and activate an odds boost token there on any college football bet. You'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. We love a bigger payout.
I love a bigger payout, personally. More money is always better than less money.
That is a
which I don't know why I decided to work in radio, though, so what do I know?
Well, so we can win bets.
Right, because you famously can't bet unless you work in sports
That's
media.
right. That is right. Yep. Purdue Notre Dame still in a delay here. Michigan up 30 to 20. Wow. I was just shocked by that score.
You good? Yes, that's what it was.
Woo! They're up 10 right now with 3:25 left. Nebraska does have the ball right now, but Michigan's just kind of been running it down their throat for the last the second half of that game.
Take a sack. Take a dumb sack, Jackson.
Woo! There we go. That's what we've been waiting for.
Well, no, I would like a turnover, but we take
what we can get.
Yes, true.
Sacks are better than nothing.
True. Fair.
That is.
You're right.
Okay, big game coming up tonight, Jake. Illinois, Indiana.
Ugh.
You are famously an Illinois alum, so
Yes.
I'm sure you're going to go Illinois, but I think I'm going to be with you on that because 6.5 for Indiana, it feels like
Are we up to 6.5 now?
Yeah.
Came back?
Yeah.
Came back, or are we at 7? Max, put the rail up, please.
It depends on where you are.
Yeah, I guess it depends on where. All right, we're at 7 in some places at BetMGM, where you make it legendary, famously.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Sports Born in Vegas was better. Anyway, don't want to get fired.
Yeah,
that would not be great.
come
Love you, BetMGM. XOXO. Thank you for the boost on Olamide Zacchaeus. Anyway, 7's way too much for Illinois. I don't know that they win the game. This is generally a spot where Brett Bielema Illinois teams win, where everybody's kind of underestimating them. It happened against Nebraska last year. It happened against Michigan last year, where everyone expects Illinois to fold. And these Brett Bielema teams, it's just how they're built. They're not. They're built well. I don't know what I'm trying to say here, but they have a strong backbone. That's what I'm going for.
They have a great body.
Yeah, absolutely. Weird, but I think it'll be close. I think Indiana wins, but 7's way too much.
Don't they seem these two teams kind of parallel to each other? It's not like one is significantly better than the other.
I think they're very close.
Odds are suggesting.
I think they're very close. I think the coaching is definitely, because when it comes to a football game, it's who has the better coach, who has the better quarterback. Yeah. I think the coaches are about the same. Luke Altmaier is probably the better quarterback in this game, at least the more consistent quarterback. I hate this.
Go. You can't.
No, because I don't want.
No,
because I don't. I mean, yeah, I know.
Hedge
obviously,
the happiness. Are you hedging the happiness?
I'm hedging the happiness.
Okay.
I think
that's fine.
7 is way too much. Indiana probably wins, but I think it's close. Honestly, I thought when it was at 5, it was too much. So I think 7, 6.5, wherever you're at,
touchdown
depending
is a lot.
A touchdown's a lot for an Illinois team that is top 10. Some would argue, looking at you at SP Shoot, that they shouldn't be a top 10 team. Sure, I'll hear that argument, but I still think they're a very good team. I think this is going to be way closer than the odds imply right now.
Miami and Florida, they also kick off here in about 45 minutes.
I think Miami's going to kill them.
Miami's a 7.5-point favorite. We just said 7 is a lot, but not when you're playing Florida and DJ Lagway and Billy Napier.
I said this earlier in the show, and everyone's saying, well, Lagway can't throw 5 interceptions again. Can't he?
Yeah, he can.
Can't he? He absolutely can. He's looked like absolute dog water this entire season. He has not looked good, or I guess gator water in this instance. But I'm not a Lagway believer. Carson Beck looks unbelievable. I think Carson Beck is the type of quarterback, well, I guess Cam Ward went number 1 overall, right? But I don't, so I guess really nobody is Mario Cristobal proof. But this early in the season, it feels early for that classic Mario game. I think Miami should be fine here. I would lay the 7.5. I would play alts to 9.5 and maybe even more.
Ooh, maybe even more.
Not like maybe 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
I'm not saying go crazy.
I get that. I'm going to be on Miami tonight. I think they're very good. I think they're one of
At
the
home,
most
too?
sound football teams that we've seen so far this season. Like, they've had a couple different challenges this
They've been
season.
great.
And it's not like South Florida they just absolutely beat up on.
Everyone
South Florida's
loved South Florida in that game.
A good team going into it. Miami's a little bit better. The win over Notre Dame, maybe that doesn't look quite as good as after they lost to Texas A&M, but Notre Dame is still a team that everyone thinks is getting into the college football playoff.
People think Texas A&M is getting into the playoff too.
Yeah, exactly. Let's build a little show parlay.
Okay.
Randy has Browns plus 6.5. That's his contribution.
Wait, Randy, would you like to say anything?
To the parlay.
Cut to Randy. Do it. Max, do it. Cut to the empty chair. Randy?
Randy, yes. Thank you.
Wait, first of all, my question is, why is it 6.5 now? I thought this number was like 7.5, 8.
What number?
What's it at BetMGM right now?
Well, let's check. Let's see if we're getting our numbers right.
The grand reveal. Drum roll, please.
Dun, dun, dun.
That is not a drum roll. that is the Prop King Open, I think.
Dun, dun, dun.
That was very bizarre.
8.5 BetMGM.
Okay,
so we're
then
getting 8.5.
we are taking 8.5 on the Browns.
Yeesh.
Kenny, do you have a bet for us tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep the points Texans money line. I think we like that earlier in Glitchin's system.
Keep all 1.5 points.
Keep the 1.5 points.
Keep all 1.5 points. Very bold of you,
Okay.
Kenny.
Texans money line. I'm gonna go. I did this last week. Didn't work out well for me. Dang. I'm gonna go.
Are you gonna go Raiders?
No. I'm gonna go Vikings money line.
As 3-point favorites? You're gonna lay the minus 150?
Yeah, in a parlay. Yes, I am.
Almost dropped.
Fine. You want me to Vikings minus 3.5?
Yeah, be a man.
Fine, Vikings minus. No.
And when we come back next week, and if
Vikings
it loses, you can blame me.
2.5 is what I'm seeing. So Vikings minus 2.5.
You absolutely take that then. Yeah, 2.5. The Vikings can definitely win by 3. 1,000%. Let me just do a little refresh here, make sure I have the most up-to-date numbers. Please stop him. Thank you. This Oklahoma game is going to send me into an early grave.
Vikings at BetMGM is 3 right now. We'll take Vikings 3.
Okay.
Fine.
I still think that'll be fine. All right. Well, then I think the Chargers destroy the Broncos. I think 3 is a hilarious number. You get 3 at even money at BetMGM laying it. I think that's totally fine. I think the Broncos continue to look like frauds. I think Sean Payton is up at the podium saying, "Oh, we've played a really tight team." And Sean Payton can't stop doing this media tour for whatever reason. The guy loves the microphone this year. I don't know if he still thinks he's an analyst for Fox or wherever he was 2 years ago, but give me the Chargers. I think this team is legit. -3.
All right.
14-1 is the odds of that parlay.
Love it.
Not too shabby. Kenny, do you have any touchdown bets for us that you would like to share?
Yes, I have five guys. Yes, 5 guys. So Drake London plus 150. I think it's a really good price, getting his first of the year.
Hold
this
on,
weekend.
Kenny.
What's up?
Five Guys is so overrated.
Five
for
Guys
the price.
burgers are great. For the price, yes.
You selling a kidney?
For the price, yes. But Five Guys burgers are good.
And they're good, but like I'm not trying to go into financial debt. I'm not trying to take out a loan.
Like my husband and I will order DoorDash and we'll get 5 Guys, and it's like
you're ordering 5 Guys off of DoorDash?
$60. Yeah, for like 2 burgers. It's insane. Oh, we don't live near Five Guys.
There's one right here. Don't you live like 5 minutes from here?
Yeah, but I'm not getting off my couch at 8:30.
DoorDashing 5 Guys is banana land. That is ridiculous.
Well, I need to hit some more touchdowns.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, Kenny, roll off with these touchdowns because apparently Kate Constable needs it. Just rolling in money here. Jesus.
You don't DoorDash?
No, Kate. I can't I have a mortgage to pay. I can't be DoorDashing 5 Guys.
Well, do you ever DoorDash?
Occasionally, I drunk Uber Eats the other day,
Okay,
ordered, and now I'm in financial ruin.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll have to talk about that later.
It's fine.
Kenny,
Anyway.
touchdown bets.
Yeah, 5 guys on the touchdown bets. These guys aren't as expensive. So Drake London plus 150, getting his first year this week against the Panthers.
I really like
bad defense. Mike Evans is plus money. He hasn't scored yet on the season. He actually had one got called back last week against the Texans, plus 105 in the home opener. Jordan Mason is minus 125. He's the bell cow now in Minnesota with Aaron Jones out. He's going to get the goal line carries running on a weak Bengals defense. Romeo Dobbs plus 185. I like the price on this one. He's going to be number 1 tomorrow with Jaden Reed out. Tucker Kraft's going to play, but he's not 100%. Then last one on Sunday Night Football, Travis Kelce after the big drop last week, getting him at plus money at plus 120. He cost them the game. He comes back with a touchdown on Sunday Night Football this week.
I like those. I love the Drake London against the Panthers. I'll probably be on some Drake London props, some overs as well for his receiving.
Please.
I've been waiting for the Mike Evans.
Please.
Jake is watching the Oklahoma-Auburn game. And having
Please
a meltdown.
be against Auburn. No.
There is a flag. It's going to be against.
Now they're just going to kick, though.
Yeah, but isn't that good? You want the ball back if you're Oklahoma.
No, but that should have been, unless it's just, oh, wait, they could decline the penalty, right? Yes, please? Maybe? Yes? They might have blown it dead is the problem, because the play was dead beforehand.
I see. That would be a problem.
No!
Kenny, I've been waiting for Mike Evans to find the end zone.
Yeah, I think he gets in at home in the home opener tomorrow. He's way much better at home than he is on the road.
And I love Jordan Mason tomorrow, too.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Minus 125 is very bettable for a running back who's going to get all the carries tomorrow with Aaron Jones out.
Yes. Fold. He's going to be the...
No!
Ooh. Flag.
No!
Auburn was throwing it deep in the end zone. It was way past the
Come on!
his receiver, but yet there is a flag on the play.
Uncatchable? Anybody?
It was uncatchable. Pass interference, and now Auburn's
No!
Jake, here, maybe you get some overtime. Maybe they missed the field goal, and there's still 7 minutes left in the game.
But, we were so good. This has been the better angle.
And at that, this has been
that sucks.
The better angle here on the BetMGM network. He is Jake Hassan. I am Kate Constable. Thank you to Evan Giddings from 95.7 The Game for joining us. For Max, Kenny, Randy, everyone behind the scenes, appreciate it all. We will see you back here at the same time next week. Have a great weekend.
I'll be here. Bye.
Sucks.
That sucks so bad. Oh, I hope Max put that.
And Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.